Hey, thank you for tuning in to the YouTube live stream. If you're already watching, well, congratulations, you clicked in the first 3 seconds, so that's cool. But thank you for being here. Alongside, thank you for joining to everybody who's tuned into that TikTok live stream in the last 2 minutes. We already have 2.6 thousand people over there. If you've never been here before, I say this every day, so I'm sure that you've heard it before if you have been here before. If you've never been here before, we debate Trump supporters. We try to get them from the wrong side of history to the anti-Trump side of history, because Donald Trump is the worst president of your life, and I could prove it. And I do prove it. Inside of the debates that we host on here for 4 hours, 7 days a week, 4 weeks a month, 12 months a year. So, folks, if you are watching on YouTube, sorry, not YouTube, TikTok, and you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, go ahead and hop inside of the queue for me, and we'll get you loaded up here shortly. But before we do hop into the debates, we always like to go over the breaking news. And the breaking news of the day is that Donald Trump is lashing out at everyone over the Epstein files. Once again, I mean, holy shit, just another day in America. But the most recent update actually hits pretty close to home for me, both metaphorically and literally, because one of the 4 original Republicans in Congress who voted for the release of the Epstein files put their names on the release petition to force the vote in the House, which Donald Trump inevitably had to bend the knee to, was Lauren Boebert. Now, she's a crazy MAGA Republican, so we're not trying to give her flowers, but she actually used to be my representative in my district here in Colorado. However, not too long ago, she did move to another district, but she's still a representative for my state, and she's actually the representative for a handful of my family members. And Lauren Boebert, her shining project has been to increase access to clean water for rural Coloradians. And she had this plan to increase that access to more clean water to around an additional 50,000 people in her district. And by the way, guys, this is super important. There are so many places in Colorado where there is not that clean water access. Okay, I've seen it firsthand. Okay, especially out east towards the Kansas border, there is a bunch of rural communities who live in harmony and peace, but it's really hard to get clean water. And because she was one of the first 4 Republicans to stand in opposition to the wants and needs of the Trump administration to force the vote for the release of the Epstein files on the House of the floor all those months ago, today, Donald Trump actually axed her clean water project. It was a great plan, and I'm saying this as somebody who hates her guts. It was a great plan. It was one of the only good things that she's ever done, ran on, or attempted to implement. Because as I already said, it would have increased that clean water access to 50,000 of my neighbors. And Donald Trump vetoed it, using one of the first vetoes of his administration. And the only reason I could point towards is because she defied him by voting for the release of the files. So just another day under Trump's America, where you don't matter, I don't matter, we don't matter. And the only thing that does matter is loyalty to him. And if you don't show that loyalty, he'll tell you should rot in hell. In fact, that's something that I literally said to the Democrats in Colorado that have kept Miss Tina Peters chained up in jail for trying to rig the 2020 election for Trump. He said, well, we all need to rot in hell for what we've done. Axing clean water projects just because the MAGA Republican that helped him get elected 2 times defied him and voted for the release of the Epstein files. And this is only a trend that we've seen for years and will continue to see for many more in the future. So at this point in time, folks, we are going to go ahead and hop into the debates. Go ahead and hop inside of that guest request, inside of the guest request for me, inside of the queue on YouTube. Sorry, dude, what a fucking day. Inside of the queue on TikTok, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. And by the way, Happy New Year, guys. Happy New Year's Eve, guys. Okay, 2026 is coming our way. That's your year. It's my year. We're all going to do great. We're all going to excel. Or maybe not, but hey, you know what? I'm going to try to be an optimist about things. And then one other thing that I'd like to go over before we hop into the debates. If you are not already, please go follow me on Instagram. We are 11.5 thousand followers away from 3 million. We are so close. It is in the palm of our collective hands. And I just think that's so cool. Maybe not for the typical reasons that you'll hear from an influencer. I think it's so cool because it just demonstrates the reach and impact of what we do here and how successful we are in opening the eyes of those around us, changing the minds of the crazed MAGA family members that I'm sure many of you out there live with. And I think that it is a great landmark, and I would love to hit that landmark on no other day than New Year's Eve. 2026, new me. 3 million followers. That sounds cool. So make sure to go hit that follow button on Instagram. If you're watching on YouTube, you could find it in the description. If you just want to go search the handle, it's pretty easy to find my account. Just type my name into the Instagram search bar, Dean Withers. It's super duper easy. Let's go ahead and hop into that first debate, folks. If you're inside of that queue, make sure it's because you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it if we could all try to follow the rules today. 2026 new you. You're following the rules. You're not trolling me. Okay, you're not getting banned for breaking the rules. Let's see it in action, folks. We got that very first guest, Phil, loading up into the box right now. Hello.
Hello.
Wait, why did I say Phil? Your name's Johnny. Sorry, I was reading the chat. Everyone is spamming Phil for no reason. Hey, Johnny, do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you, man?
24.
24, fantastic. And why the hell do you happen to support the worst president of your life that doesn't care about you, doesn't care about me, doesn't care about Americans, just cares about vindication, loyalty, money, power, and notoriety?
Well, caring about money and power as the leader is not a bad thing. But I do like, I know you might not want to hear this, but I do like how he stripped away transgender rights.
Which ones?
The military.
Oh.
They cannot fight in the military because to
Yeah.
fight in the military, you need to be able to be mentally stable and you can't have potential conflicts coming up.
Yeah. So that's why you voted for him?
That's one thing I really liked about him, but I just did not like the past 4 years under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and I don't like Kamala Harris. She was a DEI hire, and she was selected because Joe Biden said he wanted a person of color, she ran. It's not like she didn't run. She had months. People want to say, "Oh, she had more time. She could have done better." She was terrible at what she did.
Yeah.
She lost every swing state. She was really goofy. She kept saying that she wanted to price gouging. She's going to fix inflation with price gouge. She's going to investigate price gouging. But that was only for extreme events like hurricanes or whatever. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. It looks like we have a whole bag of goodies to go through. Wow. I mean, you really just threw me just about every bigoted MAGA talking point you could think of. Great. So we're going to go and work our way, back to front here. So let's start off with the most recent point that you shared with us. You argued that, you support Trump as president because the alternative was a DEI hire. And then you justified that by saying that Biden said he wanted to pick a woman of color. So let's just go ahead and correct a little bit of misinformation. Biden did say he was going to pick a woman. Didn't say he was going to pick a woman of color. I actually believed that for a long time myself, just because everyone said it. So I'm not necessarily faulting you, but it's just true that he said he was going to pick a woman. Second of all, even in the statement that he shared about saying he was going to pick a woman, I think that there's two takes on this. Either he was saying that he was going to exclude his potential choices for VP specifically to women, or he had already picked Kamala Harris behind the scenes, and he was just sharing hints about his pick with the public by saying he was going to pick a woman, which, by the way, would be a great hint and little goodie to share with the public prior to the official nomination, because we've never had a woman serving as VP in the history of this country, so it's pretty damn awesome. So I don't even think that implies that he limited his choice to only women. I don't think that we can make an argument one way or another because we don't have more information.
Okay, I saw the Charlie Kirk debate where you were there, and I heard that they said they're not going to they wouldn't go past a black person for a choice.
Who said that?
That's what apparently Joe Biden said.
Could you show me it? I'd love to see it.
That's what Charlie Kirk said in the video that you were in.
Okay, well, that's actually a really bad argument. I don't really think just appealing to what Charlie Kirk said as a standard of evidence is a good one. I think that we would need to see the statement for ourselves made by Biden.
Okay, that's fair. But I gave other reasons why I don't like her.
Okay, well, we'll make sure that we go through them all. So you're conceding the DEI point. And by the way, I'm just going to make one last comment here on the DEI point. If she was DEI, I think that this would really tell us a whole lot about Trump because she was more qualified than him, better at the job than him, better person than him,
What?
in all senses whatsoever. So if you're going to sit here
How
and
is she
tell
more
me,
qualified?
oh, for sure, because her qualifications were serving in all three branches of government, working her way up
Oh,
from
you.
serving as the DA of San Francisco to the AG of the state, then serving as a senator for 4 years, then serving as a VP of this country, then running for the presidency.
I got a
His
good counter.
qualifications. Meanwhile, his qualifications was being a half-ass real estate developer that didn't pay his contractors, and was also best friends with a billionaire
Ooh,
child
I got a
sex
good
pest
counter for this
who
one.
boasted about sexual exploitation of women and girls. And then once he finally held on to that position of the presidency, he just used it to attack our Constitution and try to overturn a free and fair election. So I'd definitely argue that she's more qualified. And then on that second argument I made there about her having a better character, I mean, I feel like that one's self-evident. You don't have as much as a parking ticket on her. Meanwhile, we have 34 felony convictions, a civil adjudication for
Okay,
group,
those
multiple
34
civil
convictions.
lawsuits,
Yo,
so on
you're
and so
everywhere,
forth.
bro. Okay,
Sorry, I
the
have a lot
34
to share.
convictions. The 34 convictions was just one thing that went on for months. That's why there's 34 of it.
Well, it
But
was
to the first point,
34 counts of the same thing that he did 34 different times.
yeah, but it's just it went on for 34 months.
No.
The payments went over for 30, so it was just one case, and there's not even there's not even a victim in that one. But more importantly, I lost my thread. You were mentioning something earlier. Yeah, her being qualified. You know who was really qualified for president? George Bush, the first one. UN everything. He's a military person. He's in the government. He was very qualified. As a Republican, George Bush was terrible. Both of them were terrible, but he was very qualified. So just because you're qualified does not mean you're good.
Okay, well, thank you for a counter argument to your own position, because earlier you purported the theme that you don't like Kamala Harris and that obviously Donald Trump was a better pick because you accused her of being a DI candidate, which I know just translates.
Oh,
to
she
you
is a
thinking that
DI.
She didn't have any
Okay,
qualifications.
I don't
for
like
what
the
she did.
mindset you're
But
going to pick someone just because of the color.
But
and woman.
now, if you're reframing what you mean by DEI, right, to not exclude qualifications, then what do you have to complain about?
I don't
here?
think she's qualified. You do.
Oh, okay. So you don't think that
Okay,
she was qualified. So then why was she the
idea that
obviously better candidate?
She was never voted for anything. She actually ran. She ran to become president. She did terrible. She had 2%.
You're already wrong. You're already wrong. You said that she was never voted for anything. 11 million votes to be the AG of California. 40 million votes.
Okay,
to be
I'm
the
talking
Senator
about
of
something me and
California.
you could vote for.
And then 85 million votes to be the VP of the United States of America. Then 46 million votes to be the President of the United States of America.
How do you vote for someone to be the VP? How do you vote for someone to be the VP?
By voting for the presidential ticket. That includes.
That's different.
No,
I'm talking about
it's not
her.
different.
They voted for Biden, not her.
No, they didn't specifically vote for Biden. They specifically voted for Biden.
You think
and
anyone
her.
was altered because Kamala was because Kamala was the vote? But okay, it was between Trump and Biden. I don't think Mike Pence had any influence in if people want to vote for Trump.
You know, we need to be like super specific here. It was specifically between Trump, Pence, and then Biden and Harris. Now I understand.
No, not really, bro.
Yes, no, that's really true. Yes, so because those were the two presidential.
I
and vice
guarantee
presidential tickets.
here right now.
But let me finish
people...
speaking here. Let me finish speaking here because I do understand that a vast majority of people are only going to be looking at the president when they determine if they want to vote for that candidate. That doesn't change the fact that still yet the ticket that they're voting for is both the president and the vice president. But I want to make this clear. The reason why I think that Kamala Harris would have made a significantly better president than Donald Trump has nothing to do with how many or little people voted for her in any of the elections she's ever run in, but rather her qualifications in the sense of the policy that she ran on for the betterment of this country and everybody in it, alongside the contrast of her character to Trump's. I mean, you're not going to sit here and convince me that somehow the adjudicated rapist is better than the lady that prosecuted rapists. You're not going to sit here and convince me that the person that wants to add and has already in the last 10 months added $5 trillion to her debt by passing one of the worst policies our country's ever seen, stripping healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, while simultaneously, according to the CBPPs, reducing the purchasing power of over half of this country, is better for this country than the black woman who ran on policy to increase the child tax credit, reduce child poverty by over 50%. Well, I mean, it's another descriptor of who she was, and if that pisses you off, suck it up. And also ran on tax cuts for 120 million Americans, likely including yourself if you fall within the working class.
Okay, so you say vice presidents matter so much. Who was Hillary Clinton's VP candidate?
Wow. Okay. I'll make sure to tell you who Hillary
Who is
Clinton's
it? Who
VP
is it?
candidate
Who is
is
it?
after you're able to respond to any of the
No,
things
no,
that I just said
no, no, no. You're
whatsoever.
looking.
Because not only did you
You
not
see, guys, you
respond,
got
not
exposed.
only did you not respond to anything that I just said, but I also never said that VPs matter like so much. Like if you want to talk about the explicit things that I said, that was not one of the explicit things that I said. In fact, I argued that technically the tickets include the president and the vice president, but obviously most people would be voting for the tickets because of the presidency. And I don't think
Brother.
I even need to know who Hillary Clinton's VP was because at the time I was fucking 12 and I didn't vote for president. In fact, the only reason I knew who Hillary was is because my grandparents talked about her. But anyways, this is a linear dialogue. Inside of a linear dialogue, we have to go point by point, and I want you to respond to the main point in which I brought up in my last statement, which is I don't care how many or little people voted for Kamala Harris in any of the elections that she ran in. I care about the policy that she ran on and the contrast between her
They're saying
character
you're
and
pivoting.
Donald Trump's character.
They're saying you're pivoting, but
They're
okay,
saying
we'll
that
get
to you,
back
my
into
friend.
it. No, saying it to you.
Don't get it twisted. They're saying that to you.
Because I said something you
Wait, actually,
avoided my
define pivot.
move aside to a different subject.
Okay, so did you move aside to a different subject when I told you?
I said we'll get back into that, but I asked you the question. You couldn't give me an answer. You're the pivot.
so you moved aside to a different subject?
No, I said we're gonna. I said I'm gonna get into that, but I just want to ask you one question before I get into that. So I'm keeping the subject.
Wait.
You're
But
keeping the
I have that
subject.
question. That one question was it on subject with a point that I granted to you insofar as why I thought that Kamala Harris was a better pick.
I said let me ask a side question. We're gonna get back into it. That's not a pivot because I'm not avoiding the big subject.
Wait. You literally just said that it's a pivot because you defined pivot as moving aside to another topic, and then you just explicitly said that you wanted to ask me a side question. Can we describe a side question as a question unrelated to the topic proposed?
It depends. Are we shifting subject or we're just temporarily asking one question and getting back into it?
Well, what you're saying is that you wanted to temporarily shift subjects, therefore you wanted to temporarily pivot. So now that we understand that you wanted to quote unquote temporarily pivot and we're engaging in a productive linear dialogue, by the way, I have no clue who fucking Hillary's VP was. I want you to please respond to the points that I brought up. Now the mic is yours. If you need me to repeat those points because you completely ignored them because you were focusing on what you wanted to say because you're getting fried in this debate, feel free to ask me to repeat them.
Yes, can you repeat it, please?
Oh, yeah, because I've already repeated it twice and you weren't paying attention. I'm going to go ahead and slow down when I say this. The whole time you've been up here, your argument insofar as why you think that Donald Trump is a good president is by positing that Kamala Harris was worse, and a lot of your arguments have rhetorically hinged on how many or little votes she had in prior elections. And the first thing I said in response is...
That's not my biggest point.
That's the point that I addressed that I want you to respond to. And what I said in response to that was, I don't really care how many or little people voted for her in any of the prior elections that she's ever run in. The reason why Donald Trump makes a significantly worse president today is because his policy is significantly worse, unlike hers, who were for the betterment of the people, and his character, contrasted to hers, depicts him as a fucking devil. And I brought up very specific points that I wanted you to respond to. I brought up very specific points surrounding why the big, beautiful bill was so fucking trash, why he's explosive for the debt, terrible for this country, and how his character was significantly worse than hers.
I do like some stuff about the big beautiful bill, and in terms of character, listen, I want someone who's authentic. I want someone who's real. I don't want someone that has the fakest smile ever, but is completely clueless behind. She has been exposed for she is known for repeating lines. She is known for having the exact same talking points, and no matter where she went. And I'll be honest, one thing I didn't like about her, she kept insisting she's going to bring down prices because of price gouging. And Anderson Cooper, your people, by the way, the liberals, he even checked her on that. He's like, no, price gouging is for certain disasters or any pandemics. How is this going to help people with prices on a day-to-day basis, like this man who asked you the question? And she had no answer for that. And it was on CNN, live on TV.
Okay, so thank you so much for your response, sir. I find it funny that you didn't address any of the points that I made. You asked
me the question.
So the specific question that I asked you surround my critiques of the big beautiful bill and the critiques of his character compared to hers. Then you responded by just giving a blanket statement that Donald Trump is authentic and real and that Kamala Harris was known for repeating talking points. Just saying that Donald Trump was authentic and real and Kamala Harris was known for repeating talking points is not actually addressing the substance in any claim that I made that I wanted you to respond to. In fact, it's just repeating new blanket claims, but I mean, it's fine because I'll just ignore ignore everything I asked you and just respond to your new blanket claims. So in response to your claim that Donald Trump is authentic and real, we could actually use your own logic here to critique that statement because you argued Kamala Harris wasn't because she repeated talking points. Donald Trump repeats a shit ton of talking points. It's kind of his thing. We've all heard him repeat his point that coal is clean. We've all heard him repeat his point, that he won the 2020 election. We've all heard him repeat his point that, the left wants transgender for everyone. We've all heard him repeat his point that DEI bad. We've all heard him repeat his point that, the woke radical left is destroying this country. And we've all heard him repeat his talking point that he wants to fight for the working class and that he's been politically prosecuted from the left. In fact, these are some of the talking points on top of many others that I repeated at every single rally, in every single interview, on every single podcast, and every single press briefing / tweet at least once a week since
How about
2015
interviews?
until now. So if Kamala Harris, quote unquote, repeating points makes her not authentic nor real, then according to your own logic, neither is Trump. But now I'm going to give you my logic to dispute that Donald Trump is authentic or real, and this is very easy. We know that he's not authentic because he told over 30,000 lies in his first term, alongside the largest lie that any sitting president has ever told, with his big lie propaganda denying the outcome of the 2020 election until now. And we know that he's not real because he falsely represents common sense facts just to get your vote. He lies about undocumented immigrants. He says that they've escaped prisons, escaped mental institutions, and are violent criminals, even though they're 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime on American soil. He lies about the left. He says all the left are communists. They want communism. He called Kamala Harris a communist. He doesn't even know what communism is and doesn't know that communists actually don't align with the Democratic Party, the DNC, or any liberal that has ever run for any position in a government office to date. So there's a couple of points. I could give you many more, but I'd love to hear your response.
Okay, first, you tell your followers to stop spamming my photos with comments. Second of all, okay, yeah, I think Kamala Harris. I mean, I don't know. You're talking about you're responding to my points, but what do you want me to respond to? Just a rebuttal?
Yeah, I'd like you to give a rebuttal to anything I said.
I mean, I want to talk about the 34 counts, but anything that you said.
Wow. I mean, dude, listen, I'll let you pivot all day long. You want to talk about the 34 counts? Feel free. See, because the thing is I'm going to corner you regardless of where you go. Like, sure, that's like the fourth pivot in a row, but that's fine. I'll corner you wherever you go.
That's not a pivot. You just want me to respond. We could get to a better subject.
Oh, yeah, sure, that's a pivot. Because the thing is that you made 2 points. You argued that Donald Trump was authentic and real, and that Kamala Harris was known for repeating talking points. I then used your own logic to demonstrate that in accordance with this repetition of talking points, even you don't think that Donald Trump is authentic and real because it's something that he does. And then I gave you my argument to demonstrate that he wasn't authentic or real by bringing up his big lies that he's told from 2015 until now. And then your response was to say that you want to talk about his 34 felonies. Obviously, if you were to ignore everything that I just said to begin talking about his felonies, that's a pivot. Okay, don't embarrass yourself by denying that. Just fucking own it and do it. Okay, I don't care. I'll corner you wherever.
Okay, 34 counts. Let's go.
What were they for?
The corn star.
No, what was like the felony for?
Oh, basically he slept with a corn star, which is his business, but he used his donation funds, and because of that, it went on for 34 months. The thing is, there's no victim there. No one got raped.
So do you know what the felony was for?
Because he used donation funds.
What was the felony? Like, do you know what the felony's name is?
I don't know the name, but hush money.
Okay. Nope. So actually, the hush money part wasn't a crime whatsoever. It's technically not illegal to give somebody money to stay quiet about something under like many circumstances, including Donald Trump's circumstance. The felony was for the falsification of business records in the first degree with the intent to conceal a second step crime. It also didn't go on for 34 months. There's just 34 different counts, including false checks, false ledger entries, so on and so forth. And then just to respond to the last thing that you said, it was a victimless crime. Nobody got raped. So if a court did determine that he did grape a woman, would you still support him?
If he graped a woman, I would never support him again. Problem with that is the court, this is when Trump was the most hated person by the liberals and they wanted him locked up and gone. And I don't think there's enough evidence because what year did she get raped?
Yeah, late 1995 to early 1996.
But she doesn't even know. She doesn't even know the year.
Oh, so that is a year. So a year is defined by a container of 365 days. Late 1995 to early 1996 would exist inside of a container of 365 days. The same way, like an hour is defined as 60 minutes, and 11:30 to 12:30 would be an hour.
If something traumatizing happened to you, you would know the month, you would know the day.
So have you ever been raped?
I've had traumatizing experiences.
Have you ever been raped?
No.
Okay, so I mean, so you don't know this, and I'm happy that I could
Have
educate you
you?
about
I
this.
mean, you act like
Have
you
I?
have.
Well, I'd rather not share that with you. But anyways, so
Okay, sorry about
a lot
that.
of individuals respond to traumatic experiences very differently. You know, if trauma responses were the same in all scenarios, set upon a binary set of inputs, if somebody is raped, then this outcome occurs in all circumstances. Well, then individuals wouldn't go to school for 12 years to get degrees to understand how these trauma reactions occur, to help the individuals experiencing them. Right? They're different for everyone. But yet, a very typical trauma response that a lot of victims of SA give is kind of trying to forget about it. You know, in the same way that there's this very special and interesting, and by the way, you can look into this. It's very interesting experience that women go through after they give birth. Their brain makes them forget about how painful it was to an extent, so then they're more likely to procreate again. That's a similar trauma reaction that we see from a lot of victims of sexual violence, is that they will kind of forget exactly where and when it happened. And there's many victims of sexual violence that maybe only remember the year because they remember what grade they were in, they remember their age, they remember maybe what house they're living in, and then they could like work backwards to determine the year. But there's also many victims that just straight up can't remember the year, just remember it happening in the general time in which it did. So just arguing that because E. Jean Carroll did give a year, late 1995 to early 1996 is one, but couldn't remember like the specific time or date, definitely doesn't dispute that it happened to her.
The thing is, every celebrity gets accused, from Cristiano Ronaldo to Neymar. Celebrities always get accused.
Well, I
It
mean,
is what it is.
can you name another celebrity that's gotten accused by 25 women that was innocent?
I mean, Trump is arguably the most famous person on earth.
Arguably not. Definitely one.
No.
He's definitely up there, but like like Ronaldo,
I mean, who do you have higher than him?
Ronaldo and Messi are they're
I mean, they're all top three.
yeah, they're pretty fucking famous, dude. So
They are famous, but I mean, the president of the
so you're
United
saying
States.
that like, you know, like rich, like powerful men are more likely to experience false allegations. Well, then you can't turn around and name another rich, powerful man that's been accused by 25 women. Not to mention that the evidence that we have that this occurred to her is like over fucking whelming. Okay, like I think for the average American, the fact that a court proved it should be enough because the average American typically accepts the outcomes of court
disagree.
rulings. But even on top of just knowing that a court ruled he was guilty, the actual evidence provided inside of the case is pretty damning. And after having this conversation with so many people over the course of the last year and a half, I've drilled down the most compelling argument to be the fact that he said he did what the jury found him guilty of. Access Hollywood Tapes 2005. He told his friend, I forget his name, that he could just grab women by their quote unquote P word without
we're men.
asking first.
We're men. We talk like that. I might
talk
not
like that?
say. Okay, listen.
Oh, yeah.
I might
so-
not say.
No, I just want to let you know, I'm a man. I don't talk like that.
Hold up. I may not say those exact words, but you don't go to the gym with your boy. You see some girl, you're like, yo, I would pipe that. You don't talk like that.
What's something similar that you've said to what Trump said?
I'd say, yo, I don't want to. I can't curse on here, so but I would do. I would.
Let me first tell you what he said. He said that he could just grab women by their pussy without asking them.
I don't think he said without asking them.
Yeah,
He said they'll let you do whatever
yeah, he said they'll
want
let you
to
do whatever you want to them. You don't even need to ask.
That's
That's what
because
he
they're all
said.
into him.
That's what
Because
he
they're
said.
all into him.
Well, no, it's predicated on the assumption from his perspective that they're all into him, and he could just do whatever he wants. That's what he said. Have you ever said
Okay.
something similar to that?
I've told my boys how much I would want to f a girl that I see with the juiciest god ever, but I've never said.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. So
it's
first
locker
and
room.
foremost, we got a lustful pig on the live. Second of all, okay, I want you to understand.
That's how us men talk.
that,
Bro.
well, listen, that's how lustful pigs talk. That's how lustful pigs talk. Not necessarily everyone. Now, I want you to understand. Even when you're like being a lustful pig and you're saying like, oh, you really want to sleep with that woman, Are you saying that you want to sleep with that woman without asking her first? Are you saying that you want to
I
sleep with
don't.
that woman without getting consent? Are you saying that you want to sleep with
I
that woman
mean,
without
listen.
ensure?
I wouldn't force her to do anything, no, but I'm not imagining my head. I'm asking her permission. I'd be like, yo, I would do. I'm not. You're just skipping to the scene in your head. You're not saying I'm not gonna force someone against their will. That's great, but I'm not. I'm not gonna say yeah. I'm not gonna tell my boys. Yeah, I would consensually do it. Who talks like that? You feel me?
So I'm really hoping that you don't mean to say what you just said, because the question that I asked was, when you're being a lustful pig and you're talking about sleeping with women, are you talking about sleeping with
Lustful.
women without asking, without permission, without consent? Because
I
Donald Trump
mean, I
explicitly said without asking first. Okay, and I think it's just disgusting to like talk about women in the way that you purported. Just seeing a random woman
yeah.
objectifying her, being like, "God, I want to fuck her." Right?
Bro,
Like
that's what.
that's
That's how we
yeah,
talk. That's how we.
yeah. Guess what? When you do it, it's disgusting. All right. Like
Say
have some more respect for those around you, and have some more self respect for yourself. Okay. All right. All right. But there's still yet a difference. There's still yet a difference between explicitly stating that you want to do those things without permission. There's still yet a difference between those two things. So I
the
feel like
thing
you
is,
running
he
like main defense line of Donald Trump, right? When he said that he could just do this without asking first, without permission. And then that is exactly what the court found him guilty for. He grabbed E. Jean Carroll's female member without asking first, without permission, inserted his fingers inside, amounting to grape. Okay? This is a very compelling argument to believe that he did
can
it.
I rebuttal?
I mean, what's your rebuttal going to be? That's just how all men talk? You've already said that 4 times.
No, can I rebuttal?
Sure.
In terms of the case, this is my understanding from it. If I'm wrong, you could correct me. I'm here to learn. And yeah, you are smart. I respect you a lot more than Parker. The thing is, this was next to his plaza. They met each other in the hotel lobby, in the store, whatever, the entrance or whatever. And then she was all interested in him. And instead of taking her to his plaza where he has 1,000,001 rooms to do whatever the hell he wants, he decided, no, I'm doing it right here, right now. It just doesn't make sense. And in a female changing room too, in a high profile guy like Trump, that's basically public, like everyone knows him. He doesn't bring her next door to his plaza. It just
This is
it doesn't
literally
even make sense to me.
the worst argument that I've ever heard. You're
No,
literally,
I'm
dude.
saying the story doesn't make
Listen to what
sense.
you're saying, dude. Oh my, wow. I'm surprised I have to say this one out loud. Your response, right, to the fact that a court ruled that he raped her is saying that grape doesn't make sense. Johnny, I'm happy that you don't think grape doesn't make sense. I don't think
That's
that
not what I
grape
said.
doesn't make sense either, and I don't think anybody should think that grape makes sense.
That's not what I
But
said, sir.
disputing a credible allegation that led to unanimous ruling from a jury of 9 that Donald Trump raped her by saying that it doesn't make sense, right, is just simply not a good refutation, because that same line of dialogue saying that it doesn't make sense could be applied to every circumstance of grape ever, because it never makes sense. Now, I'm going to take a moment here just to thank a couple people. Just, hold tight. A couple people over on Super Chat. Thank you for the $20, Jenna. Thank you so much, Jenna. Let's get 200 Jenna W's down below in that comment section. Who didn't leave a message, just the love. And then Lola, thank you for the $10, who says, I need help. My son is Jen A and is singing We Are Charlie Kirk to rage bait me. My ears are bleeding. It's working. Happy New Year, everyone. Oh, Lola.
That's funny to you?
Being a parent. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Making fun of
Nutty, thank you for the
an unalive
$5
person?
over on YouTube Super Chat. No, making fun of an AI slop song made about an unalive person.
Okay.
Is that funny to you?
The thing is, I respected the hell out of you when you were crying about what happened, because I'm like, that's a real man right there. But Parker on live saying, my neck hurts, I don't like that. And you gained so much of my respect that day. I remember. I told my boys, I'm like, yo, this
It's crazy
Dean
how
guy.
the internet works. Everyone just is so susceptible to misinformation because of uncontextualized clips. But go ahead.
No, you cried. and you said anyone that's pro this is disgusting, and I respected the hell out of you that day, and a lot of people respected you. But now you guys are, and Parker said, if you're for this, unfollow me. We, then just a month later, you're going back to making jokes about it. Why
So
would I want to support the party that's making fun of unalivings like that?
So first and foremost, if you don't want to support the party that makes fun of death, you should never support Trump. After Rob Rayner and his wife were murdered by their own son, he went on Truth Social and called them disgusting, said that they had TDS, and said that their TDS is probably the reason why they were killed. Not to mention that he pardoned 174 people that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol, domestic terrorists, on January 6th, and labeled them as patriots. So quite frankly, if you don't want to support a party that celebrates the
No,
unaliving
no
or makes
one.
fun of the unaliving, you never support Trump. And you'd also never support Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk said that the man who tried to kidnap Nancy Pelosi went to her house, realized she wasn't there, then attempted to kill her husband and broke his skull, right, was a patriot, and then another patriot should go and bail him out of jail. And on top of that, not only has Donald Trump made fun of unalivings, like the ones that we just shared with Rob Rayner and his wife, but has directly called for the execution via the means of hangings of his political opponents, specifically referencing 7 Democrats in Congress who he said should die 4 weeks ago on Truth Social. Now, just to respond to your claims and allegations about me and Parker, right? The reason why I cried is because I was scared it could happen to myself, and which I've now learned is a real fear that I should have. I mean, yesterday, I think it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday, an FBI agent literally came and sat down in my house and told me that there had been a threat made against me. And then I talked to them a little bit further and determined that the reason the threat had made was quote unquote retribution for Charlie Kirk's assassination. And the point number B, because I'm just kind of not good with gore. And although he was someone I didn't like, he was someone that I met in real life. So I definitely humanized him. It's really hard to not humanize people you meet in real life and interact with
I
3D
understand that.
material. And it really was like mentally fucking with me. Now, Parker, on the other hand, he was there, 30 feet away. He thought it was a mass shooting. The bullets rang and he ran. And that was one of the most traumatic days of his life. He had to go to therapy for that shit. He still doesn't like talking about it too much. Of course he cared. Of course he cried. Of course he condemned it. Anybody in his shoes, outside of maybe a few psychopaths, would have had the same or worse reaction than him. And then one last point here. The reason why me and Parker, right, laugh at that We Are Charlie Kirk song, and that doesn't make us hypocrites, is because we're laughing at the movement that followed his death with like 35-year-old chuds going on, Sora AI, generating lyrics and throwing them over some sad emotional instrumental beat, throwing ads on it on YouTube to monetize, carrying the flame and wearing shirts saying "We Are Charlie Kirk." Like if I was assassinated and my followers did that following my death, I'd haunt them till the end of days. It's pretty fucking embarrassing. But that's also just different than Charlie Kirk getting assassinated in of itself. But now that I've
Okay,
described that
that's a
all,
good point.
I'll give you like 30 seconds to address that if you want. But then I really want to get back to the meat on the bone
Okay,
here.
I see your point with the AI song. I see that. But Parker, however, I saw a clip where he was like, "Oh, my neck hurts. My neck hurts."
Well,
That's not funny, bro.
well, it is funny because that's you taking that out of context. He's always said that his neck hurts as a little bit of joke in response to somebody pivoting. He'll like say, "Oh, like you broke my neck with that pivot." Like, "Oh, I need like a neck brace. Oh, my neck really hurts." And he said that before he was assassinated.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Okay, well, I'm happy I could clarify. Now back to Donald Trump being found guilty of rape instead of a court of law. I want to give you my most damning argument. The reason why I definitely believe that the outcome of that court case is because he's a character of a man that would do it. Okay? He boasted about sexually exploiting naked women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA to Howard Stern in 2005. If you're willing to sexually exploit women and girls, you're willing to rape women and girls. He was best friends with Epstein, knew what he was doing to the girls per an email that Epstein sent to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011, sent him letters depicting the naked body of a little girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." There's been new allegations made against Trump by women in confidence, not even sharing their names publicly to the FBI and NYPD, saying that they were raped at 13 in 1984 by him. And we uncovered a letter that seemingly Epstein sent to Larry Nazir, another convicted child sex pest, stating that Donald Trump shares their affiliation for young, nubile, or sexually attractive girls. Okay? These facts are the character of a man who would rape a woman, and the fact that Donald Trump has this character because of these facts and was found guilty of rape in a court of law makes it make so much sense and makes any counter argument seem unbelievably cult-like.
Um, People get accused all the time. Especially the famous people. You talk about famous people like
But
Trump.
like,
Ronaldo did as well.
I have a task for you. Name anybody that's been like credibly falsely accused of grape that has such a strong character of a grapist. Like when I'm like thinking about like men that have boasted about sexual exploitation, friends with child sex pests, then those child sex pests called them sex pests themselves and said they knew about what they're doing to the children and they were still friends with them. And then a woman comes forward and accuses them of grape. I don't ever think I've really seen one of those credible accusations been proven wrong because it's just simply in the character of the person to do it. And then especially after it's proved in court, it's just unbelievably hard to deny.
Okay, proves in court. You're telling me there's people who are imprisoned who are there's some people in prison who are not guilty.
Yes, just like sometimes our government
Okay.
tells lies. But you can't hinge on a possibility to then argue that without any further good reason, it is the probability. Even though sometimes people are falsely convicted, because typically they aren't, if you want to argue in any given circumstance that they were falsely convicted, you have to have good reason to believe it.
I get that, but it has to be a case by case situation. This is why a lot
And we're
of
looking at
African
this
Americans.
case, and you don't have any good reason to believe that in this case, there's good enough reason to dispute the outcome of the court ruling.
Yes, I do, because the story doesn't really make much sense. Because if he wanted to do it, why didn't he bring her to? If he wanted to sleep with her, why didn't he bring her to the plaza? Why would he?
Because that would
Trump-
hinge on her wanting to sleep with him and walking up to the plaza, going in the elevator, and going into the private suite, laying down in bed. Boom!
Trump
all
is
of a sudden, it
Trump
makes
is-
so much
okay,
more
let me-
sense. All
Okay,
of a
but
sudden,
Trump is-
all of a sudden, it just makes so much more sense. That was like the easiest counter argument that I've ever gotten to dispute.
I'll give you that one. But Trump is a famous person. He's very famous. He would do it in a female changing room with her while there's people outside who could snap a photo of him going into a changing room, and just that alone would ruin his career.
So first and foremost, I mean, you obviously didn't read the court documents and you don't understand what life was like in the 90s. Not everybody had a cellular device that they could just snap a photo with. And then multiple floor managers and of employees in the retail store that it happened at testified under oath and threat of perjury to the fact that they went to the top level of the retail store where on this day of the week, there was typically not too many people around.
They went where?
To the top level of this retail store where during the time it happened, there wasn't too many people.
Okay, it's still public. There's still cameras in the store.
In the 90s, I don't think that cameras were like typical every 5 feet like they are today.
In a store,
especially like in the dressing rooms. Think about that.
Not in the dressing room, but
Okay.
outside they could see them walking in.
So they went to the place where the camera was. And no,
Well, they could see them. They could see them walking in.
In the 90s, cameras weren't typical to be like outside
Yes,
of like
they
a
were.
collecting space of changing rooms.
In Manhattan.
Well, we know that there wasn't a camera at this one, or else Donald Trump would have used that in his defense because it wasn't caught on camera.
There would be. I mean, how do you know Trump? How do you know?
So
Trump,
wait 1 second. You're making a positive claim here. Give me evidence that cameras in retail stores were typical in the 90s.
I mean, do you want me to Google it?
So you're saying that you don't have any evidence for this? So got it.
I mean, yo, bro, I'm cold turkey. This is a conversation.
So you're just trying to cold turkey come up with excuses.
You have a camera. So
you just literally admitted to trying to come up with baseless excuses why the court was wrong. You're spineless, dude. Come on. You should never act like this. Honestly, dude. Honestly, you're a red flag as fuck. Okay? You're coming up with baseless excuses that you admit you have no evidence for to try to find a way to demonstrate that the proven adjudicated rapist didn't do it. That's disgusting.
Bro, it don't say proven because we don't know.
It was. That's what proven means. Of course, you could say that X has been proven if X was agreed to by a jury inside of a court of law. That's come on,
first
dude.
of all, actually,
isn't it like innocent until guilty? But right? Like, do you believe in innocent until proven guilty?
This wasn't even a grape case, number one.
Yes, it was. Okay. Answer my question.
No,
do you
it wasn't.
That it. You know what? Why? Go ahead. Give me the argument there. It wasn't a grape
Wasn't it a
case. What kind
sexual?
of case was it?
Wasn't it a sexual harassment case?
No, sexual assault / grape.
Or sexual assault. Yeah.
Those two phrases mean the same thing.
Okay, I looked it up and it said it was not a grape case.
Would you agree that grape would include a man forcefully inserting his fingers into the female member of a woman.
Yes.
That's what the jury determined he did to
How
her.
come it's not a grape case though?
Because in 2022, the legal definition / standard of grape inside of New York was only the penetration of the female member with the male member. That law was updated less than 365 days later, and then another judge further clarified that yes, it is substantially true that Donald Trump was found to have raped E. Jean Carroll. But in reduction, the most simple answer to your question, why was it a grape case, is because both yourself and I, alongside the vast majority of people watching this stream, agree that the specific action that the jury determined Donald Trump more likely than not did to E. Jean Carroll is something that we all colloquially understand and define as grape, since they proved that he penetrated her female member with his fingers forcefully without consent.
I mean, it. Also, she was into him in the entrance of the store.
Okay, so what do you mean by into him?
Apparently, she came up to him and was all interested in him.
So I'm sad that I have to teach you this, but just because a woman talks to you doesn't give you permission to insert any part of your body into their vagina.
Okay, now I came up with a better point. He forced her to go into the changing room?
I don't know. I think that he just followed her in, which would be like a form of force because he followed her in like unrequested to herself. But I'm really unfamiliar with the specifics about what led both of them into being inside of that changing room.
Because maybe
because I'm not super familiar with the specifics that led to both of them being inside of that changing room, we're going to go ahead and assume the best possible circumstances for your argument. I'll give that to you. So the best possible circumstances for your argument that led to both of them being inside of that changing room.
He's like, come in.
Right, is that like, they wanted to get it on. But see, the thing is that getting it on doesn't always mean sex. Like, for instance, getting it on could be making out. Getting it on could be kissing.
In private?
Getting it on, okay, and going into a dressing room doesn't mean forcefully penetrate my vagina without consent. So you also really need to understand that. Just because a woman is willing to kiss you doesn't mean that therefore you have the green flag to pull her pants off and forcefully insert your fingers into her member. But I'm not even sure that that's true of the specifics. While you're giving your response, I'm actually going to look them up.
Okay, absolutely not. But a girl is not going to be like, ooh, we better get out of here. Let's go find a place private and then just bring you somewhere just to kiss you. Like, that can be done in public. If a girl's trying to take you to a car or take you somewhere private, clearly, yeah, you're trying to get it on, like, secretly, or no one else knowing. She's not gonna take me somewhere just to kiss me. You know, that doesn't really make sense. You could kiss in public. And your followers are like, I have family that view my page. You guys could chill on the comments.
Okay, here we go. So this is what happened according to the court documents. I had this pulled up earlier, like last year, so I had it bookmarked. So what led to them and turned into the dressing room is, so first and foremost, Trump asked Carol to like help him like find a gift for a woman, and that he wanted her advice on what to buy, and then Carol agreed to help him. And then Trump like steered the conversation towards lingerie. And then they went to the lingerie department on the store's 6th floor. And then Trump motioned for her to like go into the dressing room with him. And she said that she agreed because of like his lighthearted tone of the earlier conversation. And like maybe to like try on an item, which then led to the assault. So I also just want you to know that if a woman agrees to go into a private space with a man, that's not the woman giving consent to the man to engage in sex with her. In fact, that's how many assaults happen.
Okay.
And I'm not going to share with you precisely, but this one actually hits really close to home for me, because this happened. This happened to someone that I'm
sorry to hear that.
That
okay.
They agreed to go into a private space with a man, but once they're inside of that private space, other men block the door. And then that man tried to assault them. So if you're going to argue that this was E. Jean Carroll giving consent to Trump to assault her, to forcefully penetrate her, then you are arguing that somebody, in my life wasn't a true victim of violence, sexual violence, because they agreed to go into a private space with this man, which then led to other men blocking the door and this man forcing themselves on this woman and trying to violate her.
Okay, that's disgusting. People trying to lock a door. That's disgusting behavior.
Right.
But
So like she was still assaulted, even though she agreed to go into this private space with the man.
okay, when a girl I mean, think about it. You're a girl, you see someone you just meet, first time you interacting with them, and you going into not a private space, a changing room where you will be taking off clothing with a person you just met. Either you are very, very, very stupid, or you clearly was trying to get it on, and you just said they probably were trying to get it on.
Well, see, what happened inside of that dressing room was that he then pushed her against the side and forced her into submission and then restrained her while he aggressively inserted his fingers into her female member. That is rape. And you are trying to justify this rape by giving the same line that many red flag men have given over the course of human history by trying to imply that she wanted it. Many men will try to imply that she wanted it
right now,
based
bro.
upon what they were wearing. Many men will try to imply that they wanted it based upon a flirtatious tone in the voice. And many men will do what you're doing right now, trying to imply that they wanted it because the woman followed the man into a private space.
Okay, Dean, my brother in Christ, you're scaring me right now
My
because
honesty is scaring you?
No, not honesty. You are gonna ruin all men soon, because if you are saying that us men, because people talk about women's rights all the time, us men are gonna be able to have no rights because we will have no rebuttal if a girl just accuses us. We could have 100% consensual sex, but if I don't have her on camera saying yes, I consent or something like that, we're gonna get arrested, bro. You cannot push for this narrative. You need some type of evidence. You can't just accuse everyone, because now you're gonna go into a slippery slope where we can have 100% consensual smecks with women, and they could just turn around, yeah, it was grape, and then we're screwed. You don't want to do that.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
If you've never met a woman in your lifetime and this random woman accused you of graping her, okay, right? And then you called her crazy and she took it to court, wanted to press charges, then submitted a piece of evidence to that courtroom being the dress that she claimed you raped her in, and she even said that it had your DNA on it, and then the court determined that it did have male DNA on it, but remember, you've never met that woman. Do you think that you'd be able to exonerate yourself by submitting your DNA to that courtroom to be tested against the DNA to the dress to prove your innocence? Because, of course, it wouldn't be yours, given the fact that you've never met her in your life.
With Trump, if I'm Trump and you're during that time where they raided your house, they try to put you in prison, all that they're trying to do to you, the liberals.
The liberals, of course, the fucking liberals. And who raided Mar-a-Lago?
I am not trusting. I am not.
Who raided Mar-a-Lago and why?
The government.
Why?
They didn't have right to.
Yes, they did. Why did they raid Mar-a-Lago?
Okay, I heard on a different TikTok.
Why did they raid Mar-a-Lago?
He had documents.
Yes, he had classified documents that he illegally took from the White House following the end of his first administration, which then led to a judge giving a warrant to the FBI to conduct a search and seizure predicated on the probable cause that a crime had been committed, in which it was, in which they then took all those classified documents out of his estate. So you're trying to explain away one crime that Donald Trump was found guilty for, a civil court adjudicating that he raped E. Jean Carroll, by just adding on that he committed another crime in which led to a lawful and reasonable search and seizure of his property to take those illegally concealed documents away from him. And I hate you because you just tried to tell us that if we believe that one woman was raped by a man that is boasted about sexual exploitation, best friends with Epstein, knew Epstein was raping children, was still friends with him, sending him letters saying that all these wonderful secrets
What does
that
not
they share
lonely
are
enough
awesome,
mean?
right? One moment, I'll get to that. You need to listen to me, right? And then also has had accusations from 24 other women, has sexually hit on a 10-year-old girl, has boasted about his own daughter's sexual attraction, 3 wives, cheated on all 3 of them, one with a porn star, and you're telling me, right, that like, I can't believe that he's a rapist because the court finds him guilty on top of all these other facts, or else I'm taking all rights away from all men. You certainly aren't lonely enough. You are the reason why the male loneliness epidemic exists. Okay? Not just
I'm
because
lonely?
women don't want to be with people like you, but because you are a threat to them. Nearly every single thing that you've said since joining my live has been a legitimate red flag that should be echoed and heard by every single woman that you may encounter in the future under the premise of a potential engagement/relationship to any extent whatsoever. Because you've continued to repeat that you think if a woman is flirty, you could force her into sex.
I did not say that. I did not say that. I did not say
If
that.
a
I
woman,
did not.
if a woman follows you in
I did
to a
not say that.
dressing room or a private space, you could force them into sex.
I did
And
not
that
say
is
that.
what you said, because that's what you argued. You said that she wasn't a victim of rape because she followed him into the dressing room. She wasn't a
did not
victim
say
of
that.
rape because downstairs she came on to Trump
I said I needed
and
more
seemingly wanted
evidence.
him.
Listen,
How about
if
this? I don't even believe it's about the evidence for you, and I could prove it.
okay, I'll prove it.
No. I'll prove it's not about the evidence for you. Are you ready?
Okay.
Because when we have all the evidence in the world, you will still fucking deny it. And I'm going to prove that to you by playing the same clip that I play at least 3 times a day for other guests very similar to you. The most evidence that we could possibly have. More than a video,
Before you play that
more
clip,
than a
can I say
recording.
something?
No. More than a video, more than a recording, more than anything else would be a direct admission of guilt.
Well, you could.
Here's a direct admission of guilt from Donald Trump for the sexual exploitation of women and girls at the beauty pageants that he owned by unconsensually barging into their dressing rooms.
Also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So let's set the record straight, sir. Is it really about evidence for you? Because if
Okay,
it was,
that's-
then now the next words that we would expect to leave your mouth are, I no longer support Trump because he sexually exploited women and girls by unconsensually barging into their dressing rooms. If you give me nothing,
Can I respond?
yeah, sure. If you give me anything else than that response, you are proving it is not about the evidence.
Okay, here's my thing. That's a disgusting comment, by the way. I'm not saying it's good. That's disgusting. If in the Epstein file there's anything that proves Trump is a rapist or did anything with children, the hat that I showed, I will burn it on live.
What do you have to
That's
say
a-
about the
that's-
clip that I just played you that proved he sexually exploited women
I
and
said
girls?
it's a disgusting comment. It
So
is
do you
literally
agree
disgusting.
that proved that he sexually exploited his beauty pageant contestants by unconsensually barging into their dressing rooms and looking at them while they had no clothes on?
If he actually did that, he's disgusting.
No, do you agree that that clip proved he did it?
Prove not exactly, because on the
Then
Howard
it's not
Stern
about the
show,
evidence
people
for you. Then
on
it's
the
not
Howard
about
Stern
the
show-
evidence for you. There's no higher standard of evidence than an admission of guilt corroborated by aligning victim testimony given by 4 teens that competed at Miss Teen USA and Miss 99, 1997, including Mariah Belgado, that testified this is what he did to her, alongside other 3 teens, alongside Miss Vermont
What was
from
your question?
1997, and alongside Miss Arizona from 2000.
What was your question?
My question for you is explain to me how you are now going to attempt to convince me and the 20,000 viewers combined on TikTok and YouTube that it's all about the evidence for you when wanting to believe that a man assaulted a woman, even after hearing the highest standard of evidence that anyone could possibly have to prove that sexual violence occurred, which was Donald Trump's admission of guilt to Howard Stern on his radio show, corroborated by the victim testimony of multiple independent individuals that competed at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA over the course of 7.5 years.
Okay, what do you consider the thing he said on the Howard Stern show?
Sexual exploitation.
Could you be more specific?
He abused his position of power over the position of vulnerability that the women and girls were in inside of the dressing rooms to further the unconsensual sexual conduct of looking at them when they had no clothes on.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that.
So you agree. So you agree that that clip proved that he sexually exploited people.
Yeah, that I will agree with. But in terms of rapist, I can't say he raped from that clip.
Okay, I have a question. I have a question. Are rapists likely to also sexually exploit?
Likely, yeah.
Okay. So since we know that Donald Trump is a proven sexual exploiter,
guaranteed, no. But
since we know that Donald Trump is a proven sexual exploiter, okay, it makes it pretty much definitively a fact that he also raped E. Jean Carroll, especially considering the fact that it was proved inside of a court of law.
I can't say 100%.
Yeah, of course.
If there's 100%,
think about it this way: he says to Howard Stern that he likes to just walk into the dressing room and look at them while they had no clothes on, and then we get testimony from 7 people that he did that to him. Then he says on the Access Hollywood tapes, right, that he likes to just grab women by their P word, quote unquote, without asking first. And then we get the proven testimony from E. Jean Carroll that happened to her, which then led to the adjudication from the civil court that he did it.
right.
By the way, your argument now is really fucking hard because you've accepted that he sexually exploited women and kids.
Yeah,
Go ahead and convince me
kids.
that a man who sexually exploited women and kids, that was then proven by another court that he raped a woman, predicated on him saying that he liked to do to women what he did to her, right, is in all reality innocent, and we don't have enough evidence to believe that he's not. In all reality guilty, and we don't have enough evidence to believe that he's innocent.
I agree with the first part, but in terms of rape, as a man, if there's some proof, if he told somebody, we have a clip that he did, or there was a DNA thing, or if there's anything in the Epstein file, I will say he is a horrible person. He will go to hell.
Okay, give me one circumstance of a man that you know has sexually exploited women and kids that has been credibly accused by 25 women of raping them that you also know is not a rapist.
He's the most hated. I don't know anyone with 25, but he's the most hated person of all time.
So you don't have another example. You don't have another example. There's no other example.
I don't know anyone with 25.
Yeah. There's no other example. There's no other example whatsoever. This is Cope, and I think that you're sick.
Diddy,
I'm so done.
Diddy, bro, Diddy.
Who is Diddy falsely accused of rape by?
People.
Who? Damien, thank you for the galaxy.
I don't know the exact names, but yeah, he's another one.
Wait, give me the example. So wow, now defending Trump is turning into defending Diddy. Be more specific.
I know. I hate Diddy. The fuck?
No, you're actively defending him. You're saying that, a bunch of women said he raped him, but I'm not going to believe them.
He's a rapist. I mean, yes, he is. Didn't the court prove that?
Oh, wait. So then you're saying that he was both a sexual exploiter and a rapist. So then you're just furthering my argument. Diddy had a predisposition towards sexual exploitation, and you know that as a fact, right? So it would increase the likelihood and actually make sense if a court proved... Wait, so you believe that Diddy's a rapist because a court proved it?
Not just because the court proved it.
Then why do you believe that he's a rapist?
I'm answering the question. He had those Diddy parties. He had baby oil. They went to his place and they found baby oil everywhere.
Wait. So your evidence that Diddy's a rapist is baby oil, and you accept that. But then your evidence that Donald Trump is a rapist is that he says he likes to grab women by their female member unconsensually. Then when proved that's what he did to her inside of a court of law, and you say that's not enough evidence. You're sick.
Hold up.
Dude, shut up. You're sitting down while I'm thanking my donors real quick. Narcissa, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Show some love to Narcissa down below in that comment section who says, please tell me this caller isn't around children. Listen, dude, thank you for the $20. Also, Ashley, thank you for the $20 as well over on YouTube Super Chat, who said it happened to me. I was young, maybe 15. I was shy and socially awkward. A guy that I worked with and trusted often stole something from me, and I'd play chase with him. Once he hid it in the restroom, and it was over from there. Ashley, I'm really sorry to hear that happened to you, and I'm so sorry that you have to listen to POSs like this guy say that there was consent.
Hold up.
I'd also like to thank OM3. Thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Holy crap, OM3. Let's get 500 OMWs. Down below in that comment section who says, if you still support Trump, you're a member of a cult. Dead as OM3. And the Narcissa with another $20 who says, MAGA is literally screaming at us. What we already knew they were. Yep. Thank you for the $20, Narcissa. Then Queen, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Who says one piece of circumstantial evidence doesn't prove it, but when you have a whole bunch of evidence of it, it can be used as proof in a court to convict someone. We have a whole buttload of it. He's guilty. Yep. I'd also like to thank real quick Doug. Thank you for the $10. Who says, how does this caller defend anyone who you agree committed sexual exploitation? You deny Trump is a rapist when admitting to sexual exploitation on the biggest radio show in the world.
Hold up.
You know what? Before I think the rest of my donors respond to that, how can you even continue to defend Donald Trump as president after you accepted and agreed that he was guilty of sexual exploitation?
Yeah, it's bad.
So do you still support him as president, even though you agree he's sexually exploited women and girls?
I feel like he... That's a good question, to be honest. I think that was disgusting what he did. In terms of president, there's stuff about him, there's qualities about him, how he speaks, how he...
But do you still support him or not?
As president, I want him to do well.
But do you support him as president or not?
Like, do I like what he has done so far for the country?
No. Do you think that he should be president? Yes or no?
I mean, he won. Yeah.
I didn't ask you if he won the presidency. Obviously, he won the presidency. I asked you if you think that he should be president.
Hold up. I mean, why shouldn't he? Because
he sexually exploited women and girls. If you sexually exploit women and girls, you shouldn't even be able to become a fry cook at McDonald's. So obviously, you shouldn't be able to become president.
Hold up. So you have the same mindset of Bill Clinton?
If it was proven that Bill Clinton had sexually exploited anyone, yes.
So, okay. At least you're not two-faced.
No, dude, there's not a single Democrat that I've ever met, okay? Democrats don't give a fuck about Bill Clinton. If he's guilty, lock him up and throw him into a dirt nap for the rest of his days. So now answer this. Do you agree that, like, violent felon rapists, right, shouldn't be able to get hired at, like, McDonald's to be a fry cook?
Felon rapist? No, I mean, I wouldn't hire him as McDonald's.
So you wouldn't hire them at McDonald's. So then why would you hire a sexual exploiter to run the country?
Hold up. For the president, you're saying the 36 counts is because it went on for 36 months. And
I'm talking about the fact that you agreed that he sexually exploited women and girls. You said that, like, a violent rapist shouldn't be able to get hired at McDonald's. So then why should a violent sexual exploiter get hired to run the country?
Hold up. You said felon. You said felon.
Yeah, the word felon there was just completely, like, completely irrelevant. I apologize for even using the word felon. Because what I just meant to say, right, do you agree that violent rapists shouldn't be able to get hired at McDonald's?
No.
Okay, so then why would you put a violent sexual exploiter into the highest ranking position of power that has ever been available to any human that has ever lived?
Because I don't think the evidence on that particular case. Now, if it's Diddy,
you accepted that he sexually exploited women and girls. You accepted the evidence.
Hold up. You said grape.
No. I said violent sexual exploiter.
I mean, if somebody walked into a changing room years ago, should he still get hired at McDonald's? I mean, I don't know. That's a tough question, I guess. Yeah.
No, didn't just walk into a changing room, boasted about abusing his position of power to allow himself to go in there, specifically to look at the naked bodies of little kids. What?
Hold up.
What?
Hold up.
And then turned around and boasted about it.
Wait, kids?
God, yes.
He said
kids.
Hold up. He said women.
Oh, okay. This is like the worst argument ever. So if you're going to legitimately dispute the testimony provided by Mariah Delgado and the other Miss Teen USA beauty pageant contestants by referencing the fact that Donald Trump used the word woman inside of this clip, because you're going to take the word woman to its literal definition, then listen to this clip that I didn't play you, that is played right beforehand, where he talks about doing this with girls.
Hold up.
Listen to this.
Hold up.
Conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, you know, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
what you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that?
So because Donald Trump said that it was his obligation to allow girls to say hello with their vaginas, this means that Donald Trump said it was an obligation to allow underage minors to show him his private parts, right?
Hold up. If you could prove here and now that he did that with children, I will say I will say you win, Dean.
No, respond to my counter argument, because in accordance with your logic, I just did. You said that it was proven he did it to women because he explicitly used the word woman. Well, you just explicitly heard him say, right, that it was his obligation to allow girls to greet themselves with their members.
Yeah, but girls is it's a broad term.
Oh, okay. So you're,
I call 25. Hold up. I call 25-year-old women
in the same way
girls.
Fox News called 15-year-olds girls women. So, see, the thing is you can't imply a strict binary definition. No, you hold up. You can't imply a strict binary definition and interpretation off of what Donald Trump said in that clip only as it relates to the word woman. He said woman, therefore he must be referring to adults, but then apply a non-strict, less binary definition to girls by saying, well, sometimes we could refer to adult women as girls. That would be an example of bias. You are using, shut up. You are using your bias to drive the conclusion that when he said he'd do this to women, he was using the literal definition of the word woman. But when he said he did this to girls, he was not using the literal definition for the word girls. But anyways, I will now prove that he did this to girls. After he came out on Howard Stern's radio show and said that he did this, we had 4 contestants, age 15 to 19, come forward, and they said that what he admitted to in that clip is what happened to them. So we have an admission of guilt corroborated by victim testimony. And then also by your logic, I don't know why you'd argue it's like okay to exploit women, but not okay to exploit minors.
Hold up. If you could prove that they're minors, yeah.
I just did.
What do you mean?
I just did prove that.
How?
Because I brought up the victim testimony of the 4 minors that competed at Miss Teen USA in 1997 that said this happened to them.
Could you bring up the name and age at the time?
Mariah Belgado, 16 years old, 1997.
And these were during the exact time that he walked in there?
Yeah.
All right. I will do research on this.
Wait, research? I mean, what research do you need to know?
I want to see if it was the exact time, and yeah, I'll come back and I'll say if you're right, you're right. I don't.
Here, I'm gonna go to thank a couple more people while you sit on that. Sarah, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo to support Dean's amazing platform. Thank you, Sarah. Myth, thank you for the Galaxy. Madison, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Says, I hope you get to 3 million followers on Instagram. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Madison. Thank you for the $20. Madison, thank you so much. And also, yeah, guys, make sure that you go follow my Instagram. I'm less than 10,000 followers away from 3 million. Dean Withers. Captain, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Adam, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Phoebe, thank you so much for the $20 and the 26 cents on Venmo. He says, Happy New Year. On behalf of women and girls, thank you for all that you did this year. Can't wait to see what you accomplish in the next. Thank you, Phoebe. Let's get 200 Phoebe W's. 100 Finley W's for the $10 who says, Chef Boyer Dean is cooking. Appreciate that. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Who says, thank you for trying to get MAGA single brain cell shared amongst them to work again. Good luck. Well, thank you. I definitely need it today, Stephanie. Thank you for the $20. Also, Isis, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I apologize that I didn't see your message earlier. If you're still here, thank you so much. And then Misha, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo from somebody who has been raped and doesn't know the date. Misha, I'm so sorry that happened to you, and I'm sorry that you have to listen to this fuck-ass guess. Hold
up. I sympathize to them.
Yeah, you sympathize when it's a victim of somebody else other than Trump's. So, come on. When it is Trump's victim, you don't sympathize with them. You use it as an argument to invalidate what happened to them.
Hold up. I just said if I look it up and it's 16, yeah. That's fucked up.
What Misha said there was specifically in reference to your earlier argument that you used to attempt to conclude that E. Jean Carroll was lying by arguing that because she didn't know the specific year, she was lying. And then when Misha brings up the fact that she's also a victim of rape and doesn't know the specific year, all of a sudden it's sympathy. You only seemingly select to apply your sympathy and understanding to victims that may not remember the year because of the trauma when they were made victims by anybody but Trump. I still have more donors to thank. You'll have the time in the future. Give me just 2 minutes. By Axelot, thank you so much for the $6 and the 66 cents over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love. Christian with the $5. Jocelyn, thank you for the $5. And Emily, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Emily. Emily, I just read your message. If you're still interested in that, please respond to what you said. With your TikTok handle. Thank you for the $50, Emily. Let's get 500 Emily W's down below in that comment section. Seriously, that is so fucking kind of you. As well as Stephanie, thank you so much for the $10 in Venmo. Says, as a 90s NYC kids, cameras were common, but they were not monitored, they were not digital, and they couldn't go back through old school tapes. Yep, thank you for the $10.
Hold on, there we go then.
Jojo, thank you so much for... So you're going to accept the first 3 words that she says, cameras were common, but you're not going to accept the next 2 sentences when she says that they weren't monitored, they weren't digital, and you couldn't go back through the old school tapes.
It depends on the department store.
Right. Once again, confirmation bias. Accept her first 3 words. Reject her last 10. Jojo, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Thank you, Jojo. Let's get 250 Jojo W's. Who says consent can be withdrawn anytime. Yes, can change at any time. Continuing is grape. Yup, preach. Damien, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Says, caller, grape is not about smecks. It's about power. Your family should know what a disgusting creep you are. Please read this to caller. I read it to him. Jody, thank you for the $20. Who says, thank you for standing up for so much of us who've been raped. Jody, I'm sorry that happened to you. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry if listening to discuss is hard. And thank you for the $20. Show some love to Jody down below. Also, show some love to Brittany for the 10. Rebecca for the $25. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Thank you. Let's get 250 Rebecca W's down below in that comment section. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $5. Oh my goodness. Rebecca and Chelsea, I'm going to keep both of y'all's message to myself. I'm just so fucking sorry that happened to both of you. Sky, thank you for the $2. Mary, thank you for the 10. Who says, Happy New Year, Dean. Love you. Love you too. Thank you for the $10. Mary. Amanda, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Sophia with the $10. Thank you so much. Scott, thank you for the $20. Who says, Happy New Year. I watch every live and I've watched all your vids on YouTube. Love you, Dean. Thank you for all that you do and stay safe. Thank you, Scott. Happy New Year, my friend. Sammy, thank you for the $20 as well on Venmo. Who says, let's not forget the fact that he laughed and nodded when he was called a sexual predator to his face on a different Howard Stern episode. Yup, huh? I remember seeing that. He laughed and nodded when somebody called him a sexual fucking predator. Yup, Bubba, thank you for the motorcycle.
Yeah, I see that then.
And thank you for the $20, Sammy. And then Sebastian, thank you for the $20. $2 over on Venmo. Noel, thank you for the 2. And Sarah, thank you for the 5. We also have a bunch of people to thank over on PayPal. But before we do, I'm going to go ahead and allow this guest a chance to respond. So do you have anything to say whatsoever? Are you fucking done?
Hold up. I'm going to give you... Yeah, I'm going to give you an example. If I brought you to a changing room and I fingered you, for example, and you're all happy, you love it. Ooh, you're into it, you're happy. You could then say, nah, he did that to me. Who's going to believe who?
Can you repeat yourself? Wait. Can you repeat yourself, please? What was the question?
No.
You're not... Okay, well, you're going to have to repeat your question because I didn't hear you. Yeah, he just left. Well, got banned, more specifically. Moving on to the next guest, only up inside the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please make sure that we're following our rules. What a day. What a fucking day, dude. I mean, that was our first guest of the stream, and we're already just not having the greatest time. I have a bunch of people to thank here over on PayPal. Bianca, thank you for the $8 over on PayPal. Saying, why does he keep seeing it hold up every 2 seconds? Yeah, no clue. Thank you for the $8. Jennifer, thank you for the $5. Just Jen, who says, ask him about the transgender military, please. Oh, yeah, I fucking should have. But, and we instead just spoke for an hour about how he's sympathetic to rapists. Carissa, thank you for the $3 over on PayPal. Heather, thank you for the 2. Amy, thank you for the 5. Kathy, thank you for the $100 over on PayPal. Oh, my God, Kathy, it's so good to see you. Happy New Year. And M, thank you for the Galaxy. I want to see 1,000 Kathy W's down below in that comment section for the $100, who says, thank you for destroying this POS and thank you for standing up for women everywhere. Kathy, you are awesome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the $100 and thank you for all your support in 2025. You are so fucking awesome. I don't deserve a single penny of it. As well as Nishida, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you, who says shift worker from Australia here. Whenever I can't watch your live streams, I watch the VODs on YouTube. I caught you cooking in the start of 2026. Got head to sleep. Oh, it's already 2026 for you. That's crazy. Happy New Year. And thank you for the $50 Nishita. That is Nishita. Thank you. Then, oh my God, another one. Evelyn, what the fuck? Thank you for the $100 as well on PayPal. Yo, let's flood the chat with his W's for Kathy, Nishita, and Evelyn. Dude, you guys are going crazy. I do not deserve this level of love. What the fuck? Evelyn with the $100 says, keep up the amazing work. Evelyn, I'm really happy that you enjoy what we do. I'm really happy that you're tuned in and enjoying this stream. And thank you for the $100. And I'll definitely keep it up to the very best of my ability. Thank you so much for the fucking crazy-ass levels of support. What's going on, bro? Do you support Trump as president?
Yo, Dean.
Yeah. Yo.
I want to say, I like what you're doing. I want to make a statement that Spider-Man is the great.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and move on because we're specifically looking for debates. You do take care, though. Yo, also, I'd like to thank Valerie. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. It's just so much Valerie in that chat who says, Dean, keep cooking them. I lost one of my kitties yesterday. Watching the stream really helps me keep distracted. Oh, Valerie, I'm so sorry. I couldn't imagine if I lost my cat. I'm so sorry, Valerie. Thank you for the $20. As well as Genevieve. Thank you for the $30 over on PayPal. Let's get 300 Genevieve W's who says, Happy New Year, Dean. Keep safe. Happy New Year to yourself. Thank you. Thank you for the $30. Show some love to Genevieve. And we got that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now. If you happen to be watching from home, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. We have like 3 more people to thank, then we're all caught up.
When's your next clan meeting?
What?
When's your next clan meeting, you racist piece of shit?
Oh, this will be a fun one. Why do you think I'm racist?
Oh, I don't know. Didn't you just call a black guy the N-word?
No, I actually didn't do that.
Yeah, you did.
I definitely
Don't
didn't.
try to
You definitely have
backtrack.
no
it's all over, bro.
No,
your
it's
little
actually
fake
not
ass
all over.
apology and shit.
Oh, well, what you're actually talking about is when I called a white guy the N-word by responding to a Fortnite edit he sent to me by saying hella goated my N-word when I was 14.
You're a racist piece of shit.
Yo, listen, bro, I agree. That was still racist, okay? But don't try to falsely posit that I was like
You're
intentionally
racist.
using it to target a black individual.
A racist piece of shit.
Well, I mean, I think when I said that I was
No,
racist,
you're a racist piece of shit. You're grifty.
yeah, this is a
and you're a
great-
fucking grifter.
This is a great conversation we're having
You're a
here.
fucking pathetic ass bitch.
Watch this. So the issue with you is that if you don't think that individuals can genuinely
You're
change their
racist.
character,
You're fucking racist. You're
Oh,
racist.
Wow. I mean,
Yeah.
we heard you the first 5 times. I have a ball in my hand. It's a crystal orb. It's telling me that you're gonna leave this live after you steamroll,
where's your
and you don't
fucking-
let me talk. Check this shit out.
Where's your
The
vape
reason
at?
that people like you come up here
where's your
and you
vape at?
don't let me talk and you want to steamroll me
Where's
is
your
because
vape
you
pen
know
at?
that is effectively the
Hey,
only
bitch, you're
way.
racist.
Yeah, exactly. You know
You're
that steam.
racist.
Yeah, and you're
You're
fucking
racist.
dumbass. I'm not a racist, and you just have 3 brain cells because you can't comprehend the world around
this
you,
ra-
right, for more than
Look at
one dimension at
racist.
any given point in
Look at
time.
racist crash
I have a
out.
question. My
Look
question
at
that I'd like to
racist
ask
crash
you
out.
is how do I
Look at him.
stop being
Look at him.
racist?
You're a racist piece of shit.
How do I stop
dude.
being racist?
You are a racist piece of shit.
How do I stop being racist?
You tell me. How are you gonna stop being a racist?
No, it's a
Dean?
question to you. How do I stop being racist?
How are you gonna be? How are you gonna stop?
Why
being
can't you
racist?
answer the question? I'm asking you for education. How do I stop being a racist? See, this is the question that calls them out and gets them to pipe the fuck down. Josh and everybody like
You
Josh
are
are
racist.
bad
What do you want me to
faith
say?
rage baiters. And the question,
parents-
how do I stop being
your parents
racist,
failed-
is the right
your
question to
parents
ask because it
Your parents
exposed their
failed you.
rage bait every single time. So anyways, he just left and he ran away. But anyways, let me like teach y'all a little bit about the bad faith rage baiters like Josh. So the reason I always ask them, how do I stop being racist, is because there's no bad faith answer to that question. You like, he can't answer it because if he says, well, you could stop being racist by attempting to like hold yourself accountable, apologize and change. Well, then guess what? Yeah, I've held myself accountable, apologize and change from the age of 14 to 21 using the change that I underwent by learning more about the world around me to then start doing these lives 2 years ago to help other individuals make that same progression to create a better world for everyone. But see, the thing is if he gives that answer, all of a sudden I'm not racist. So that's the reason why I ask people like Josh, how do I stop being racist? Because they literally can't answer it. The only answer that they can give is once you're racist, you're always racist, which obviously describes them as a bad faith interlocutor. And by the way, I predicted his ass. Because earlier in the conversation, I said that I have a glowing crystal orb in my hand that's telling me he's going to leave the live once he's done steamrolling. Then I interrupted his steamroll, cut him off, sat his ass down, and then once he was refuted and proven wrong, he left. Welcome in, Telby. Do you support Trump?
Happy New Year's, Dean. Join the Know Nothing Party.
I don't even know what he said. He was kind of mumbling. Moving on to the next guest, Frank. Woo! Yeah, we got past that bad faith rage baiter. Woo! What's up? Do you support Trump?
Dean, actually, I do not, but I have something to say.
Well, Frank.
I have used your videos for the last couple of years. I live in a red state. I live in Oklahoma. I grew up in Texas, and I'm a blue-collar worker. I've never been a Trump supporter, but I have used some of your videos, and I'd like to say that that's some of the reason that my friends and some of my family now do not support him anymore.
I love it.
And I've been able to move forward and progress and understand that
Hey, listen,
this
Frank.
person is trying to annihilate this
Frank.
country constantly.
Frank, my friend, we're only specifically looking to talk to Trump supporters. I just let you stay up here because I wanted to hear you out for what you had to say. But thank you for sharing that with me. I love it. That makes me so fucking happy. That's so cool that you've been able to change some of the minds of the individuals in your life with these streams. Shout out to you, Frank. Show some up to Frank. What's going on, Ralph? Do you support Trump?
Certainly, I support Trump.
What's that?
I said, yes, certainly I support Trump.
Okay, Ralph. Well, my friend, it's nice to meet you. Ralph, I do have to ask you, I have a couple donors to thank. Is it okay if I just take a moment to thank them before we hop into the debate?
What do you want to say?
Well, I just want to thank the people that have donated to me. Is it okay if I just do that real quick? I just thought I'd give you a heads up, you know?
You want to thank what?
So running these live streams, of course, there's a bunch of people tuned in, and an option that the people watching the live streams have is to send me a donation on Venmo and PayPal, if you've ever heard of them, or payment processors. And every so often, I'll look at those payment processors and just thank the people that shot a donation in. And I was just going to take 30 seconds to do that now. Is that all right with you?
Sure, you go ahead.
Okay, well, I appreciate you so much for your patience, Ralph. Couple people to thank. Angela. Yeah, there we go. Angela, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Show some love to Angela down below in that chat, y'all. Let's get 200 Angela W's. Let's also get 250 Jaslyn W's for the $25. Who says, as an SA victim, I really appreciate what you do. Jaslyn, I'm sorry that happened to you, and I'm sorry that you have to listen to the assholes like that last guest. Just go crazy on live. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Jaslyn. And let's also get 500 Raphael W's for Raphael for the $50 over on PayPal saying you rock. No, you fucking rock. Happy New Year, Raphael. And thank you for the $15, as well as Darius. Thank you so much for the $7 on PayPal. Mark, thank you for the $20 on PayPal, who says continue the fight. Thank you so much, Mark. Show some love to Mark. Tristan, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Sarah. And Tom, thank you so much for the $15.
30 seconds is almost up there, bro.
Okay, I'll be super duper quick. Only two more. Tom, thank you for the $15. Please show some love to Tom on Stern's show in 09, 14, 21, and 25. Lady Gaga, Courtney Love, Drew Barrymore, and Billy Joel discuss being great.
Good, we're done. You said two more. Now, what are you going to do?
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Now it's my turn. I want to ask you a question.
Do
you believe in Jesus Christ, your Lord, as your Lord and Savior?
Yes, sir.
Answer the question, Dean.
Yes, sir. I sure do.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, sure. I'm an Orthodox.
Can you look yourself in the mirror and say that?
Yeah, sure. So I'm an Orthodox. I've been studying church history for quite some time now. I do love my gospel, sir. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, all 4 books, all 10 commandments found within Exodus.
All right, now I got one more question to ask you, if you don't mind.
Well, are we going to debate, sir?
Let's say you're standing in front of Jesus, and he decides to turn you around. And right as you're turning around, he stops you and asks you, "Why should I let you in?" What's your answer?
Woo! I thought you were going to take that somewhere else, dude. Wow.
No.
Wow, I'm not even trolling. I literally and legitimately...
No, I'm not trolling you, dude.
Okay.
I'm asking you a legit question. What would be your answer, Dean?
Well, I mean, in short, maybe a good answer I'd give is because is that I don't deserve to get into heaven. Because all humans are damned for hell by default, and it is only up to the grace and goodness of God to allow us to flourish in everlasting life. No one deserves the grace and glory of the Lord our God. No one deserves to get past those pearly gates. And the fact that God lets us into those glory gates, even though we don't deserve it, proves just how much he loves us.
A good answer.
Thank you.
I wasn't expecting that. I don't support 99.9% of the things you say, but I do support that answer. Have a good evening.
Wait, can we debate on why you support Trump?
No.
Okay. Well, Ralph, I'm sorry to tell you this, man, but I'm not actually a Christian, so I'm agnostic. But I thought that maybe if I told you I was Christian, like I didn't even really just do it to troll you for no reason, that like you'd be more willing to debate me. All right. By the way, it's not even like I have much against Christianity. I actually like love, right, good Christians. I have a bunch of my family and friends with a lot. I'm just like not sure myself, Crystal, thank you for the motorcycle. I appreciate you for that love. What's up? Do you support Trump, Joe?
Yeah, so I go by your, I'm gonna give you a follow too, Dean. I go by your live sometimes, and it's just the way that you're angling the question is how do you still support Trump? I mean, he's the president, right? So we got to support our president, even though I don't like him. I don't like the things that he does. But again, it's worded in a weird way. How do you still support Trump?
Well, I could tell you explicitly what made me change the title from "Why do you support Trump" to "How do you still support Trump?" Can I tell you?
Yeah.
The day that Elon Musk said the reason why he didn't want to release the files is because he's in them, like 6 or 7 months ago at this point, is when I changed the title from "How do you support Trump" to "Why do you still support Trump?" Because that's the day I just found it unfathomably insane to a greater extent than I did prior to still be standing by his side. And it seems like that has been proven true time and time and time again. Supporting Trump today is truly an incomprehensible position that I try to comprehend by having these conversations on live for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. But in all reality, I'm just asking you why you think he's a good president. Now, if you don't think he's a good president, I'm going to move on to the next guest.
All right. Pleasure, Dean.
Okay, it doesn't sound like he does. Moving on. Oh my God. Oh my God. New Blue Eyes and Newsy. Those are two different people. Show some love to New Blue Eyes and Newsy, Newsie. Oh, dude, what the fuck? Oh my God. For the $400 over on YouTube Super Chat from New Blue Eyes and the $200 over on YouTube Super Chat from Newsy. God damn, you guys. What the fuck? That is insane. That is holy shit. I genuinely, I don't deserve that. Like what? Thank you. New Blue Eyes with the $400 donation said, Dean, 2025 was rough, but finding your channel and joining so many live streams made me think, made things so much easier. Happy New Year. And like Churchill said, this is not the end. It's not even the beginning of the end, but it's perhaps the end of the beginning. New Blue Eyes, you've been here so often and you've shown so much love over the past year. I'm happy that the streams have been able to help you out. And I'm happy that you've taken so much positivity away from them. The fact that my streams make people's lives better, okay, rather directly because they give you a distraction from things that you may need a distraction from, or indirectly by changing the minds of those around you or the person on the stream, is given me such a legitimate level of fulfillment I didn't think I'd ever be able to achieve in my life. Thank you for the $400, New Blue Eyes. The Newsy with the $200 says, hey, it's been a while. Sorry about that. I just went through a breakup, and I'm still feeling so down about it. Oh, Newsy. Thank you for the $200. I've been there many times before. Breakups are fucking hard. Harder for some people than others. And I'm one of those motherfuckers who take them pretty hard. I'm sorry, man. And thanks for being here. And, maybe the streams could help serve as a little bit of distraction. Fun fact about these streams. When I started these streams, I was going through a rough breakup myself. And the first 3 months of me doing these streams helped me through a really hard time. So thank you for the $200, as well as Philip. Thank you for the $20 on the YouTube super chat, who says a lot has been changing. People are leaving MAGA and Congress is leaving Trump. ICE is being handled everywhere it's nests. I'm cautiously optimistic for the coming year. I think that we could see a massive turnaround in 2026. Guys, seriously, I want to see nonstop W's for Newsy New Blue Eyes for the $400 and the $200 donations. Those are fucking outrageous. And by the way, if you're watching on YouTube and you do want to support me, I thought I'd add this on here. I only get around 30 to 60% of the revenue through the super chats, but I get 100% through the VNP, Venmo, and PayPal in the pinned comment, link tree in bio on TikTok. Welcome in, Tom. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you, Tom? You sound very young.
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2006, July 23rd.
And how the hell do you still support the worst president of your life, Mr. Wannabe Dictator Donald J. Trump?
I don't support him morally, but like I feel like we separate morals from like actually how he's doing as a president a lot. Because like obviously morally he's not a good guy, but like how does that affect his presidency? Because like
I could tell you
really like when I go to my gas station, I see my prices down.
I could tell you precisely how that impacts his presidency. The position of the presidency is a position of public service where you have to care about other people, feel empathy towards them, and want to do what is in their best interest. But when you're like an amoral, apathetic person like Trump, you just simply can't fulfill the necessary criteria of that role of public service. And this is why we see him unapologetically like fucking over 10 million low-income Americans by taking their Medicaid away, when we already have 40 through 60,000 low-income Americans that die per year via lack of access to health insurance, just to further fund tax cuts for the top 1%. Maybe, okay, if he was able to put himself in anybody else's shoes, which means he wouldn't have raped E. Jean Carroll, sexually exploited women or girls, or been best friends with Epstein, he also wouldn't have taken healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans to serve only to the better interests of the top 1%. That's a really clear, crystal clean-cut example about how his apathy and how his sadistic, self-interested desires has fucked over the average American.
I don't think it's fucked me over or anyone I know because, again, that's just going to feelings. That's rhetoric about feelings.
There's nothing rhetorical about 10 million low-income Americans losing access to Medicaid. You're just insane.
That 100% is. It's trying to attack not attack. It's trying to persuade using the feelings of, oh, that's sad. Let me hate this guy.
No,
show me like actual. I want to see actual economics.
It's not just sad. It's bad. It's harmful. You understand that the point of a governmental structure is to organize the interests of the mass into a centralized body for the effective and productive government for the betterment of those people. The government is supposed to serve to the betterment of their constituents. So, of course, when I bring up the fact that the government is not serving in the betterment of their constituents by taking the healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, that's not just a rhetorical, emotional plea, but that's rather, right, a fair critique of the administration demonstrating that they're simply not serving the role in which they're supposed to.
Okay, again, I agree. He's not the best of that, and he is pretty divisive.
I mean, do you agree that's not just like an emotional plea?
To an extent. I mean, okay. I can see where you're coming from on that. And
listen,
again,
okay, I'm gonna prove to you that it wasn't an emotional plea. Name one thing you didn't like about the Biden-Harris administration.
I didn't hate the Biden-Harris administration, but I think Trump is a lot better.
Okay,
like economically.
Name one downfalling of the Biden-Harris administration.
I don't know. Gas prices, I guess.
Oh, wait.
That's an gas prices did go up.
That's an emotional plea. Because you're just trying to say that people had to pay more money for gas. So you're trying to make me feel sad that people had to spend more. That's an emotional plea.
I'm not trying to do an emotional plea. I'm trying to leave emotion and feelings out of this.
Dude.
I'm trying to leave feelings out of this. I'm trying to talk strictly, like economically, strictly on what he has done to better our country, not emotionally, because he's divided.
What do you mean by better our country?
But make grocery prices lower, make gas prices lower.
Why does reducing the prices
average American citizen?
Why does reducing the price of gas make our country better?
Because it helps the lower to middle income Americans.
Okay,
that
so an argument
are less able to afford that.
So an argument rooted within demonstrating that the presidency is serving to the betterment of Americans is not an emotional plea. So then why was my argument demonstrating that Trump is serving to the detriment of low-income Americans an emotional plea?
Well, that's just political socialization. Like that's where I get politics are deeply rooted in emotion, but I'm trying political socialization.
No,
It
listen.
is how
The
people's
meat,
political
meat on
views are formed.
the meat on the bone here is you're saying when you make an argument to demonstrate that the president is serving to the betterment of the people, it's a good argument. That's not an emotional plea. But when you make an argument to demonstrate that the president is serving to the detriment of the people, according to you, it is an emotional plea that should be disregarded. So you're just trying to like operate the debate under like a construct and which would like self-imply a win for you either way. This is like you like betting me on a coin flip, saying if it's heads, I win, and if it's tails, you lose. Because you're basically saying, Dean, if I can demonstrate that Donald Trump is serving to the betterment of the people, I win. And if you can demonstrate that Donald Trump is serving to the detriment of the people, you lose because it's an emotional plea. You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, to an extent. But like at the same time, I just see all these people like feed off of the emotion and feed off the feelings that this guy, because he's
honestly,
a horrible
so
guy.
Do
He's a
you
horrible
not
person,
care that
but
10 million low-income Americans are losing health insurance? Do you
no,
just not
I
care?
do. I didn't. No.
Do you think that?
No, I do care.
Do you
No,
think
I
the
care.
fact that Donald Trump has served to the detriment of 10 million low-income Americans by taking the healthcare away informs you of anything normative of what you should or shouldn't do insofar?
Was that
as
in
you
the
should
Big
or
Beautiful
shouldn't
Bill?
support? Yes.
What was the positives to the Big Beautiful Bill? Because all I'm hearing is all these negatives. Oh, he wouldn't just pass a bill.
No tax
that
on
is
tips.
just
One
doing-
positive was no tax on tips up to $17,000 for 2 years. Wow.
Is that a positive? Well, yeah, no tax on tips is 100%
Yeah, up to
positive.
$17,000 for 2 years. Yeah, no, that's a positive.
I didn't know that was what it specifically was. What about no tax on overtime?
Oh, up to $25,000 for 2 years. Yeah, another positive.
I didn't know there were limitations, Dean.
Okay, well, I'm happy I could tell you.
I guess I should have read it. Dean, can I just tell you something? I am not actually a Trump supporter, and I support everything you do. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm going to...
Tom, get out of here. Only up inside the box if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald Trump as president. He folded. Don't do that to me, by the way. Storm, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for the love, Storm. Show some love to Storm down below. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be like a picture of like Trump throwing the Nazi salute?
No, I just found this on Google.
Okay. How many Jewish people died in the Holocaust?
6 million.
Okay. I'll choose to trust you for now. I'll choose to trust you for now. So,
Okay.
You sound like you're talking to me through like a fucking microwave. Is there anything you could do about that mic?
Yeah, sure. 1 sec.
The reason why I'm choosing to trust him for now is because I think if that picture wasn't cropped, it looks like a you know, something that like younger men would be into that support Trump, like Donald Trump waving to the crowd like aura farming with a filter.
Can you hear me better now?
Unless he gives any signs that he's a Nazi, I'll choose to hesitantly trust him. I can hear you much better now.
All right.
So I just have a couple people to thank here. Then I'll pass you the mic. Over on Venmo,
Yeah, sure.
Ben, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Let's get 250 VidWs down below. Who says, proposing a remarkable fiction, that character vanishes the moment one enters into office, and that power somehow purifies what it amplifies. Yeah, that's a really good point. Power amplifies the worst characteristics of a person. Yet, according to the Trump supporters, they're expecting the position of the presidency to purify him from his past sins. Really good point, Ben. Thank you for the $25. Leslie, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo for cat food for Momo. Thank you for the love, Leslie. I'm sure Momo thanks you as well. Jessica, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Say thank you for what you do. Thank you so much, Jessica. Show some love to Jessica down below in that comment section for the big 20. Joe, thank you for the 10. He says, I hope that you and your girlfriend have an amazing new year. Thank you, Joe. You too. Abby, thank you for the $5. She says, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Abby. Caitlin with a $1. Sarah with a $6. Thank you guys so much. Over on PayPal, Ejub, thank you so much for the $10. Let's get 100 Ejub W's. That is EJUB. He says, Happy New Year's from Europe, Dean. Happy New Year's to you and Europe. Natalie, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. He says, your patience is crazy, man. I would go crazy if I did what you do. You're awesome. Trust me. It's something I've had to learn. Then Jared, thank you for the $5, and Alana with a 5, and Ashley with a 4. Cool, we're all caught up. Mike's yours. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, little bro?
Honestly, I don't know. Let me. I think you're a grifter, though.
Oh, cool. So why do you think I'm a
Yeah.
grifter, Samuel?
If I had to say, uh, bro, I had this point in my head one sec. I
Oh, it
forgot
was
it.
rehearsed and everything.
Yeah,
you
it
just-
actually was.
Yeah, well, let's see if you can remember it, Samuel.
Fuck.
So why am I a grifter?
I think your reactions to stuff and the fact that you.
Okay, wait, let's just take the mask off. You're not even a Trump supporter.
Okay.
You're on the left, right? But you do
No.
genuinely believe I'm a grifter, right?
Yes. Why you not think I'm a Trump supporter?
Because like one of your reposts is like a liberal account calling me performative. But anyway, so why do you think I'm a grifter?
Well, for one, your parents are MAGA, right?
My parents are MAGA? Yes.
So, I mean, don't you think that automatically that would make them a adjudicated rapist supporter under your worldview?
Yes.
So, why are you okay with them?
Well, I'm not okay with the fact that they're Trump supporters. Like what? Like I want to be able to change their minds? Like, yeah?
So you're okay with that?
No.
Like,
I
you're
just
okay
said
with
I'm
being
not
around
okay with
them?
that? Am I okay with being around
So you're
them?
okay with
Yes.
like being with them?
Yeah, I love the fuck out of them. They're my parents.
Yeah, but I mean, historically, people have like thrown away family members for movements that they supported.
Yeah, and I think in many scenarios it's completely fine. But I don't. I don't do that with my family. I love them and they love me. All right, so
Okay,
are you
that's
saying that I'm a
kind of
grifter because I love my parents?
Yeah. I don't see why that's funny.
You don't see why that's funny?
No, because
No?
I mean, your whole fan base is like, I mean, looking up to you.
Wait. I'm always a grifter. Why don't I just lie to you and tell you that I don't like my parents because they're Trump supporters? That would make me a grifter. That would make me a grifter.
I guess so.
Wow, right? I mean, you don't know anything about my parents or my relationship with them. I could
That is
tell you
right.
that I don't have a good relationship with them because of politics, and you would accept it the same way you accepted me telling you that I do have a good relationship with them besides, outside of politics. So, I mean, I actually think the fact that I'm being honest with you and telling you that I love my parents and we have a great relation kind of demonstrates some level of reason/evidence that I'm not a grifter.
Okay. So what about this other thing? Like, I mean, you cried over Charlie Kirk.
Oh, yeah.
I want to know about that. Like, because, I mean, you cried and then you.
Oh, sorry. I cut you off. I kicked you because you just said that I want to know more about that. If you want to know more about that, I don't know. Go on like Reddit or something. I'm sure people talk about it. Old news. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yo, hello? Yeah.
Age. The cross in your name is there, bud. What's the fourth commandment?
I'm joking.
Thou
Hey,
shalt not
wait,
bear
wait.
false
Listen,
witness.
listen,
How old are
listen,
you?
listen.
How old are you?
Hey.
8?
I support.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of that cube. You happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Follow our rules, quite frankly. Follow our rules, quite frankly. Moving on to Chad. Nah, man, this got to be a troll account, bro. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support me, you want to support what we do, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on YouTube. And everyone watching, go follow my Instagram. My Instagram is @DeanWithers. Go follow it. We're like 11,000 followers away from 3 million. If everyone went and hit that follow button right now, we could be at 3 million in literally no time. Please go follow me on Instagram. Seriously, if everyone watching this live went and followed me on Instagram, we would already be at 3 million. What's up, Chad? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Chad, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Yeah, and what time is it?
It's about to be 7.
What state are you in?
Pennsylvania.
What's the capital of Pennsylvania?
Philadelphia.
Oh, I thought it was Harrisburg. Let me see.
Oh shit, yeah, it actually might be, to be fair.
Yeah, it was Harrisburg. Banned. Moving on to the next guess. Only op inside of that queue if you support Donald J. Trump as president. Only op inside of that queue if you support Trump as president. We're just looking for some good faith debates. Hopefully. We got Jonathan loading up in. Hey, John, do you support Trump? John, are you here?
Give me a second.
John sounds young, so I'm just going to kick him. Only op inside of the queue if you're a Trump supporter. Please, guys, I would really appreciate it if you could just follow our rules. Thank you. Thank you so much for trying to follow our rules. We have a bunch of people loading up. I feel like every single one of these people is going to be a troll. Hello, John. Do you support Trump?
Play Farm Sim, Dean. Please.
Yes, there were times, more than a few. Drake made mistakes, but I always knew.
I kept him up for a second because I just wanted to know like what the song that was playing. It was about Drake. Okay. What a weirdo. Moving on. Rebecca Hernandez. Get back inside of the guest request. You have joined the guest request almost every day, but then every time I bring you up, you automatically leave. Rebecca Hernandez, I'm calling you out. Join the guest request right now, or you, quite frankly, are terrified. Hello, Christina. Do you support Trump? Christina is not here. Banned. Moving on to the next guest, Barry. Here we go. Hello, Barry. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I support Trump.
And how old are you?
I support Trump, Dean. I'm 19.
And you're America first?
Yes, I'm America first. I'm America first.
Let's see what you know about America. How many states are here?
50. What?
Okay. And how many branches of government are there?
Probably name them. You want me to name all the states?
No,
I could
that'd be
rattle
really,
them off. All right.
that'd be really annoying. How many branches of government are there?
3.
What are they?
Judicial. Yeah, you know, you got the others. I don't know the others.
Okay, and how many constitutional amendments are there?
Constitutional amendments, is it 26?
Ooh, really close. But no, it's
23?
27. Oh, even worse, it's 27.
Oh no.
Can you
27.
name,
Okay, hold on.
can you name 3 constitutional amendments?
Yep. The right to bear arms, freedom of speech, and what else is there?
Actually, freedom of speech is not a single constitutional amendment. Because you're referring to the first, but it's not just freedom of speech. It's also the freedom of press, assembly,
True.
religion. I think those are the big 4.
All right, but anyway, this is about why I support Trump.
Well, I mean,
right?
I'm just saying that your profile picture says America first, but you don't really seem to know too much about America.
I mean, I do. It's
Okay.
my freaking country.
Yeah, freaking country. So why do you support Trump,
yeah.
Barry?
All right, I support Trump because he is a lot more. Yeah, I think he definitely prioritizes, like American life, like like our traditions and like way of life a lot more than like Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
would
I
have.
completely
And,
disagree.
I don't like. All right, Dean. What do you think of like?
Let me ask you a question.
What do you think of like all these? All right.
You know what? I'm interrupting you. Go ahead.
Okay. What do you think of like all these people from third world countries coming to our country and then destroying our country? What do you think of that? And bringing their ways of life to like our beautiful country. What do you think of that?
Well, if you're accusing immigrants of bringing their way of life to our beautiful country, then I think we all need to go thank at least one immigrant, considering the fact that they're 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes in American soil compared to American citizens. They also disproportionately pay more in taxes compared to natural U.S.-born American citizens. And by the way, the whole American culture is built off of a melting pot of the culture of immigrants that came here from all around this world. And the tradition and core values of our country are built on immigration both legally through, Ellis Island as an example, and illegally through the illegal invaders of the colonizers that then turned around and genocided indigenous Americans. So, my claim would be is that you're xenophobic. Like, I mean, there's just no other explanation for holding such animosity against a demographic of people who are such hard moral workers.
I mean, I guess I am by definition ethnocentric, which means I think, my country is the best country. I think, our way of life is the best in the world that there is.
No, that's not being ethnocentric, because America's not an ethnicity. It's a nationality.
True. Well, I kind of mean...
Wait. You think that America is the best country?
Yes. Of course. What, you don't?
America is the best country, even though, compared to many other countries around the world, we don't even have a declared official language because of the amount of different languages and cultures that are integrally intertwined into the culmination of what makes America America. So you just said that what makes America great are the same things in which you're shitting on so hard right now.
Look, the only reason we don't have that is because of the whole melting pot thing,
The melting pot that exists in the best country that has ever been and ever will be, according to you, right?
Wait, I'm sorry. I got to figure out how to turn off my notifications real quick. One sec. Keep getting the ding dong. Do not disturb. There we go. All right. No more ding dong.
Let me just get this straight. What are your thoughts on white people?
White people are, well, I mean, that's kind of I'm white, so.
Would you say that America's a white country?
Yeah, I'd say it was built off of, white founders, our forefathers.
Oh, white people certainly didn't build America. Literally, the Capitol building of this country, the White House, was built by enslaved black people, so.
Well, surely they had some contribution, but, they wouldn't have been the ones, designing the spreadsheets.
Dude, we literally had 13 states that started a rebellion and wanted to create their own different country because of how important they thought enslaving black individuals were. Some fucking contribution. We fought a civil war because people, right, were so hell-bent on continuing the human rights violations that are entailed given slavery because of just how much black individuals contributed to building this country. So, shut the hell up.
All right. Okay. Well, what do you think about the whole Somali scandal with Nick Shirley? Like that going on? Because, you said immigrants are good.
Leave it to an America First guy to support Nick Shirley going to child care facilities before they even open, banging on the door asking to see the kids, then saying when they didn't open the door because they were closed and that was posted on the door that they're committing fraud, and then leave it on him to go to other facilities that were open, once again banging on the door asking to see the kids with a camera. Okay, anybody in their right mind would know not allow a crazy man banging on the door asking to see the kids with a camera to see the fucking kids. Right? Because of how far and much his video blew up, there's since been multiple independent investigations launched into it, and every single one has determined that he's just a bold-faced liar. And then point number D, a lot of these daycare facilities are based out of the house, and then the actual buildings that he went to were just their administrative offices. So, wrong, quite frankly. Oh, and by the way, you're then going to use that to turn around and say, wait, one moment. Then you're going to turn around and use that to blame it on immigrants because some of these daycare facilities were ran by Somali individuals, right?
He got there and there were people smoking out the front. There were no kids. They're scamming the government. They were scamming the government.
Those were administrative offices, silly fucking goose.
They said they had 90 kids there, and there was no kids when he showed up. So.
Because they didn't show him the kids?
Well, he didn't see any, at the daycare, so...
Yeah, they didn't show him the kids. They didn't show him the kids, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would they show the children to a crazy dude banging on their door, screaming at them, wanting to see the kids with a camera?
Well, I don't think there were any kids there.
Because they did a reasonable thing by not showing him the kids. Dude, this is just use your brain. If you want to argue, listen, if you want to argue that there was no kids there, okay, this is not enough evidence. Because I would expect a daycare filled with children to specifically decline to show those children to a crazy man banging on the door asking to see him?
He did not look crazy, all right? He's an independent journalist. He was doing an investigation on him. Like,
Okay. Well,
he's
guess
just
what?
making
Guess
sure
what?
it's-
Guess what? You know that. You know that he's an independent journalist. By the way, he is crazy, but that's another topic. But they didn't. Imagine that you didn't know who Nick Shirley was. Imagine that you didn't know that Nick Shirley called himself an independent journalist. Imagine that you didn't know that he ran a YouTube channel. Okay, imagine that you're in their position. Okay, you are responsible for these children's safety, health, and well-being, and then some dude bangs on your door asking to see the kids. What would you do?
I mean, I would probably like, if he had like a, well, I mean, like,
If he had a camera,
even
that
if
would make it
I'm gonna
worse.
show him the kids.
No, let just
Like,
be
at
honest.
least
I just want to
he'd
direct
probably
it.
be able to see it.
I want a direct and straight answer. Some crazy dude comes to your door asking to see the kids with a camera. Okay, you don't know who the hell he is. What would any responsible adult presiding over the health, well-being, and safety of the children in that facility do? What would they do? What would you do?
Look, if he's just trying to check up on the kids, if he's just trying to like check up on them to like make sure, for like his, whatever he's doing, he's checking up on the kids, I would say, yeah, okay. I mean, the kids are back there. They're fine. Like, I would be
Oh,
like,
no,
yeah, the
you
kids are all
wouldn't.
good.
How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay.
told you.
Well, you're a really immature 19-year-old that would probably still fall for the free candy van. Oh, he just wants to give you some free candy. Oh, he just wants to check up on the kids. Fuck no!
Well, look, I'm strapped. So, someone tries to give me free candy and then they're trying to pull something, like,
Okay.
that ain't happening.
So somebody
Yeah.
tries to check up on the kids. That ain't happening. So now you're arguing that not only, right, should those daycare facility, adults that were running the facility not have allowed him to see the children, but they also should have pulled out a 9mm and put it in his face, according to you. Like you would have taken it farther than them, dude. If you were on the other end, of him, and you were running one of those daycare facilities, not only would you be being labeled a fraudster right now, but you'd be like labeled a violent, crazy, radical leftist communist that put a gun in the face of the independent journalist when he was investigating you for fraud. But in all reality, you're just a responsible adult trying to protect the health, safety, and well-being of the children in which you were watching over. Dude, come on, bro.
If he walked in,
All that I'm saying, by the way, all that I'm saying right now is just like his investigation of not letting of the facilities not letting him see the kids is just not enough evidence to entail that they didn't have kids. It's simple. It's really easy.
all right, okay, well, didn't they like look into it after that, and they're scamming him? Like,
Actually,
surely
no.
it's not just that.
So what we've seen, like all independent investigations launched after the fact have just like debunked him.
Okay, well, they're probably left-wing news sources, so they're trying to defend the small.
Right, yeah. Oh, trying to defend the Somali individuals. So you think that this reflects on Somali individuals? Why?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I mean, it just like they're coming over here, and that's what they're doing. Like, these are Somali immigrants.
Wait. So you're saying that it reflects on Somali immigrants because there were Somali immigrants that ran these daycare facilities?
If like, what's the unemployment rate with Somalis?
By the way, the unemployment rate
In America.
for immigrants in this country is either the same or lower than that of natural U.S.-born citizens, as more of them are of working age and more likely to actively participate in the labor force, according to the American Immigration Council. Get fucked. But anyways, answer my question. So are you arguing that you believe that Nick Shirley's investigation reflects on Somali immigrants since some Somali immigrants ran these facilities?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so then guess what? A vast majority of all school shooters we've seen since Columbine have been white men. So do you think that reflects on all white men?
I'd say like more of the antisocial, like crimes are young white men. So like,
So because white men,
I guess so.
we see a lot of school shooters who are white men that negatively reflects on white men. So you just said that it is okay to hold prejudice against white men.
Well, I mean, if you see like a autistic kid, like a weird, quiet autistic kid in like the class, and he's kind of quiet, like he looks more, and he's like a white kid. He kind of fits the description.
Wow. Yeah. So, honestly, leave it to nobody other than the DMUB ASS America First Sperry to try to find a way to contort him arguing that it's okay to be prejudiced against white men to arguing that it's okay to be prejudiced against autistic people.
Well, no, I mean, that's just kind of like, that's the description. Like, it's kind of just weird, like antisocial, kind of quiet, like white boys, that are like
Did you know that being quiet,
autistic. Like,
Did you know that being quiet doesn't mean autistic? Wow. Did you also know that being autistic doesn't mean quiet? Wow. Did you know that there are many ways that autism can represent itself within individuals at different levels of masking and different life experiences that you'll certainly never comprehend, given the fact that you can't even comprehend how many constitutional amendments there are or how many branches of government there are. So. Wow, you're being real quiet.
Why am I getting muted? You're muting me, man.
Oh, I think I muted you once because you interrupted me.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I haven't got anything against autistic people.
Rebecca, don't leave. Okay,
Yeah.
Hey, Barry.
Yeah, what's up?
If you want to
What's up, man?
continue to debate me, you're going to have to wait until I'm done talking to Rebecca. If you want to leave, though, that's fine.
No, wait, that's good.
Rebecca, hi.
Oh, hello, Dean. You should know me by now.
Oh, don't worry, Rebecca. I certainly do.
Okay, good.
So, Rebecca, I see that you're still running these 4 men or grifter lives, like about me, Parker, Harry, and Chris.
Yep. For the past 3.5 years.
Yes, for the past 3.5 years. So anybody who doesn't know Rebecca, for the past 3.5 years, she has been running lives calling me a grifter.
You for sure are one. For sure.
Yeah, no, definitely.
All you fucking do is call out Venmo, PayPal, Cat. Like, you don't even care about real discussions. You don't care about real debates. You don't care about civilized conversations. All you care about is, oh, why do you support Trump? First of all, this conversation doesn't even have to anything to do with supporting Trump.
Oh, Rebecca, you lagged out with the last
But
5
mostly
words
you,
that you said. Repeat the last 5 words that you said. She doesn't even remember.
I literally said, I do remember them. I literally said, you do grift, that all I do is either hate on you, Chris, Dean,
I'm Dean.
Harry, Chris, and Parker.
There you go.
Yeah, I know.
So you said that I'm a grifter because I thank people for donating to me. Wouldn't I be more of a grifter if I didn't thank them for donating to me? Because that would demonstrate that I don't even really care.
If you cared more about civilized conversations, you wouldn't be interrupting, calling out your donations.
Oh, I actually don't.
Simple as that.
Well, I mean, according to your logic, I'm not a grifter because I don't do that. When I thank donors,
All you do care about is the money, though.
Well, I mean, according to you, I
That's
don't.
why you don't
because
stop.
you just said if I genuinely cared about productive dialogue, I wouldn't interrupt individuals with donations. I don't. I mean, like if you've been watching, like even with Ralph and the Trump supporter that came up a while ago, I literally just asked him if I could take a moment to thank the donors, and then he was like, and then he didn't understand, so I literally explained it to him. Then I took a moment, or like when I want to thank donors, like in the middle of a conversation, and just say like, hold on 1 second, let me thank a couple people right after I'm done speaking, and then the only there's actually one time that I'll interrupt people. There's one time that I'll interrupt. You're a grifter. You interrupted me. Be quiet, grifter. Wow, terrible interruption. There's actually one time that I will interrupt people to thank individuals for their donations. Would you like to know what that time is?
Now you're.
Would you like to know what that time is, Rebecca?
What time?
Right now, Vivian, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo for my favorite grifter. Thank you for the $20, Vivian. Let's get 200 Vivian W's. Upload that comment section. Can you thank Vivian for the Can you thank Vivian for the $20? Oh my God! Thank Vivian for the $20, Rebecca. Thank her.
Yo, Katie, thank you for the $20. Katie, thank you for the $20.
Wait,
Kevin, thank you for the $20.
I'm actually gonna have to put you on mute to thank more people. Bean, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo for the grift. Valkyrie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the grift as well. Sarah with the $2 for the grift. Be quiet, Rebecca. Don't even unmute yourself so I can finish thanking all my donors. Bridget, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo for the grift. Oh, then Alexander with the $2.
Booty cheeks, I don't care.
Well, Rebecca, don't be talking about my booty cheeks. That's pretty gross. Okay, just give me 1 moment. I gotta thank my donors. You're being very rude by interrupting me while I'm doing so. Lindsay, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Cassandra, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Jessica, 1 moment.
Like
I'm still thanking my donors. Be quiet. Tim, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo for the grift. Oh my God, she's crashing out. Thank you so much for the love, Tim. Thank you so much. We also have a handful of people. We also have a handful of people. We also have a handful of people. 1 moment. One moment. We have a
The
handful of
anxiety
people. Just one moment. We have another. We have another.
The
another.
anxiety pen that never works.
It sounds like you need a hit. Quite frankly, you sound very anxious, Rebecca. Quite frankly.
Nah, I'd rather breathe air. I'd rather breathe air.
You'd rather breathe air. To be fair, that was pretty good. Good one, Rebecca. Back to the grift, Roberto. Thank you for the $10 over. That was pretty good. With the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Roberto. And Jenna, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. It says Happy New Year, Dean. We love listening to you cook dinner.
On your jaw so you could shut the fuck up.
Rebecca, with all due respect, the only person, listen to me closely, that needs to shut the fuck
Listen
up
to me closely. Listen to me
is
closely.
you.
Shut the fuck up.
You are just losing it when I'm just trying to thank my donors. I don't know where this is coming from, Rebecca.
Literally.
I just need you to calm down.
I just need you to calm down and like, no, this is going to happen.
Just calm down.
You
You're getting so mad and flustered that your brain waves are fucking with the 5G, and now you're cutting in and out.
Flustered? Do you even like, bro? All you do is have your crash outs because of these MAGA supporters. Like, be so for real. You've been doing this for how long? And you're 21 and you're bashing out because
Bashing.
the supporters.
Yo! Oh my God, Michael! Thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. I want to see 1,000. Michael W. who says,
again.
"Why does this lady think she has any say in the way that you run your show?" Dead ass, Michael. Thank you for the $100. And Alexandria, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, "I wish I could give you more."
Michael, thank you for the $100.
Thank you for thanking them.
I wish I could give
Alexandria.
you more and get this girl to shut the fuck up. Like,
Well, I'm actually going to just, make you shut the fuck up real quick to finish thanking them. Alexandria, thank you for the $10. Who says, "I wish I could give you more as a black woman that lives in
shut the fuck
Louisiana."
up real quick because I got donations to
Yes,
stop.
precisely. First true thing you've said. Phoenix, thank you for the $15. Who says sent you $5 on YouTube but wanted to send you more money for
I'm
grifting it.
actually
Thank you for the supporting the
gonna
grift,
not
Phoenix.
shut the fuck up
Nathan, thank
because
you
I
so
got
much for the $5 for supporting the grift. Steven with the $5 for the grift fund. Elaine with the $5. Grace with the 2. Cole with the 2. Megan, thank you for the 10. And Lynette, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. Lynette, thank you so very much.
Like, shut the fuck up.
Dude, oh my God. Me reading off the donations is like literally throwing water on the Wicked Witch of the West and the Dorothy with the red shoes movie, Wizard of Oz. That's crazy. Amy, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. I'll make sure to check that one out. Alex, thank you for the $2.
Make sure to check PayPal that one
Valkyrie,
out.
thank you for the $5, saying this is a jar for Rebecca's tears.
Valkyrie, thank you for the $5.
Oh, actually, can you thank Sophia for the $15?
Hell fucking no. Fuck Sophie.
But Sophia with the $15 says, "I think she's mad you're the goat."
That you're the goat. Are you the goat? You're the goat. You're not the goat. You are not the goat. Neither is Parker. Neither is Harry. Neither is Chris. You're not the goat. You are not the goat. You've never been the goat. You're mad that you get dog walked by people constantly every single day.
Rebecca.
You're mad. You're mad.
Rebecca,
You're mad.
calm down. I'm the goat.
No. Shut the fuck up. You're not the goat. You're just a fruity.
Get out of here. Banned. Why would, dude? Holy crash out. Yo, someone should edit that. Make that an edit intro. Can we make that into an edit intro, folks? I think we can. I'd also like to thank Dog Trainer over on YouTube Super Chat for the $50 who says, "More mute for Rebecca, please." Happy grifting. Appreciate you so much. Show some love to Dog Trainer for the $50 for the griftmas over on Super Chat. Cole, thank you for the $10 who says, "We grifted crazy style." Dead ass Cole. Appreciate you for the 10. Briella, thank you for the $10 over at Venmo says the fact that she's crashing out clearly shows how jealous she is because of your success and is simply not doing it too well herself. Thank you for the $10, Bree. Peyton, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo who says her crash out is only paralleled by Phil. A match made in heaven. Deadass Morgan, thank you for the 5. Thank you so much. It looks like we're all caught up. Guess what, guys? So I need to explain something about TikTok to you guys. Sometimes TikTok will give me a flag for something that the guest says, like hate speech or harassment and bullying. And I can forego getting these flags if I automatically disconnect them from the live. But I didn't automatically disconnect her after she started trashing on me. So we got one of those flags. And now for the health and safety of the stream. Y'all are going to hate this. We got to restart. Unfortunately, it's true. But guess what? These restarts are really quick and really easy. So many people leave and never come back when we do these restarts because they think that they take forever. Folks, you don't have to go anywhere. These restarts take 5 seconds. Literally, the last time we did a restart, we were back on air in 4 seconds. I've already been talking longer about the restart than the time the restart will take. So if you want to come back right now, hit that follow button on the top left-hand corner of your phone screen on TikTok. Hit it. Hit that shit. And if you want an even quicker way to come back, because that's how you're going to find me in your following list, here it is. Once the live ends, on your phone screen, it'll say live has ended, and it will show you my profile picture. Click on that profile picture. It'll send you to my account page. Count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Scroll down on the account page. Then click onto the profile picture on the account page, and you'll be on the new live. They take 5 seconds, guys. Come back. Usually only around 60% of the people come back. I want to see if we could get like 10,000 of y'all to come back. So please do. We're going to hit that restart now. I'm going to start counting down from 10. By the time I'm at 4, I will already be back on live. Here we go. 10, 9, ending now. 8, 7, 6, 5, and 4. Back on. That was easy. That was easy. We are back. We're back, yo. The live hasn't showed up on the phone yet. Typically, it takes a minute. There it goes. Yo, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Here, I have a bunch of people to thank. Drew, thank you for the $10 who says the caller on hold clearly has no idea what the word antisocial means and working in a clinical sense. Yep. Thank you for the $10, Drew. Kat, thank you for the $5 who says peak debating. Yeah, we're having fun today. Nicole, thank you for the $5 saying make Rebecca shut up. Robin, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get 200. Robin W's down below in that comment section. That is ROBYN. Thank you so much. Then Josie, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Who says my name is not Phil. Then Phoenix with the $5 who says I think that Rebecca's gonna have an aneurysm. Deadass, quite frankly. And then Honor, thank you for the $5. Madison, thank you for the $5. V, thank you for the $20. Sorry, not V. Actually, I guess that does kind of work. Anonymous, thank you for the $20. Rebecca needs a Snickers bar. So real. Thank you so much for the love, Anonymous. And then Colleen, thank you for the $1. Okay, we're all caught up. We're going to hop back into the debates for the 7,000 people that have already rejoined the stream. Appreciate you for being here. If you find yourself in the queue, make sure you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Hello, King Duffy. Have you determined that you'd like to apologize to Parker?
Wait, what did you say before that?
Have you determined that you'd like to apologize to Parker?
Where's Parker?
Somewhere. Have you determined that you'd like to apologize to him?
Well, I mean, before we do that, we're going to have to get him here now, aren't we? He's usually less than me.
No, we don't need to get Parker here to know if
Yeah, thanks for the
you'd like to
donation.
apologize to him. So have you determined that you'd like to apologize to Parker and his girlfriend?
Whoa, what is his girlfriend? I mean, Dean, come on. You again with the jokes. You can never take a joke.
Well, I think that some things aren't to be joked about.
Like what? Tell me how my joke.
Like the quote-unquote joke that you've made. So just to clarify, would this be a no? Oh, we can't hear you, Duffy. You muted yourself. There you go.
A no to apologizing?
So would this be a no? You don't want to apologize?
I'm sorry, Parker. I'm sorry I hurt your girlfriend's feelings. You got the clip?
Good boy. Good boy. Now you could go ahead and hang back down to that comment section. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue of Yappa to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. For the people in the chat spamming context, don't worry about it. Okay? Don't worry about it. He's a real good boy, though. For apologizing.
Buddy.
Good boy. You're back!
Yep.
Okay, last time I kicked you, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, because you're like, you're a grifter because you love your family. Then I laughed at you and kicked you.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
But you're back now, so
Well,
did you have anything
I
to
have,
add
I have
on?
a different point. I have a different point.
Ooh, okay.
I think you and your fan base, like, you're just like really disrespectful about most things, and you don't like encourage open debate a lot.
I
But
don't encourage
respond.
open debate?
Well, I mean, nobody's gonna really like listen to you if you're just being rude, which you usually do.
I don't think I'm rude. I think I give the energy I get.
I disagree. I mean, you would like, you would start reading your donations. Like, I know you know what I'm talking about.
Reading donations is rude.
Well, you would like speak over the person, mute them.
Yeah, I did that to Rebecca because she came up in here, gave me the energy of being a real asshole and calling my donor stupid, calling me a grifter. So of course I muted her and interrupted her and thanked the donors. Like I said, given the energy I get, that was funny as shit. You're a snowflake. Suck it up, my friend.
I'm not really a snowflake, but okay.
You sound like one.
Why?
I don't know. You just seem really complainy.
Okay.
So what was the point?
Well,
was that the point? You just wanted to call me rude?
no, but I feel like that's just not good for debates at all.
Well, I mean, if you
I
want to
mean,
have,
you shouldn't.
well, I'm never not going to give the energy that I get. That's just me, man. Even inside of a debate. And now I have patience. I have a lot of that, and I can show that time to time. But I'm never going to stop giving the energy I get. So, do you have a point that you like to make why Trump is a good president?
No, that's it. Bye.
Oh, so you don't want to encourage open dialogue? You're a grifter.
All right, fine. I'm a Democrat. All right.
Oh, so you were what I said you were, and I was right.
Yeah, I lied.
Yeah, Dean was right all along. Moving on to our next guest, Sarah, folks. Only up inside of that cube, you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I would really appreciate it if you guys would please follow our rules. Make sure that if you're inside of the queue, you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump. Please. Welcome into Support Trump, Sarah.
Can you hear me?
I can. Are you MAGA?
Okay. No, I'm not. I wanted to tell you that I was really stupid whenever it came to politics. I'm 35 and I just never was able to debate or hold a debate at all. And so I just wanted to let you know that I've learned a lot listening to your lives about what's going on in the world.
Fuck
And so
yeah.
I wanted to thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah, for coming up and sharing that. We are just looking for Trump supporters, so I'm going to move on. But, thank you for sharing that. I'm hoping that you've taken something positive away from the live streams. Shout out to you, Sarah. Now, I will just repeat. Please only join the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We are going to start automatically removing people that aren't Trump supporters. I mean, I feel really bad doing that. But we are going to start doing that. But, shout out to you, Sarah. What's up, Morgan? Do you support Trump? Morgan, you have 5 seconds to respond. Man, quite frankly, moving on. Where are all the Trump supporters at, folks? We have 10,000 people in here. We can't find one person that supports Trump as president. Don't you find that to be a bit fishy? Maybe it's because the Trump supporters are terrified of me. They don't want to debate me because they know that they lose. Hello, do you support Trump?
Drake May is the GOAT better than you, not Drake. It's Drake May. Don't disrespect.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. What are we doing? We got a bunch of trolls once again. Hello, do you support Trump? I debate libs.
Yeah, I got nipples in my pants. I got nipples in my pants. I got.
What? TikTok Toe Man, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 75, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, why do you support Trump? The worst president of your 75 years of life.
Yeah, he's gonna help us out with Social Security soon.
What year were you born in?
1950, sir.
Yeah, I believe you. This is a 75-year-old. Real quick, let's see if we could diagnose any problem with the way that you're connecting into this live stream. Wait, sorry, we're going to ask you one last question to verify your age. who's your favorite artist or band from when you were in your 20s?
From my 20s, you know, I really like Johnny Cash per se.
Name 2 Johnny Cash songs.
Ring of Fire, and then I really like the one about him where he takes the car parts and takes one at a time. A boy named Sue. I like that song too.
Okay, I'm not really finding any reasons to doubt you, but the chat still is. I don't know, dude. I think
Oh, not 75, Dean. I'm playing with you.
well, you were rather convincing. We're gonna move on to the next guest, guys. Hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We got James loading up into the box right now. He was rather convincing. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, one moment. Sin, CYN, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. He says, happy almost New Year. I hope you and your girlfriend have a wonderful holiday. Well, same to you and yours, and thank you for the $20, Sin. Show some love to Sin down below. And then Brandy, thank you for the $20 and the 26 cents over on Venmo. Who says, contribution to the greatest grifting duo, Dr. Dean and Professor Parker. Bye-bye 2025, you sucked. Thank you for the $20, Brandy. Thank you, seriously. Let's get 200 Brandy W's. And the Nightblade with $8, who says, love your fight, brother. Keep it going. Thank you. Hunter, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And Kitty, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Soren, S-O-R-E-N, thank you for the $13, who says Happy New Year from England. Well, Happy New Year to England. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the love. Alexandra, thank you for the $10 as well, saying MAGA sucks. Happy New Year, Dean. Here's to another year. Appreciate you for the $10, Alexandra. And then Lauren with the 10, who says Happy New Year from Scotland. Thank you for all that you do. I appreciate you guys so much for all the New Year wishes. Y'all are fucking awesome. James, Mike is yours. How the hell do you still support literally the worst president of your life?
So before we do that, I of course support him. I have a question. You just did a debate at Turning Point. You were out there debating people. I do watch you. So my question is, you were talking about with another creator about how the Biden administration and even the DOJ and FBI and all that stuff was blocking people from talking on the internet. And you said that was a bad thing. Do you still were you playing around, or do you really think that?
I don't even remember what you're referring to.
Okay, people getting removed off the internet. Trump getting removed off of X. You were talking to someone about
that was good. He should have.
Okay, he should have been removed?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he literally tried to coup our government, so yeah, take that guy's platform away. Extreme circumstances calls for extreme solutions. So he shouldn't have been unbanned, and he should have been prosecuted under the 14th Amendment.
You're saying it's okay for the government to step in, but you're saying it's okay for the government to step in and talk to people over at X and say, "Hey, you must block this account, must block these people from talking about different things, no matter what it is."
So
that's what you're saying.
That's where you lose the debate, because you just falsely misrepresented my position. I believe that under
No, I'm asking a question.
I believe that under exigent circumstances, right? Yes, of course this is okay. I'm not sure that they did in relation to Donald Trump being banned following J6, but even if they did, I'd actually applaud them. So yeah.
So, okay, it's not just about Trump. I'm not talking about just Trump. I'm asking a very particular question.
This isn't a one size fits all. It depends.
No, I
on,
know. I understand that.
It depends on what
Are you saying you're against?
It depends on what they said. In some circumstances, okay, am I against it or for it? In some circumstances, I'm against it. In other circumstances, I'm for it.
So, okay, in that instance, and now that I've got a better clarification under it from you, why did you not call people out or the government out back when that was happening to people?
Oh, well, I already told you that I don't think...
Do you see my point where I'm going with this?
No, I don't, because you're just going in circles. You're having me answer the same question again and again and again. So I'm not really sure, right, that the government did direct, Twitter, so on and so forth, to ban Trump following J6. But once again, if they did, obviously the reason why I wouldn't call them out is because I'd agree with them, and I'd thank them, and I'd be like, yeah, that's really good.
So the X-Files, you're saying the X-Files, when they all came out, and you're not sure if the administration was talking to Twitter and telling them to block certain people and block certain conversations
I'm not sure if the X-Files said that they told Twitter to block, Trump after J6. But if the X-Files do say that, then I think that the government did a good thing.
Okay, dude, I'm losing it with you. You're good. Whatever. I'm just gonna listen because all I'm trying to say is it's not just about Trump. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not.
What
I'm not
are you
talking about
specifically
specifically
referencing to?
Trump. I'm not talking about specific people. I'm talking about, is it okay for the government to intervene on private platforms, privately owned platforms, and tell them who to let talk and all that stuff, just like CNN? You completely debunked that guy and said, "Oh well, Trump does it with this person." What evidence do you have that Trump went to MSNBC and said, "You can't post this, otherwise I won't give you this or let you do that"?
Him?
Like,
Him
what
saying it?
actual evidence do you have of that?
Him saying it.
When did he say it?
He like multiple times. He's been going on rants almost like every night now on Truth Social for the last couple months, saying that he thinks that the media licenses of anti-Trumpers should be revoked.
Okay, saying something and actually doing something is two different things. The Biden administration actually went out and told companies, you are going to do this or you're going to get in trouble.
Okay, wait, that's not
And
true.
and he's
That's-
putting it out
that's not true.
publicly.
You just
They
lied.
put it out
You just lied.
privately.
You just
They
lied.
had private
Sir, you
meetings.
just lied. You just
You're
lied.
saying
You
that's
just told a lie.
perfectly
You just told a
okay
lie.
for
You
the
just
government
told a
to
lie.
intervene?
You just told a lie. No, they didn't. You just told a lie.
How did I? What lie?
Give me one circumstance of the Biden-Harris administration going to private social media corporations, telling them to do something, and also informing them that if they do not do it, then they will get in trouble. Tell me.
On the X-Files, they came in and said, you are going to get in trouble unless you block this because it's against the health regulations or
Okay.
whatever it was.
So where can I find that?
CDC
So where can I find that? What's your
regulations.
source?
What's my source? Do you not? Okay, let's talk. I'm trying to use words that won't get you hit on TikTok or me. So when they were talking about the C virus and everybody was like, oh, you don't have to wear a mask. And X was being told, no, you can't let that be put out. Studies of that cannot be put out. Do you not remember any of this? Or are you just completely like, oh, it never happened?
Okay, so what I'm asking you is to prove that they went to Twitter and they said that you have to suppress misinformation about COVID or else they will be penalized. That's what I'm asking you for.
Well, I'll send you a DM. I'm not going to do this again. And I do listen to you. You're a good dude. I do get laughs about your vape thing, but whatever. I'll send you a DM like I did last time. So have a good night.
Yeah, take care, James. Well, I honestly think that like James is like just confused. Like I don't think that he was like coming up here in bad faith and he like legitimately wanted to have a conversation about it and it's just a little confused. Okay, so we're gonna go to get the person back up that I was talking to before Rebecca joined. I was being like super ableist towards autistic people, like probably racist too, but towards immigrants. I'm gonna go and start this conversation off with a simple question: How do immigrants hurt America?
By bringing their like third world practices to our country.
Like what?
Like I mean, how Muslims treat women. You know, third world Muslim countries, like women can't leave the house.
Wait,
and, go out onto the street.
like child marriage, like child marriage.
Child marriage, yes.
Okay,
of course, that too.
So you just said that America's a third world country because child marriage is legal in 36 of our 50 states.
What do you mean? What age?
Yeah, you heard what I said. Child age, 17, 16, 15. Some circumstances 14.
15. I've heard of 16. I know 16 is legal in some states. I've never heard 15.
Yeah,
what state is 15 legal?
Well, let's just accept that they're all 16. 16 is a child.
Okay, 16. Yeah, I think there's definitely a big difference between a 16-year-old and like a 12-year-old. There's no denying that. Like,
No, I don't think that there's any relevant difference. They're both children. They both don't have the ability to consent.
How do you think?
Are you trying to justify child marriage with 16-year-olds?
I'm just saying, like 16
You
is
are!
the age in a lot of.
You are trying to justify it. You are trying to justify it, Barry. Projection. Fuck.
I'm trying to. No, come on. Listen, I'm just saying in a lot of like countries, like even Japan, I think Australia, like 16, and the UK, like 16 is all the age in all those countries. So it's like it's not just the U.S. Like that's like a pretty agreed upon age. That,
Okay,
like,
so
they
so
say-
fuck you. Try to use this as an argument against immigrants saying they're bringing the third world practices into America, but then you actually turn around and argue that the same thing is true of America and these other Western countries. So it's just we shouldn't condemn America for it. So what it really sounds like here, right, is that you're just trying to like find a way to like sit here and like shut on Muslim countries, when in all reality it's just an example of your selective outrage and hypocrisy. Yeah, I think that child marriage should be banned everywhere, including Muslim countries, including America, including Canada, including any country where it's not. See, the thing is I care about children, and I don't just care about the children in Iran. I care about the children everywhere.
in countries with like functional societies, it's very often agreed upon that it's either 16 for the age or 18.
Wait.
Okay? So
16 is a child. You just said in quote unquote functional countries, it's very often agreed upon that it's okay to rape kids.
No, that's not. All right, you're just being like very like one-sided here. Like 16 is, you're acting like 16 is like a little kid.
Yes,
Like, when you were
I am,
16,
because
you
it
were
is.
You were basically an adult at 16.
Whoa!
You don't.
No! You
It's
are not
very
basically
like
an
it's-
adult at 16. No! Wrong!
That's like the age that like a lot of these countries, like, you know, and like the United Nations like agree.
Wait,
like,
so
the 16 is the age.
wait. Would you sleep with a 16-year-old?
No.
Why not?
Oh, I mean, I'm 19, so like it's not that crazy of an age difference. But no, I wouldn't personally. But like, no, I wouldn't.
Wait,
But,
why? Because you
that's
just said that a
because-
16-year-old is basically an adult. Basically 18. Basically 1 year younger than you. See? You're wrong. Thanks for admitting it. What the fuck? He's not even muted. Mute and unmute yourself.
What?
Maybe there's an issue. There you go. Go ahead. Because what are you even arguing?
Yeah, I'm just saying like that's just where a lot of countries agree is the age. And Muslims, like the Muslim prophet literally married like a 6-year-old, Aisha. So that's like obviously a lot worse. Okay, that's all I'm saying. And we don't want that kind of thing coming into our country, like literal children.
Do you want to know
like little
some? Do you want to know
kids.
some
All
crazy
right.
shit? There's a shit ton of non-fundamentalist Muslims that do not believe that Aisha was 6 years old when married to Prophet Muhammad because of a different interpretation of the hadiths. The same way, there are a lot of non-fundamentalist Christians that do not believe slavery was ever okay via a different interpretation or understanding of the Bible, even though God says it was okay in Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46. There's a bunch of non-fundamentalist Christians that do not believe genocide was ever okay, even though in 1 Samuel 15:14-3, God tells the Amalekites to go slaughter every man, woman, and child.
Okay, well, you had this debate with Nick Fuentes, right? You guys were talking about this, and he said it takes place in a corrupted world, like the Old Testament takes place in a broken world, or like a like an evil world. So it's like
That's a
it's
terrible
different to
argument.
what like the world is like today.
That's a terrible argument. What
All
about
right,
what
well,
about the state of the what
you
about the
can
state of the
argue.
world would change the validity of God's moral commandments?
It's just like a different, like it's a completely like different.
So are
Kinda, well, I
you
don't know.
are
You
you
had
saying
this
that like
argument with-
are you saying that their hearts were hard, so he just wanted to help them along?
No.
Oh wait. Actually, I'm not even going to give you a counter argument to that. Do you see how you are attempting to interpret the Bible in such a way that does not lead to the conclusion that slavery is okay?
I'm not even here to argue for the Bible.
Right,
I'm
but no,
actually-
but
I'm
my
just here
point,
to
my
argue
point
against-
here, my point here is that you're going to sit here and shut on all Muslims, saying because of the Hadith says that Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old, that therefore all Muslims are evil, bad people who shouldn't be here because they're okay with their Prophet marrying a 6-year-old. Right? The same argument could be applied to Christianity, saying that because the Bible says that slavery is okay, therefore it's okay to shut on all Christians because therefore all Christians think that slavery was okay. No, Okay? There are gravely immoral things described in all major Abrahamic religions, every single one of them. And there are also gravely evil fundamentalist followers of every single major Abrahamic religion that will believe in these evil things and argue that they're okay. But also, in every major Abrahamic religion, the Christians, Jewish individuals, and those in which follow Islam, there is a larger amount of non-fundamentalist followers in which either just completely disregard the immoral parts or find some way to work around them through different variant interpretations. So I do not enjoy your selective outrage and terrible argument, as it would only apply to Muslim individuals, which you do not apply to Christians or Jewish individuals. And I think that it is very Islamophobic.
Dean, can I get a word? All right. So you defend Islam. You're calling me Islamophobic. You defend Islam. You realize terrorists aren't misinterpreting the Quran, right? Like, they're not misinterpreting it. It says, I don't know if I can close the app to get the verse, but in Surah, it says slaughter the infidel. It tells you to, so when you meet those in battle who disagree or who don't believe, strike their necks until you have inflicted slaughter upon them. So, terrorists aren't misinterpreting the Quran. And they're bringing that kind of, like, I don't want those people in my country. Is that crazy to say? Or like, and also your whole chat is calling me a PDF.
The largest act of terror that has ever been perpetuated on American soil is an interpretation of Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, where God says, enslave the non-Israelites, which then led to chattel slavery being upholstered inside of America for hundreds of years, predicated on the quote-unquote slave Bible, which was a reduction of the Christian Bible that they gave to the enslaved individuals to justify their enslavement. Oh, and slaughter the infidel, you said, reading from Surah. Slaughter the Amalekite, reading from 1 Samuel 15:3.
Okay.
Oh,
right.
but then the Christian says, but the Christian says, but Jesus says to love thy neighbor. Oh, but then Allah says to love thy enemy. Wow.
Well, Christians follow Christ, all right?
No.
Christians follow Christ. And Christ didn't tell you to slaughter anyone.
Okay, wait. So you don't believe that Christ was God?
Christ was God. Yes.
Okay, and then who said to slaughter the Amalekite in 1:15:3? 1 Samuel 15:3.
God, but who are the Amalekites? It's not like it's actively telling you to.
But you just said that. But you just said that Christians follow Christ, not Samuel. But Samuel's written by God, and you just said that Christ is God.
Who are the Amalekites? Like what? They're not a group of people alive in this day, are they? Like.
Oh, okay. So the reason why it's okay in Christianity is because we have already slaughtered all the Amalekites. So then, would you argue if like all Muslims killed all like non-Muslims, then it would be okay for them, right? Because there's no more non-Muslims.
All right, look, I wanted to respond to your
yeah. So then also, right, you're trying to depict all like Muslims as terrorists. You understand that a vast majority of all Muslims that immigrate into America do so to escape terror, do so to escape Sharia law, do so to escape those fundamentalist interpretations. You just have a small brain. You selectively apply your atrocious logic only on Muslims, but then completely disregard it, even though it could also be applied on every other follower of every other major religion in this world. And you are an incredibly bigoted individual for that reason. The obvious take The obvious take here is to reject all fundamentalist interpretations of all religions. The obvious take here is to reject Prophet Muhammad marrying a 6-year-old and the Christian God commanding genocide. Okay? The obvious take here is to not support fundamentalist followers of these religions because they perpetuate harm, but to embrace non-fundamentalist supporters that don't use their religions as a weapon for hate and division, but rather a symbol of peace and love, regardless if they're Christian, regardless if they're Jewish, regardless if they're Muslim.
Dean, the difference is that active terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda or, the Taliban, like, they're not misinterpreting the text because it's telling you to kill those who disbelieve. Like it's telling you to kill those who disbelieve. Like,
We've already gone over this. You have such a fucking small brain. Oh yeah, and the active terrorist organizations like the KKK that want the South to rise again to reimplement slavery just aren't misinterpreting Leviticus 25:44 through 46 because it tells you to enslave individuals that aren't Israelites, right?
Okay, look, I'm not going to defend the Bible. All right, you can say the same thing for the Bible, but it's not.
Oh, you can say
telling
the
to
same
go
thing
out
for
and
the
kill
Bible?
people that are
You just said, oh, just tells you to enslave them. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Give me a break. Oh, so you're not going to defend the Bible, so therefore we should also cut off all immigration from all Christians
How does it
into
tell you to
America, right?
enslave them? What verse says to enslave?
I just told you.
non-Israelites?
I just told you Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46.
Okay.
Right. And think about all the bad things, right, that Christians do in the name of Christianity. Oh, bring God back to the country. That obviously means, right, that we need to, deport every brown person and send them to a center for terrorists where they're tortured and beaten for 3 months. Oh, put God back in the country. This obviously means, right, that we need to start the Crusades, slaughter non-followers of the religion. The Crusades were started by the Christians, right, and execute the quote-unquote heretics.
Yeah, I don't
put God back into the country. This obviously means hating all gay people, driving trans people to suicide, and telling women to shut the fuck up and get back in the kitchen, right? God, it's like, dude, people say and do things, right, under the guise and name of religions. Okay, all the time. This is not mutually exclusive to one religion. This is true of all fucking religions.
All right, I don't think saying like that in a rude way is obviously good, like telling women to get back in the kitchen. But honestly, I think women are happier in like traditional, like, settings, like where they're happier as like, cooks and moms, like that's just their maternal instincts. Like it's what they're, and then the father can like provide for the family. That's just how like a wife and husband work. That's just how that dynamic works, So it's just, and I think women are actually happier like that. Like they don't realize it, but when they're actually like that, like that's when they're happy,
So they're happier, but they don't
a lot of these
realize they're happier.
I think once they actually are doing that, they have a husband and they have kids. Like that's when they're their happiest in life. And a lot of these feminist women are just
where the fuck
like,
did
very
feminism
angry.
come from?
Probably like angry women that haven't found like a husband. They've been kind of rejected. It's usually like unattractive women that are like radical feminists.
Yeah, so feminism came from ugly women that were angry because no men wanted them, and that women are actually just happier being oppressed. Is that your position?
Not being oppressed. That's just like it's just like a happy household. That's just how
it's definitionally speaking oppression, because you just said that what we ought do is limit their societal opportunity by confining them to particular constraints insofar as what they can or cannot do, such as being in the workforce compared to cooking, cleaning, and raising the children at home. Right? I think that everyone, not just women, are happier. One moment. I think that everyone, not just women, I think that everyone is happier when they have the freedom to explore their individual interests, when they have the freedom to explore their individual skills, their individual talents, and the freedom to explore the different life prospects and opportunities that lie in front of them to determine what they want to do in accordance with their own accord. Okay? What we can't do is just say that we need to subjugate a group of individuals predicated on their gender identity or what's in between their legs to particular confinements within society, right? Because we think we know what's better for them than they do. You know what? I think that men would be happier if they... One second. I think that men like you would be happier if you just shut the fuck up. You don't realize it yet, but you really would be. And the funny thing is like that's actually true. It's not even a joke. You would literally be happy if you shut the fuck up and stop dogging on women all day, because not only is the impact of toxic masculinity a system in which would subjugate women to oppression, but it's also one in which would promote the male loneliness epidemic created by you. Okay, because no woman is going to want you when you're sitting around, chutting out in your mother's basement. Going crazy on the internet about how you believe that like women suck, right? And the ones in which want freedom are ugly and lame. Okay, right? Like, yeah. So you would legitimately be happier if you shut the fuck up. So I think that we should just like implement social constraints at once to make you shut the fuck up.
Dean, I may live with my mother. All right, I'll admit it. I live with my mother, but I'm 19. So
so you live with your mother. You need a mommy to take care of you. Why don't you just say that instead of trying to convince women that they'd be happier? Well, 1 second. Wait. Instead of just saying that like women would be happier if they took care of you, and that's why they should stay at home. Just say that you need a mommy because you're not an independent person that can take care of yourself.
I think the relationship between a husband and wife is, something where like the husband goes out and works and provides for the family, and then the wife does her part. She's like taking care of the kids and making dinner and like keeping the house clean. And that's just like how it's.
Do you think that men are
worked
better
for,
at
like,
leading than women?
centuries? Yes.
Why?
Well, men are just more bold and like have the like guts to make hard decisions and take accountability and responsibility a lot more than women.
And what's
So,
your evidence for
like,
that?
they well, like what do you mean? Like do you want me to pull up like a spreadsheet or what do you mean? What's my evidence?
I'm asking you for the motivating
It's just
reason.
like human nature.
I'm asking you for the motivating reason insofar as why you believe that to be true.
Okay, history. We could just say like history, men being leaders in history, like, and also men like take more accountability and like, responsibility for their actions than women. Like that's why like the men are usually leaders of the household, because if they mess up and they do something wrong, like they're gonna, take the blame for it and say, yeah, I messed up. Like, and they're usually just more responsible. Like women act more off emotions, That's just fair.
Okay, and what's your evidence for that?
Oh man, I haven't got. Well, I can't even like type shit up because I'm in the live. So, but yeah, I haven't got any data to. I don't have any sources. I know.
wait. So you're telling me? Wait. So you're telling me that your evidence for the claim that women are emotional is your own emotions?
Not emotions, like literally just like
then
how
what is it?
women act compared to men.
Okay.
In,
then describe the
in
evidence.
real life.
So then describe the non-emotional evidence.
Do you want me to give you like an example of like a?
I just want evidence.
Man taking
I just want evidence. I just want evidence that women are more emotional than men.
Okay, like history, like men being leaders throughout all of history.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, so that's the one data point of evidence that you provided me for the claim that men are more bold and better at taking accountability, and that women act more off of emotions. So what about male leaders in history prove that women are more emotional than men, men are bolder than women, and men are better at taking accountability than women?
Well, men are generally more level-headed and reasonable.
Wait. How does this relate
logical.
to how does this relate to an explanation of your point that your evidence for the fact that women are more emotional than men and men are more bold and better at taking accountability than women is men in history? I feel like you're just making a new point.
Okay, well, like a woman like would like get her period, and then they're emotional, right? That makes them emotional.
So women
like,
getting their
that's
periods
just
makes them
normal.
emotional for sure.
Biological.
Okay,
Yeah.
is that your only point?
I like biological
Makes them
physicalities. Like I can't really think of any more.
So you think that their biology predisposes them to being more emotional?
In a way, yeah. I mean, with periods, it's in a way.
Women to be more emotional. Okay.
You typing up my whole argument?
Well, see, the thing is I'm just writing down everything that you're saying, so then I could just debunk it all at the same time. So, just to clarify, do you think that you gave a good argument for your claim that men are better at leading than women because women are more emotional? Keep in mind, literally, your evidence is that women get their periods.
True.
So,
That's
do
true.
Do you think that's a good argument?
Look, I don't have sources. Like I just don't.
But
have,
I'm asking you a question.
Like,
I'm asking you a question. Answer my question. Do you think that is a good argument?
I wouldn't. Well, I'd say it's an argument, but it's not like enough to. I wouldn't say it's enough to substantiate the entire claim that
wait.
men are better leaders than women.
Wait. So then you'd argue that as it stands, you have no substantiation for what you believe in?
All right. Well, men have higher testosterone, right? And that makes them. Men have like testosterone, and that like testosterone makes you act more.
That makes you act less emotional. That makes you act less
Yeah.
emotional.
I'd say it makes you a better leader.
Why?
Definitely, because it makes you more bold. It makes you more bold, and like you're gonna make the hard decisions, and like more of like a risk taker, which I mean you kind of need. Like you kind of need that.
Okay, are you ready for me to sit you down? It's inevitable.
All right,
it's
go
coming.
ahead, Dean. Go ahead. I haven't got this all right. All right, I haven't got enough. Go ahead, Dean.
Perfect.
to monkey.
So you just said that the fact that men have higher levels of testosterone is what makes them a better leader. But then you also said something that makes women worse at leading is their periods. Well, one of the main hormones that increases inside of the bodies of women during their periods would be testosterone. So you'd actually argue that women getting their periods wouldn't be a data point against them being good at leading or more emotional. That'd actually be a data point for them being better at leading or less emotional. But now to move on to point number 2 here, you're just simply arguing that men having higher testosterone makes them a better leader. Well, quite frankly, are you familiar with bodybuilders? Do you know what like steroids do to the body of a male? Because, you know, the age-old trope is, oh, they're on steroids, they're roided out because they're so angry and irrational. Okay, well, that's because they have higher levels of testosterone. And then point number 3, by the way, your argument that women get their periods, therefore they're worse at leading, this would imply that women that don't get their periods, such as ones who have gone through menopause like Kamala Harris, would be good at leading. But of course, you don't believe that. And then another point here, the hormonal cycle of a woman is, you know, around 31 days, once a month, right? But the hormonal cycle of a man is 24 hours. And sure, hormonal cycles, to some individuals, regardless of their man or woman, can increase their likelihood or predisposition to engage in irrational emotional activity due to an irregulation of hormones. But because the hormonal cycle of males is 24 hours and the hormonal cycle of females is around 28 through 31 days, the males would be at a significantly higher likelihood to experience this disposition towards emotional irregularity because they experience a higher frequency of irregulated hormones. And then just point number 4 here, just to dispute and debunk the claim as a whole that women are more emotional than men, every data point that exists in society and biologically says otherwise. Because every data point in which exists to demonstrate an action that is onset by emotions is dominated by men. One male-dominated field would be crime, violent crime too, very irrational, very emotional. Maybe your counter-argument is that some violent crimes require higher level of physical strength, and of course men are stronger than women on average. Well, this is true even of crimes that don't, like cyberbullying with threats of violence. Men. Men are also more emotional than women because they're significantly more likely to self-unalive. 72% of all self-unalivings in this country are men, which, by the way, shouldn't be the case because you should be more likely to self-unalive the less access to resources you have, the less wealth you have. Men have more resources and more wealth, but then they account for 3/4 of self-unaliving. It's a very irrational thing to be better at. By the way, this doesn't take away from the serious nature of self-unaliving. It just does describe it as an irrational and emotional response to external stimuli. Men are also more likely to abuse hard drugs as an unhealthy coping mechanism to deal with unprocessed emotions. Meanwhile, women are more likely to go to therapy. What is the rational response to emotional irregularity? Hard drugs or therapy?
I'd say you don't need therapy personally, but I guess therapy would be more rational out of those things.
Yeah, you don't need therapy because you think we need drugs. But I appreciate you for admitting hard drugs like substances. So I appreciate you for admitting that women are more likely to engage in the more rational thing to do here.
Well, look.
And I'm not done yet because I have more evidence.
Have you ever picked up
Men
a
are
book?
also more likely to engage in other irrational behaviors. I have a long list here, my friend. They're more likely to drunk drive. Very irrational. They're more likely to recklessly drive. Very irrational. They're more likely to speed. Very fucking irrational. They're more likely to perform worse in school. Oh, don't worry. We're going to get onto the risk-taking point. Men are also more likely to perform worse in school, which if they were more likely to demonstrate logical faculties, we wouldn't expect that to be the case because we see a positive correlation between performance in school and IQ, which would make sense because women have slightly higher IQs on average. They also get more degrees. Oh, and then just one last point here. I know that I'm saying a lot. It's just all very important. You said biologically women are predisposed to be more emotional. The opposite is true. Women have an evolutionarily driven predisposition to deal with their pain and stress better than men. They have thicker dendrites in their neuroanatomy. Now, evolution gave this advantage to women because of childbirth. I'm not saying that they do have to give birth, but just saying because they can, evolution gave them the ability to better deal with their stress and pain. And we also see this demonstrated all the time. The American Medical Association did a study on 1.4 million patients worldwide and determined that if you're operated in surgery on by a female compared to a male, you're less likely to die as a result of that surgery or just less likely to experience any negative postoperative result whatsoever. And then one last point I'll address here is you said men are more likely to engage in risks. On average, yeah. because they're more likely to engage in irrational risk taking. They're more likely to gamble. They're more likely to cheat. They're more likely to steal. They're more likely to fight. They're more likely to engage in every single irrational risk. And you have no evidence that when we isolate for irrational risk taking, that men are specifically more likely to engage in rational risks compared to women.
Well, you brought up a lot there, and I mean, obviously, men do have a higher pain tolerance than women, right? You can get sources for that. That's true.
No, that's not true.
So
Women,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Women have a higher pain tolerance than men. If the studies that I gave you don't prove it about the thicker dendrites and the neuroanatomy of the brain of a female compared to that of a male, that allows them to deal with stress and pain better on average, given to them by evolution because of childbirth. Well, then I don't know. Maybe this would prove it to you. Go put a period simulator on. Let's see if I know you won't last a week. Let's see if you last 3 minutes.
I could do it. I've been actually wanting to do one of those for a while because I think that would be easy. I could do the high setting.
Right.
Because, it's just
right.
like, I feel like that wouldn't be really bad.
Guess what? The science proves that women could deal with pain better than men on average.
Dean, you ever woken up and your calf literally cramps? Like your calf cramps and it's like the most painful feeling of all time?
I've had muscle cramps before.
That ever happened to you?
You just said that a muscle cramp is the most painful feeling
that
of all
literally
time.
happens to me like almost.
Yeah, it happens to vast majority of women once a
I'm
month for a
exaggerating.
week. And it happens to vast majority of women once a month for a week, but not in their calf and their abdomen. So
it happens to me like almost every morning when I'm stretching in bed.
Oh, guys, it happens to him almost every morning for 3 minutes. Guys, he's such a strong man.
That's freaking painful.
He's such a strong man, everyone. He's such a strong man. He could handle the.
But anyway,
he could handle the calf cramp. So, how do you respond to the science that demonstrates that women are better at dealing with pain on average compared to men?
Well, they did experiments where they put men's and women's hands in like cold or warm water, and like women feel the temperature more than men. Like they feel the temperature more strongly than men. So that's they feel the pain, the sensory more than men. Like that was I've seen that. I know that was definitely an experiment. So I know for sure men feel temperature less than women. Is that correct or not?
Can I see your peer-reviewed research study?
Which makes them better soldiers.
Can I see your peer-reviewed research study that demonstrates men are better at dealing with their pain better than women? No, I can't see your peer-reviewed research study. Can you spell peer? Oh, where'd you go?
P-E-E-R. Like, bro.
P-double...
Put me through the whole spelling.
P-W-E-R? You said P-W-E-R?
You're reading me, man.
What the fuck? No, you're totally 100% incorrect. So, just to clarify, I would love to hear...
You said double E.
So W-E, no, it's like 2 E's, double E, not W-E, it's E-E. So anyways, I want to hear your response to literally every argument that I've given so far. I want to hear your response to the argument that I gave you to demonstrate that women are less emotional than men on average because of men's proclivity to engage in more emotional, less rational things on average. I want to hear your response to the claim that I made that women are better at dealing with stress and pain on average due to thicker dendrites in the context of their neuroanatomy that has been re-demonstrated by peer-reviewed research study after study after study. And I don't just want to hear like an appeal to some experimentation done on temperature. I want to have a study in response or a critique of the methodology true of the ones in which I granted you. I want to hear a response to the counter argument that I gave you about you arguing that men are better at leading than women on average because they take more risks, and how I detailed that when we isolate for irrational risks, I find no reason to believe that men are more likely to engage in irrational risks. And yeah, there we are. I mean, you said that you're a man, so you should be able to, rationally think through all of the things in which I just shared. The mic is yours. Take it away. Make sure that you're staying on topic, though. Alice, thank you for the galaxy.
All right, Max.
Why is he glitching so bad? Yo, I listen.
Hello, am I on?
Your router was probably installed by a man because it's definitely just not It's kind of freaking out. You know,
I think you keep muting me.
should have had a
I think
woman
it's just
install it. So do you have any response to the arguments, or are you just gonna
And
sit
by the
here
way,
and whine?
yep, okay. You may have, like you said, women have thicker dendrites, which makes them better at responding to pain, or more like conditioned to it. Men, although that may be the case, like they may feel the pain less than men. Men like respond, like generally they don't complain about it as much as women would, or they just tough it out. Like they just tough it out. They don't complain about it like women would. So either way, even if they might physically be feeling the pain stronger than women, they just still don't complain about it. They just tough it out, So they like it's about mentality. Like, men just are conditioned to like just, not complain about pain. They're just be like beasts about it. So
maybe the
that's
fact that men are
that's kind of why
conditioned
men
to not complain about what ails them is what drives 72% of suicides to be committed by men.
that is also a good point.
Yeah, I don't think that men can be
But
too good at leading
anyway,
if they're fucking
have you ever read a
dead,
history
right?
book?
Can we agree that a man wouldn't be
Dean,
too
who
good at
was the
leading if he's
greatest
fucking
leader
dead?
throughout all of history?
Oh, yeah, let's play this game.
Yeah, not if he's deceased.
Let's play this game. So if I were to answer your
All right.
question and tell you that my 3 favorite leaders...
Who was the greatest leader throughout history?
So if I were to answer this question and I were to say that my 3 favorite leaders throughout history were Obama, MLK, and what's another man? Because I'm trying to make a point here. Gandhi. Do you think that would prove that men are better at leading than women?
Yes.
Name the 3 worst leaders throughout history.
Worst leaders? They would probably also be men. But that's only because that doesn't change the fact that like it's that's only because women really haven't been leaders. So that's the reason,
Oh, wait, we're glitching. Yep, we're...
But I'm sure when they have been, they've been bad leaders. So.
Yeah, sorry everybody.
Search up
sorry.
like female leaders.
The glitch is over. I'm experiencing some massive lags with my internet connection. Super big lags. Can you guys hear me? Are we good?
Was your router installed by a woman? Was your router installed by a woman, Dean?
No.
It might not be my router here.
No, it was installed by a man. I watched him install it. Bad point. YouTube, are you still getting me? YouTube, are you still getting me? You're good? Good on YouTube. Wait, fine on YouTube? Why am I having... So I can't even like... I'm trying to like run a speed test on my computer. The speed test on my computer is not working and TikTok's not working. Why am I only having an issue on TikTok? That's strange. We're just gonna tough it out, I guess. Just TikTok?
Maybe you should call up your woman technician.
Good on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube is just fine. Well, this really sucks. We're gonna have to restart the TikTok stream. It is glitching out. We're gonna go and give it like another 2 seconds before we just restart it. Hey, Naomi, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, Naomi. Naomi with the $20 says, I'm currently dealing with Shark Week while he sits here and bashes on women because of his periods. I'll call her. Yeah, I'll fucking call her, Naomi. Thank you for the $20. I would also like to thank Ricardo for the $20 as well, who says, as a 19-year-old living with his mother, I'd love to hear what she thinks. Oh, yeah, I think that he should go tell his mother how he feels. Yup. Thank you for the 20. And then Link, thank you so much for the 100 Australian dollars over on YouTube. I appreciate you so much, Link. Please show some love to Link down below in that comment section. For the 100 Australian dollars, who says, hello, Dean. It's the new year, 2026, over here in Australia. Love your content, broski. Happy New Year, my friend. And thank you for the $100, as well as Rodney. Thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. And then Ducky with the $20 as well. Let's get 200 Ducky W's, 200 Rodney W's, 200 Naomi W's, and 1,000 Link W's down below in that comment section. Hello for everybody on TikTok. I don't know what caused us to glitch to hell and back, but happy we're back now. Anyways, we're going to go and get back to the cook here real quick. So you said that the fact that I was able to name 3 leaders that are men throughout history, this would indicate, okay, that men are better at leading than women. Then I asked you the same question, but in reverse, name the 3 worst leaders throughout history. And then you said, oh, well, they'd all be men, but this wouldn't indicate that men are better at leading than women. So my question to you would be, why would it indicate that men are better at leading than women, okay, when we're talking about the best leaders, but it wouldn't indicate that men are worse at leading than women when we're talking about the worst leaders? This sounds like an emotionally driven, irrational argument that hinges on your preconceived biases, okay, that you then use to ignore your own logic when it's used to argue against your point, which, by the way, demonstrates your nature as an incredibly irrational, emotional excuse of a man. Making another counter argument, by the way.
Well, if women are women are good as leaders as men, then why haven't they been good leaders?
If women aren't as good as leading at men, why haven't they been as good as leaders? Oh fuck. Maybe it's because they have? When they've had the opportunity to. Shit. Just an idea. Just an idea. Just a fucking idea. And then in so many scenarios, the reason why we haven't seen women having the opportunity to lead is because of shitty men like you. Just an idea. Just an idea. Just a thought.
Name 10
just a thought. You know, name 10 female leaders. We just went over this. We just went over this logic, Mr. Dumbass. Okay? You've already asked me this question. You asked me to name my favorite 3 leaders throughout history, you know, expecting me to only be able to name men. So for the purposes of debate, I only named 3 men. Okay? And then I demonstrated to you how that logic fails because you could only name 3 men. How about this? Name 10 leaders that were women that were bad. Because if you can't name them, they don't exist.
All right, let me find him real quick.
Oh, so now he's going to go over to Google. Wow, I guess women aren't bad at leading since he can't name 10 women leaders that are bad at leading. Fucking idiot.
Okay.
I'm clouding your
Well,
shit. I guess women aren't bad at leading.
I can't even open Google right now, so I can't even open Google.
Oh, wait, so just to clarify, you can't name 10 women that are leaders that are bad at leading. Therefore, women aren't bad at leading in accordance with your logic.
Okay.
Oh my god! Dude, you just got fucked! You just got fucked so hard! No, I mean, you're like, not literally. You're never gonna be fucked hard by a woman. None of them want to. Because of this, it's disgusting. But anyways, no, metaphorically, you got fucked real hard. Because you said, Dean, name 10 leaders that are women. And if you can't, this means women aren't good at leading. Oh, I said, name 10 leaders that are women that are bad at leading. If you can't, this means women are bad at leading. You could not name 10 leaders that are women that are bad at leading. Therefore, women aren't bad at leading. By the way, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you the reality of the situation because we all see who has good reason to believe in what they do and we all see who doesn't, right? Like you were giving me these shitty arguments. Men are better at leading than women because women have periods. Men are better at leading than women because they have testosterone. Men are better at leading than women because they're more logical and less emotional. And then I gave you like the perfect counter arguments against every single one of those claims. Oh, if women are more emotional, then why do men dominate in all emotional fields like violent crime, suicide, substance abuse, drunk driving, reckless driving, gambling, negative performance in school, so on and so forth. No response there. You still haven't addressed it. Oh, if testosterone makes you less emotional, then why do we have this cliche surrounding steroids, which increase the production of your own testosterone, making you more irrational and more emotional? You could address that. Oh, if periods make you more emotional, then you're telling us that hormonal cycles make you more emotional, and men's hormonal cycles are more frequent and more present than women's. Therefore, men are more emotional than women. You couldn't address that. Oh, men are better at taking risks on average compared to women, therefore they're better leaders. That was your argument. And then I said, well, unless you could isolate for irrational risk taking, such as all the fields and categories that we just went over, like crime, reckless driving, drunk driving, and gambling, to prove that men are better at rational risk taking than women, then you don't have an argument. You couldn't, address that. You also couldn't address the biological and evolutionarily driven underpinnings that make women better equipped at dealing with pain and stress compared to men, and then the empirical fields that prove that they can, like the fact that although men dominate surgery, right? Women still outperform them in the field, according to the American Medical Association. You couldn't address that at the end of the day. Okay, let's just get down to the meat on the bone here. You are just a very self-conscious man who's incredibly insecure. You're pathetic and you know it, which drives your insecurity. But instead of processing this insecurity in a rational way, you instead just fucking chudmax, cope, and project it onto the women and girls around you. So at the bare minimum, you could say, well, although I'm a fucking chud, I'm pathetic as shit, I'm still better than 51% of the population.
Look, my mother, you're one of your donors told me to ask my mother how I feel about this. She actually made me the way I am. All right, so she feels the same way as me.
Oh, wow. So now
yes.
you're using women agreeing with you as a data point that you're right. What about all the women that disagree with you? You call them fucking ugly.
True. Well, I mean, a lot
Ugly
of
and
feminists
angry.
are unattractive.
Yeah. So how would you feel if I told you, oh, your mom agrees with you? Must mean that she's a really ugly, angry woman.
Well, she's not because she has.
Oh no, it obviously is
yeah,
because she disagrees with me. Therefore, she's ugly and angry.
She's got a husband and kids, so she must not be.
God, well, she obviously hates him. That's what probably makes her so angry and ugly, right?
She's so wholesome. My mom is like the most wholesome mom.
Nope. She disagrees with me. Therefore, she's ugly and angry.
She voted for Trump.
Listen. She disagrees with me. Therefore, she's ugly and angry.
Okay.
All right, that's your logic.
What's your data? What's your backup? How are you backing that up?
So now you're asking me for evidence. Now I got to back that one up. I don't know. Let's see here. Do I need evidence? Because earlier you told me that you didn't. You said, "Oh, Dean, I understand that I have no evidence for the argument in which I'm making. It's just predicated on my own emotions. But trust me, bro. I'm just chudmaxing. Let me chudmax in peace, bro."
Well, I have evidence. They're unhappy with the setup dynamic of marrying a husband because they're unattractive and they can't get a husband, or they just are unappealing, like they're very like outlandish or like a shrew. You know the Taming of the Shrew? They're like a shrew.
Wait. So people become So people become feminists because they're ugly.
Maybe infertile. Maybe infertile too.
So then why are pretty women feminists?
Well, only because they've been taught from a young age from these angry, upset women that we're
okay. So the first feminists were ugly and angry, okay, right? But then they infiltrated the minds of the beautiful women and made them feminists too. Chud Maxine! Cope! Project! No, you don't! Stop fucking lying! You're a chud!
Women.
No, you don't!
I'm not a chud.
You do not get women.
Okay.
You don't!
I do, so.
No, you don't!
What's your backup? How are you going to defend
this?
the claim that I get women?
Oh, I think all women that disagree with me are ugly and angry. Yeah, tell that to one of them on the first date. They'll file a fucking restraining order if they haven't already. This is created, okay? Because women don't want you. The way that you act is created by that. It's funny because it's a projection and it's true. This is literally created by the fact that women don't want you. You are so mad at women and girls for hurting your fucking feelings. Okay, the same feelings, okay, that drive men to be more irrational and average compared to women, the same feelings that drive men to commit 72% of the suicides, vast majority of violent crimes, vast majority of all crimes, those same feelings drive you to take it all out on the women and girls around you just because they don't want an incel, chud-maxing, bald, fucking man-child.
No, I'm 19. I have a nice head of hair.
You have no hair,
look,
and you're bald.
I used to be like you, all right? I used to be a progressive when I was younger. Maybe
you used to be intelligent? Doubt it.
No, and then I realized that girls
periods.
don't actually
Yeah, you realize that women had periods. Yeah, exactly. You realize that women had periods, therefore feminists are ugly, and men are logical leaders, right? Yeah, God. Why? I wish I would have thought of that one. Shit, dude. Fuck, why didn't I think about that?
Dean, what side is more masculine, Republican or Democrat? What man is more masculine? Be honest with yourself. Right now.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, real men are Democrat.
And are you a prime example of that, or?
Yeah, quite frankly, I am.
Because
I'm a real man.
Pretty masculine, aren't you?
Oh yeah, looking real masculine. Thank
You
you.
look 12. You look 12.
Is that why you're
All
talking
right.
to me?
You look like you're in middle school.
Is that why you're talking to
What?
me?
You don't look masculine. You're how
Remember,
old are you? Like 20?
remember earlier when you said that 16-year-olds are basically adults?
Okay, well, what do you think is worse? A
Is,
Muslim
are
man
you
marrying
talking? Are you talking to me because you think I look like a middle schooler?
No, I'm talking to you because you wanted to debate me. So
Wait,
know,
but I mean,
support
you
your
said that
own.
you look 12, or earlier saying 16-year-olds are basically adults. Child marriage is like normal. Are you sure?
All right, well, a Muslim man marrying a 6-year-old or an American man marrying a 16-year-old? What is worse? Be honest with yourself right now. Like, come on. What happens? What's worse? Obviously, Muslims marrying little kids. Then, like, pretty much
Anyone marrying a child is wrong.
But a 16-year-old.
Anyone marrying a child is wrong. What
Which is
the
worse, though?
fuck? What
a
the
6-year-old
fuck?
or a 16-year-old?
Wait. You know, hey, I have a question.
Yep.
You condemn Muslims for looking up to a rapist, right?
Yep.
Donald Trump was proven by a court 2 years ago to have raped E. Jean Carroll. In 2005, he boasted about sexually exploiting the naked bodies of women and teenage beauty pageant contestants from ages 14 to 25 at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. In the 90s, he publicly boasted about how much he wanted to be with a 10-year-old girl that he found attractive 10 years in the future. He also hit on his own daughter, calling her a hot piece of ass and agreeing with Howard Stern when he called her voluptuous. He was also best friends with Jeffrey Epstein, knew he was trafficking children, sending him letters depicting the naked body of a little girl with a statement, may your birthday be awesome and we love our beautiful secrets. Epstein also said that Donald Trump shares his affiliation for young nubile girls. 25 women have credibly accused Donald Trump of raping them, including 2 accusations that were reported anonymously to the public. Of course, the FBI and NYPD had their names, stating that Donald Trump raped them in 1984 when they were 13. On top of Katie Johnson's lawsuit where she alleged that Donald Trump alongside Epstein raped her and a friend in one of their penthouse estates in the 90s. So if you want to condemn all Muslims for looking up to a rapist, do you condemn all Trump supporters too?
I wanted to respond to that actually coming up here. It's pretty bad faith of you. You brought up the clip like 1,000 times of Trump on the Howard Stern show, right? And he says, I go into the women's locker room. Like, like the Howard Stern show, that's very bad faith of you. Like, he tries to like provoke his guests to like say outlandish and like outrageous things. Like, he does that. Like,
You know who else does that? You know who else does that?
Yeah.
Chris Hansen. So would it be bad faith to call anybody who Chris Hansen gets to admit is a predator?
Well, no, like Howard Stern, like on his show, he gets people to say crazy things. Like,
He does.
He gets them to like say
he absolutely
going to upset the audience.
He absolutely does. He absolutely does.
Yeah.
Okay, because he's a
That
shock
doesn't mean
jock
it's
at what he
true.
does. Oh, it doesn't mean that it's true. So your argument is that it was a lie?
Well, it's just kind of bad faith because like he's not like admitting like cleanly that he's not just like sitting there and
We
admitting.
know that
"Yeah,
it
I
wasn't
did
a
this."
lie.
Like, he's-
We know that it wasn't a lie
like-
because Howard Stern had similar thoughts to you. The nature of the show was shock jockey. So when Donald Trump started talking about what he'd do to these women and girls, Howard Stern actually like clarified to him, okay, like Trump, have you actually done this? Right? Because even Howard Stern was like, is this guy like trying to like tell a lie to like provoke a reaction from the audience? And then Trump was like, no, Howard Stern, yeah, I've actually done this. What I'll do is I'll go backstage. So wrong. Get it out of here. You're running top line defense for a predator. Oh my God, what happened to all the oh, I hate people that look up to a rapist while you're defending sexual exploitation. Yeah, look how fast that defense fell. You're just projecting. Oh my God. I love it when American men rape 16-year-olds and no, Donald Trump didn't sexually exploit them even though he looked at their naked bodies when they were 14. Get fucked, dude. You're a goddamn embarrassment of a man. Earlier, you were asking me, are there more masculine men on the left than the right? Well, I mean, if you define masculinity to be a narcissistic ego complex that dwells on a self-affiliation of superiority, while also supporting sexual violence, sure, you're more masculine than me. But I'd actually say that true masculinity rejects all those core tenets, and you're just a Chud Maxine incel boy. Very immature, very embarrassing, and very, very just pathetic, honestly.
All right. Well, my response would be again to the chud thing is that I get women. I go out into the clubs on the weekends with my friends, and I get girls because they like masculine Republican.
Let me clarify this. No, the strippers don't actually like you. They're taking your money. I'm happy I could, clarify.
Not strippers. Girls approach me like I'm masculine, dude. Girls approach me at the bars. You know, like I'm just.
Women will
I'm
go
just
up to
really
you
dope
at the bars.
Well,
is it like
I mean, like,
is it like with the bouncer to kick you out because you were being creepy?
No.
No,
no. I just mean
no.
I just mean like when I'm out in public with my friends, like just like girls are just gonna come up to me because they're gonna they're like it's just like girls like Republicans, it's because it's like masculine. Like what they don't like feminists. Like girls don't like feminist men because they think they're weak.
Really?
Yep.
Go to your TikTok search bar and type in Dean Withers edit. I'm not gonna say anything more than that, but next point.
Okay, little girls might be attracted to you, like 14-year-old kids, because they're like, oh, this guy's so cool. Like any woman.
Oh, what the fuck?
Any woman would find you unattractive. All right.
What the fuck? No woman would find me attractive.
You have like fangirl.
I've been in a long-term relationship with a woman for the last 6 years, and now we have our own place together. Keep in mind, you're the one that lives in your mom's basement without a girlfriend. Any woman doesn't like a feminist man. Yeah, this feminist man is outclassing you at your own fucking values.
You got your 13-year-old
long-term relationship. Long-term relationship, living with him under the same roof, having a healthy product. I mean, that's not one of your values. I'm outclassing you at what you're preaching. I'm the man in a long-term relationship with a woman.
Your wife.
I'm the man in a long-term relationship with a woman that loves me and I love them. I'm the man that has my own place that I live in with my girlfriend. That's not you, little bro. Pipe the fuck down. Oh, women don't like feminists. Yeah, the feminist is the only person in this conversation that's in an active long-term relationship with a woman. You're the person in this conversation
Is it a them or is it...
that's incel chud maxing out in your mother's basement.
Is it a them or is it a she? Like, because you keep saying, you said them, like, so... Isn't it a she, your girlfriend? Like,
oh god,
like,
he doesn't even understand like the pronouns. Of course not. Of course not. Listen, dude, I'm gonna shift the burden of education on this subject to your 3rd grade grammar teacher. Go back to your middle school and ask them: is it a them or is it the she? And how could we use the term they or them in reference to a singular individual? Obviously they'll probably call the security and kick you out because you're 19. But you obviously do need the education of a 3rd grader. I'm pretty sure those resources should be available somewhere online.
Dean, we're the same age, pretty much. Okay, you're what? You're 20?
I'm 21.
You're 21, and I get more girls than you. You might have a long-term girlfriend, but like at this age, you should be going out as a man and like getting multiple girls, and that's what I do. Meanwhile, you just got like you got a girlfriend, like you've been dating since you were like what, like 14 then?
Wait, the conservative traditionalist is telling me that it's wrong to be in a long-term monogamous relationship with a woman? What?
No, okay, that's well, I mean, like that's such a young age. Like, how long have you been dating her? Since you were 14 or 15 or like?
Yeah.
What? Damn, like what was that? Like junior year?
You were 14 in your junior year of high school?
Yeah. Grade 9.
That's not junior year. That's
14.
Freshman year.
Oh.
Did you go?
Right,
wait,
well.
I'm not even saying this to be mean. Did you go to high school?
Yep. Yeah.
If you went to
All right, sorry.
I feel like if you went to like an American high school, you know that like grade 9 is not junior year. You know that grade 9 is freshman year. And I'm seriously not saying that to be mean or anything, but I'm just saying like I don't know if you went to high school.
Your first year.
Were you homeschooled?
No, your first year. No, I went to high school. I went to a public school. So.
I don't know about that, but we'll just move on from that point. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I feel like as a man, you're naturally more, what's the word, like, polygamous. Like as a man, like you go out and like have multiple, like naturally you're meant to go out and like have like multiple relationships as a young man, and then like you settle down, you like,
Okay.
like you don't want to, but
you said
you're mad,
naturally, like
you
this
just-
is like what men should go out and do. So how do you know this?
Yeah. Well, like men are, like biologically can, like impregnate like 12 women a day or something, like something crazy like that.
Wait. So you think that
naturally meant to-
young men and young boys, like 17, 18, and 19-year-olds should be going out impregnating 12 people a day?
No, like they shouldn't be impregnating them, but I'm just saying it's like your natural urge to do so. So
Wait, so you think it's like natural
Yeah.
for
It's like, as a man, that's what we do.
17-year-old boys to go out and impregnate 12 girls?
I don't think they should do that because like you don't want all those, like that's just
Wait,
like, too
but you're
many-
saying that they shouldn't do it even though you're arguing that it's natural. You argued like 3 seconds ago that young men should go out and engage in hookup culture because it's quote unquote natural.
Only men though, not women, because men are like more, like men are naturally. What's the word?
Wait.
Like what's the word when they have
So
multiple relations?
if only men should go out and engage in hookup culture, but women shouldn't go out and engage in hookup culture, are you saying that you'd be engaging in hookup culture with other men?
No, I mean like
Wait, but if
like women shouldn't.
if women
They're
shouldn't be
organisms.
wait. If women shouldn't be engaging in hookup culture, then who'd you be hooking up with?
Well, the women that do it.
Wait, but you just said that
'cause
they
obviously
shouldn't.
There's gonna be,
But you just said that they shouldn't.
But there are gonna be women that do it.
Wait.
That's just kind of what they're gonna.
Wait, so if they shouldn't do this thing, then why do you do that thing with them?
Because that's just as a man.
Wait.
It's like
So
what you do.
wait, if they shouldn't do it, would you argue that every
It's
woman
the
should?
girl's responsibility to not do it.
Would you argue that every woman should reject you if they shouldn't do it? Therefore, they should reject you.
Yes, they should. Yes, they should save themselves for marriage.
Okay, so you're celibate. Or you think you should be?
No, I think it's different from
Wait. If you think, oh, this is crazy. So if you think that they should reject you, then you think that you should be an incel, like literally involuntarily celibate, because you think all the women who would make you not celibate should reject you.
I'm just
Say
saying
it.
that
No.
women-
Say it. Say I should be an incel. Say it.
All right, I should be an incel then.
Okay, and earlier,
By my logic,
and earlier, when you said, when I called you a chud, your response was, "No, I'm not a chud because I
Not a
sleep
chud.
with women." Right. So therefore, the opposite of sleeping with women would be not sleeping with women. Therefore, the opposite of not being a chud would be being a chud. And therefore, because you said that you should be incel, which means you wouldn't be sleeping with women, and tangent of that fact, you're arguing that you should be a chud.
Well, what even is a chud? Like a right wing.
So I
who
just
doesn't get girls?
take chud to be like a real like low life POS, right? Get that chud out of here. That's the way I use the word. Okay, but the way that you've used the word is different. Because every time I've called you a chud on this live, you said, "No, I'm not a chud because I sleep with women." Therefore, that implies if you don't sleep with women, then you are one, right?
As a man.
Okay.
Yeah.
So because you said that you should be incel, would you be sleeping with women if you were involuntarily celibate?
The women should be.
No. Answer my question. You said that you should be an incel. No. You said that you should be an incel. If you are an incel, would you be sleeping with women?
I didn't say I should. I'm just saying there are women that the women should be preserving themselves, but there are going to be girls that don't.
Therefore, they
And
should
that's-
reject you. Therefore, you should be involuntarily celibate.
Yes.
Okay, and when you're involuntarily celibate, are you sleeping with women?
No.
Okay, and you just argued that if you're not sleeping with women, you're a chud. So because you think you should be involuntarily celibate, you think that you should be a chud.
I don't think it's. I don't think the man should like strive to be a chud. But I think
No,
men
you
should
just
reject
wait,
it.
wait. So then, if men shouldn't strive to be chuds, then men shouldn't strive to be an incel, and if men shouldn't strive to be an incel, then women shouldn't strive to reject men, making men an incel. So either it is the case, right, that women should sleep with men, or it is the case that you should be a chud. Get fucking logic.
Look, can you
get fucking logic, dude?
Okay, all right. You know, I wanted to ask you.
No, I don't want you to answer me
why-
anything. Do you agree that you should be a chud, or do you agree that it's just as okay for women to engage in hookup culture as men? Dude, I got you in a position where one of those two things has to be true. It either is true that you think women should be able to engage in hookup culture just like men, or you should be a fucking chud.
I don't think they ought to. I don't think they ought to engage in hookup culture.
Yeah, no,
but I think they still will.
I misstated myself. So it's not the statement of they ought to, right? It's the statement that they should be able to in the same way that men should be able to.
They should be able to, but they don't ought to. They shouldn't. They shouldn't.
Wait,
but
they should. They should, but they shouldn't. That is a
to.
definition. That is the definition of a contradiction. So women
They
should
shouldn't do it,
contradict.
but they should have the ability to be able to do it.
Okay, so but you said that men should do it.
Yes.
Okay, and because you think that women shouldn't, therefore you should be an incel because women should reject you. And if you should be an incel, you should be a chud because you think that being an incel is being a chud. So say it. You should be an incel chud. Repeat after me. I, Barry, should be an incel chud.
I, Barry Clemship, should be an incel chud, I guess. By Dean Withers' breakdown, I guess. True. Okay.
Yeah, and that's where we're going to leave the debate. Fuck you. Oh, that one's satisfying. Thanks. No, thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks. Wow, that one, great. God, I wish that we could end all the debates with the super misogynistic people that way. That's awesome. Yo, cooked his ass. Oh my God. I don't know if we've ever had a more brutal beatdown on the live stream. It's never been more brutal. That was great. Welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I voted for him.
Okay. Do you think I'm a grifter?
Well, I mean, potentially.
Okay, well, I got to grift real quick, so just give me a second. Over on YouTube Super Chat, Abby, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, Barry is saying that women have no other valuable traits than bearing children in marriage, common misogynistic behavior. This isn't rocket science, this is common sense. Good thing he is a self-described incel chud, right? Sam, thank you for the 50 euros over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Sam. That is so much fucking money. Oh my God. Sam with the 50 euros says, Happy New Year. Greetings from Finland. Well, yo, shout out to Finland and shout out to you. Thank you so much for the 50 euros, my friend. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so very, very much. Ooh, you pick. 1 second, you guys. 1 second. Here. How about, you like that? Does that look good? Yeah? I love you. Sorry, girlfriend had to drop by real quick. 1 second. I also have a couple people to thank real quick on PayPal and Venmo. Over on PayPal, Scott, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Scott, who says, actually secure and confident men tend to be more progressive and definitely understand that women are at least equals. Yep. Insecure MAGA men are the opposite. Abso-fucking-lutely. Confident, secure men, right, don't project their insecurities onto women. Confident, secure men view women as their equal. Thank you for the $50, Scott. I'd also like to thank Dan for the $10, who says, I love this new Ruthless Dean for 2026. Love watching you crack a chud. Yeah, maybe that's our new thing. Let's just start being super fucking ruthless, okay? Denise, thank you for the $10, who says this caller is in a long-term relationship, ... 19 years with his mommy. Yeah, I need somebody to take care of him. Thank you for the $10, Denise. Sadie, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. He says, fuck that last guest to the highest degree. Definition of an immature loser coming from a 30-year-old woman who runs her own business. Yeah, he was an insecure fucking loser. Get him out of here. Thank you for the $20, Sadie. Let's get 200 Sadie W's. Joseph, thank you for the 5. Nicole, thank you for the 2. Anna, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for the love, Anna. Show some love to Anna down below. And Michael, thank you for the $15 who says, fuck yeah. Thank you, Michael. And then Robin, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, who says, for much of history, men dominated leadership largely because women were legally and politically excluded. Yep, 110% correct, Robin. Thank you for the $20. That is ROBYN. Show some love to Ramen. As well as Lauren, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Jody with a 5, Rebecca with a 5, Sarah with a $3.50. Amanda, thank you for the $10. Who says, I have a husband, I'm the breadwinner, and I have a higher education. Yep, absolutely. Thank you for the $10. And then Harold, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Harold. Mario, thank you for the 10. Luz, thank you for the 10. Ryan, thank you for the 10. And then Reagan, thank you so much for the $20, who says, I don't want kids. I have a partner of 10 years and have a career. I love that it lets me travel and represent luxury hotels and resorts. Fuck yeah, Reagan. You are cooking right now. Over on PayPal, Serenity, thank you so much for the $20. Over on Venmo says, nah, you just looked at your girlfriend like I look at my boyfriend. Well, Serenity, that means that you probably love your boyfriend the same way I love my girlfriend. Thank you for the $20. Oscar, thank you for the $11. He says, Happy New Year's Eve, Dean. What are your goals for 2026? I don't know what this guy's doing. I don't know. I'll get back to you on that one, Oscar. I'll make sure to get back to you with a good set of goals too. Thank you for the $11. Let's also get 200 Heather W's for the $20. Who says, I feel bad for Jerry's mom because his behavior is learned. So I imagine that she's stuck in a home with a husband and a son. That is like made her this way, probably. Thank you for the $20, Heather. Serenity, thank you so much for the $20 as well. And Venmo says, I'm not sure if you got it, but guest clearly identified his insecurity by saying he was progressive like you until he saw that the right deemed men is more masculine. Yup. Good fucking point, Serenity. Thank you for the $20. Creed, thank you for the $10. Who says, I genuinely think that he's saying it's the girl's quote-unquote responsibility to do that, end quote, because they owe him for selecting them. Thank you for the $10, Venmo. Miriam, thank you for the $20. Who says, I guess needs to go drink some breast milk for his mommy issues. Happy New Year's, Dean. Happy New Year's, Miriam. Thank you for the $20. And Kimoni, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says, hey, Dean, pronounce Kimani. Sorry, Kimani. My favorite quote, quote-unquote, men saw that women can give birth, so they had to create God as a man. Yup. Thank you for the $10, Kimani. Erica, thank you for the 5. And by Axelot, thank you for the $100. Oh my God. Over on Venmo, y'all are going crazy. Who says, this caller seriously has issues with inferiority to women. No wonder why the far right indoctrinated them. Yep, because the far right will tell him that he's the most important thing that ever has been and ever will be. Thank you for the $100. Seriously, I do not deserve a fucking penny of that. You were so goddamn kind. Show some love to Baya Axelot, the MVP. Down below in that comment section. A couple other people here. Sarah, thank you for the $10. Who says, I'm a 44-year-old woman, and last year I fell while hiking. I turned my foot around and walked a half mile back to my car and drove to the ER. Yeah, I could have done that. Not me, man. Thank you for the $10. Then Kara, thank you for the $10 as well. Brianna, thank you for the $10. And then Michael, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you so much, New Blue Eyes. That is incredibly kind of you. And then Tom, thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. Vivian, thank you for the $10. And I think that we are all caught up. Guys, if I missed anyone, actually, I did. There we go. One moment. There, just 3 more. Jay, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo, who says, I've never been much of a holiday person, Dean, but I do wish a happy 2026 to both you and Parker for a year of increasing happiness and positive change. Oh, thank you, Jay. Let's get 500 JWs. Kit, thank you for the $25, who says, you and your girlfriend have a great New Year's. Well, you as well, Kit. Thank you for the 25. And then Audrey, thank you for the 15. And Tiffany, sorry, with a 10. I think that's everyone. If I missed anybody, I do apologize, and I really appreciate y'all for the love. If you'd like to take the mic at this point and tell us why you support Trump, go ahead.
Well, I support Trump, for safe borders, for us to be strong again.
For safe borders and for us to be strong. Do you think that we've become stronger or weaker in the last year?
I would say, mostly stronger, I would say, this year.
So why do you think we're stronger with lower GDP growth, a record high level of manufacturing bankruptcies, the highest since the pits of the Great Recession, a lower level of business investment plummeting for the first time in years, and 1.3 million layoffs, the highest since the peak of the pandemic, joined by the highest level of unemployment in 5 years? Is that strength or weakness?
Yeah, so ultimately, I would say it's just, temporary losses, you're going to get it back.
But don't these temporary losses make us weaker?
Well, in the short term, yeah, but not in the long term.
Okay, so then, and we are indeed weaker today than
we were. What a great guy.
What, Brock?
This dude up here, buddy, I just checked your account. Why the hell you got anti-Trump reposts acting like you're a Trump supporter? You got anti-Trump reposts on your account. And you're over here laughing. You got Dean Withers edits. This motherfucker's a fraud. This motherfucker's a fake Trump supporter. You get the hell off this live.
Damn,
Goodbye.
you cooked his ass, Brock. Oh, dang, Brock just came up here to fry him. Brock just in a drive-by fried him real quick. Yo, he clocked your shit, dude. Brock the clock. Brock the clock.
Caden's in. Caden's in Dean Withers.
We do know that.
No way. Stop.
Sorry, they sound like children. They were really happy though. Caden, I'm sorry, I did disconnect you. Hey, Scott.
Hi.
Hi. Do you support Trump?
No, but I miss Brock. I was just gonna tell him his name is just a glorified Craig.
Your name's like, okay, listen, I understand that you're trying to like cook Brock or whatever, but your name's Scott. Okay? Sorry, bro. Sorry, man. Oh, I get it. You're not a Trump supporter. I shouldn't be doing that. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the cube, you haven't been to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Here we go. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, but I actually had something really important to say to you.
Sorry. Based upon the slight giggle in the tone of your voice, I'm going to assume that it's not too important. I'm going to kick you and move on because we are just looking for Trump supporters. Yo, hey, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says Brock is Dean's guard dog now. Dude, Brock fried his shit, man. I'd also like to thank Angelina. Thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars over on YouTube. He says, just wanted to say Happy New Year's, Dean. Chat, Momo, and girlfriend. Thank you, Angelina. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Then it's what it is. Thank you for the $10. Who says, why sexuality brought up in conversations with MAGA seems strange to me? Oh, yeah. Oh, dude. Oh, I can tell you a lot stranger. But I won't get into it. Shannon, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Who says the neighborhood heard me hysterically laughing listening to that slapdown on my walk with my dog. Thank you. Well, thank you for the $25. And I apologize to you for the disturbance to the neighborhood. I'd also like to thank Shelby for the $25 who says, guess the 70% healthcare workers that are female should not go to work since they're on their periods. Oh, yeah. See how the men inpatients like that. Thank you for the $25, Shelby. And then Serenity, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. You guys are literally being so kind today. Over on PayPal, thank you so much, Irina, for the $3. Hey, welcome in, man. Do you support Trump, bro?
Dean, I really can't believe you can't remember me, bro. That's the thing.
Are you someone that I should remember?
So, first and foremost, I still cannot believe you haven't got a fucking haircut, guy. Okay? And second of all,
my hair looks great.
You gotta watch, Dean, you gotta watch my pinned post of
my hair looks
taking
great.
the hugest L, bro. Go to my page. My first post, I pinned it. Dude, you take the biggest L in life, dude. Captured in 4K. I slowed it down too. I slowed it down for you.
That was the stupidest thing
You got to
I've
go
ever
watch
done. I
this,
should have
guys.
never have done
Everybody.
it.
Yes.
And then I didn't behave.
When you say I should have never done it, you mean?
That was just a dumb thing to go into a dressing room with a man that I hardly know and have him shut the door and then be.
Read it out, Dean. Read the prompts out for me, bud.
I was a competitor.
Dean, read the prompts out, man. Let it play out and read the prompts.
So it's a clip of
You take
Carol
a fucking L, bro.
saying that she shouldn't have gone into the dressing room. And then your response.
Oh, now you're
being-
not going to play the whole thing. Now you're not going to play the whole thing, Dean.
Okay. Well, I could.
The whole video is to make a point that you take an L at the end. You have to watch it, man.
Carol. I always sit
Yeah,
back
okay.
and think, that was the stupidest thing I've ever done. I should never have done it. And then I didn't behave.
When you say I should have never done it, you mean?
I didn't behave.
It's just a dumb thing to go into a dressing room with a man that I hardly know.
So then
you
why
went
do you
in the
go into the
dressing room.
dressing
So
room?
you went in the room.
Unable to stop.
Yeah, you read them.
And I was a competitive athlete.
You
so
couldn't
I
punch or
wasn't
scream or hit him.
I didn't freeze. I rose to the occasion.
You couldn't punch him or hit him. You couldn't call the cops
it did
immediately
not
after the
last long.
graping.
And that's why I don't use the word you just used.
I can't read it.
use
You
the
got
word
your
fight.
hand over it, bud.
You fucking wrote it. You don't remember writing it?
Read, dude. Let it play.
Wait 1 second. You telling
Let
me?
it keep playing,
Wait, but
Dean.
I just need to address that comment. You don't
It's
remember.
gonna get to the important part, bro. It's gonna get to the important part of you.
You don't remember what you wrote?
I can't read, dude. Dean, you had your hand over it, bro.
But why should that matter? You should remember what you wrote.
I mean, I made the video like 2 weeks ago, bud.
Exactly. You should remember it.
Just play it, Dean. Stop, dude. Just play it.
This is a woman who's also accused other men of things.
I can't believe I'm getting this, guys. I love it, bro. I can't
We're
believe
not
it.
done going over all of Trump's sins yet. But do you have a girlfriend though? Yeah, but I was in the middle of an argument and you want to interrupt me. Okay, so imagine 20 years from now she says that you raped her. How would you feel about that, Dean? So I would feel bad. There's no evidence, buddy. Where's the semen at? I would feel bad if she said it wouldn't be true. There's no evidence, Dean. Name one piece of evidence suggested in the E. Jean Carroll court case. It's hearsay, buddy. You can't just say someone raped you 20 years ago, bud. Okay. What's going to happen to Donald Trump for...
There it is, Dean. I cannot believe I captured this. I cannot believe I just captured this on YouTube. Thank you, Dean. Bro, I love you, bro. Thank you, man.
Right.
Thank you, bro. You're the best.
That? Like, what
I mean,
was
bro, you literally just admitted. Hold on, dude. I cannot believe this happened.
What happened? Is this like one of those like YouTube video clickbait moments where it's like
Dean,
you try to like...
You just said, hold
Ryan,
on, Dean.
Ryan,
You
1
just
second.
said it would not be true,
Is this
right?
like one of those like YouTube clickbait moments where you try to like hype something up? Are you like clickbaiting the chat right now? Oh my God, guys! Gold Scar! Oh my God, I can't believe that this happened! Oh my God, we found a hero, Brian!
Buddy.
I can't believe this. We don't know like what's
Dean,
going
listen,
on.
it was to make a point. It's to make a point that
what's the
you
point?
literally said that it... Okay, let me explain. You literally say in the video that it wouldn't be true.
Right.
If your ex-girlfriend accused you of rape, okay?
Correct.
So how is it any different for Trump, buddy?
Because Trump actually raped her?
Well, dude, what? She literally just said she went in the dressing room.
She did go in the dressing room.
Why, Dean? Why did she go in there, bud?
Are you
You're getting so
implying
cooked
that
right now,
because
bro.
she went into the dressing room that she gave consent for sex?
She went in the dressing room on her own reconnaissance, and she couldn't scream or yell, Dean.
So
Hold
we
on,
actually
Dean.
wait 1 second.
He couldn't call the cops immediately after, bro.
I want to answer to your all. You know what? I'll answer to all three of those things. Is there anything else that you want to add on?
Yes. Okay, Dean. Let me add on.
Wait,
Could
fuck, I can
she
only-
not have
wait.
screamed or yelled or punched him or scratched him? Could she not call the cops immediately after the graping? This is what you guys do. You don't understand that she literally did this for money. She wrote a book about it. It's all political propaganda to push this narrative. Trump, orange man, bad, dude. You're on the wrong side, Dean. And I just proved to you that it wouldn't be true if Dean got accused of it, but if Donald Trump is accused of it, oh yeah, he did it.
Okay.
He must have done it.
You have a small brain.
I have a small. Oh my, bro, Dean, come on, man.
I'm gonna respond to all those points. Let me know when I have the floor.
Go ahead.
So the first point that you made was, could she not have screamed or yelled? A lot of individuals that are unfortunately sexually abused, sexual violence perpetuated against them, don't scream or yell. And in fact,
But she went in the dressing room, Dean.
That's a third.
She
point.
went in there on her own, buddy.
So let me just put
Hey,
this on.
Dean, hold on,
Ryan,
please, for a second, bro.
Let me just
Dean,
put this on the screen.
Put yourself. Hold on, Dean.
No,
Put yourself in Trump's shoes.
Ryan, I wrote down all the points. I'm going to respond to them all. Here's the points that you made. Okay, look at this. She couldn't. Could she not have screamed or yelled? Could she not have immediately went to the cops? She chose to go into the changing room. She did it for money. So I was just starting to address your first point, and then you interrupted me with your third point. I'll get around to your third point. Like, I just wanted to copy and paste what I wrote down so you could see that I'm going to address what you said. You just have to let me speak.
Dean, there's no excuse that you can say right now.
Yes, not excuse,
to
just
say
a
that
fact.
what she could have done, Dean.
Can I just respond?
She should
to
have
all
yelled
four?
and screamed and yelled and punched him, right, Dean?
There's your first point.
Hold on, Dean.
Can I?
Dean, should
Ryan,
she? Can I?
I need to respond to them.
Dean, would you recommend somebody to scream and yell and punch the rapist? Yes or no?
I need to respond to the first 4 points
Oh,
that you
no.
made first.
Dean, why won't you answer, bro? Because you're caught, bro. You're caught in 4K.
No, because you've asked me. This is now your fifth question, and I don't think that you're going to let me answer it. So I
Dean,
need
would
to be
you
able...
recommend anybody that's getting raped to yell and scream and punch the rapist? Yes or no?
I don't think that I'm qualified enough to make or not make that recommendation.
Bro, what the
I
fuck?
also don't think that it would be a blanket statement that would be true for all circumstances. I think that
So
this
you're
is,
just gonna lay there and take
I
the
think that this is going to be highly contextually dependent upon very...
Listen,
dude, you have to
you
let me
sound
speak,
like
Ryan.
an idiot, Dean. You sound
Well, I mean, I don't sound like
idiotic
much
what you're
because you
saying,
can't let me
bro.
speak.
Dean, you sound idiotic because you're saying that you shouldn't punch and scream and hit the rapist, bro. What are you saying right now?
Well, I'm not saying much because you can't let me.
Hold on, Dean. If your girlfriend was getting raped right now from somebody, wouldn't you say, babe, you need to scream and punch him in the fucking face, uppercut that motherfucker, spray him with mace? Would you tell her that, Dean?
Okay. So I actually find this to be incredibly irrelevant to knowing if E. Jean Carroll was or was not raped and understanding why the 4 points that you made to try to demonstrate that she wasn't are insufficient and just simply not true. Because regardless of what
She wasn't, Dean.
Ryan, you are going to let me speak. You have to control your urges. Maybe the reason, right, that you're up here defending a rapist is because you might be one. I mean, look at how like far you're infringing on, like, you know, like
okay,
me and what
Dean,
I'm
I'm
doing.
giving
Like,
you
yeah, you can't even let me finish talking.
Dean,
here.
I'm giving
no impulse control
you
whatsoever.
won't even answer the analogy.
Because
you won't even answer the
You
analogy.
can't let me speak.
Do you know what an?
I need to be able to speak, Ryan. So I'm going to begin to respond to all the points you made, including your analogy. Now, the analogy will be the fifth thing that I respond to, because I first want to respond to the 4 points that you brought up to dispute the fact that she was raped. The analogy will be the last. So the first point that you brought up to attempt to defend the premise that E. Jean Carroll was not raped was by saying that she could have screamed or yelled or or punched. Well, it is a descriptive fact that when individuals are raped, many of them will simply not give that reaction. Why? Because of the psychological
You're
phenomena.
making up excuses, Dean. You're making excuses for women. You're fucking being a piece of shit right now, dude.
How am I being a piece of shit by describing that your counter argument is not sufficient in demonstrating that she was not raped? Because what happened to her and the response in which she reported is typical of individuals and we know were raped.
Dean, she literally admitted she went in the dressing room. Why would you go in the dressing room with a rapist, bud?
That's point number 2. Or sorry, point number 3. We'll go ahead and respond to that. So inside of the court documents, what she said is that Donald Trump approached her and asked her to shop for lingerie for one of his friends that was a woman. And she obliged. Okay? Well, actually just shop for clothes in general. And then after she obliged to help him shop for clothes in general, he then redirected the conversation surrounding lingerie, and then he wanted help shopping for lingerie. So then she followed him to the 6th level of the
Dean,
of the
she was
retail store.
interested in dating Donald. She was interested in dating Donald Trump at the time. You understand he was an eligible bachelor for a while. Okay.
If a woman is interested in dating you, that doesn't give you the right to slam them against the
Bro,
wall,
Dean, why did
force
she
their
call the
hands
cop?
into restraint, and then
Why
forcefully
did she
penetrate
call
their
the
vagina
cop?
with your fingers. Ryan, do you
Why didn't she
think...
call-
No. You've been asking all the questions. It's my turn. It's my time to question you.
Why did she call
no,
the
no,
cop?
no, no. You're not asking the question. I'm asking the question. If a woman is
Yeah,
interested in
ask-
dating you, does that give you the right to forcefully restrain them and insert your fingers into their vagina? Yes or no?
Dean, why didn't she call the cops?
You're going to answer my
immediately?
question. I've answered 15 of your questions. It is time for you to answer one of mine.
You don't know if that's true or not, Dean. You don't know.
Wait. That is what she said.
That's hearsay, buddy.
That is what she said. No, because your last
It's hearsay.
Ryan, you have to let me speak. This is unreal.
Bro, it's hearsay. Do you know what hearsay is?
Ryan.
Dean, listen, bro.
I need to be able to speak.
If your girlfriend
Okay.
is getting raped, wouldn't you tell her and recommend that she punches and screams and scratches to get hair follicles from the rapist? Wouldn't you recommend that to your girlfriend, Dean?
I'll make this
Or are you
clear.
just going to say, no, babe, just lay there and take it?
A recommendation of what an individual should do in response to rape is completely irrelevant and separate from the descriptive set of facts that explains how individuals do respond to being graped.
Dean, then any woman can just say that they were graped 20 years ago, buddy, with no evidence.
Well, the thing is
that's why you have to report the grape right away so you can go get a grape kit and do a swab and stuff, buddy.
So the first fact is that I believe, right, that only around 7% of grape accusations are false. This is what the facts would tell us. And then an even lower amount of those false accusations would then be brought up inside of a courtroom and pursued. And then an even smaller amount of those false accusations would actually be agreed on as real by a unanimous jury of 9. Okay?
Yes,
and then
you
predicated.
have to have evidence, Dean. You have to have.
We also do have evidence. We have a lot of evidence.
Dean, that's why they have grape kits that you use after you get graped, buddy. That's why you should call the cops immediately. Why do you promote women not coming out right away about it?
You're the only person doing that here is you. The way that you are treating victims of sexual violence, I could tell you.
Dean, how the fuck would that be me when I'm literally saying if you're graped, if you're a woman that gets graped, you call the cops immediately and you go get a grape kit.
I could tell you. Do you want to?
You can't tell me nothing, Dean.
I can't.
Because bro, I'm telling you right now, Dean,
Ryan,
you're so
I'll tell you. So the way that you promote women not coming out about grape is because of the way that you treat them when you do. When they do come out about grape, you make TikToks about them, calling them liars, saying that she caused it by going into the dressing room, or that it was okay that he forcefully restrained her because she might have been interested in dating him. Grape culture is what caused women and girls to wait about coming out about
Dean,
it.
stop reading off the monitor, but have a conversation with me. Look me in the eyes. Look me in the camera right now.
First point, I'm not reading off of my monitor. Second point,
you need the monitor to help.
Second point, even if I was reading off of my monitor, that wouldn't change a damn thing. Because even if I was reading off of my monitor, still yet every single thing that I'm saying right now would be true.
Okay, Dean, listen, I'm going to hop off, but I just got
Yeah,
one
you're going to
question
run
for
away
you.
like a little
Hold on.
fucking boy.
No,
Caesar! Thank you for the $100 over on
running,
PayPal. I need to thank my
I'm not
donors. Be
running.
quiet. You are fucking running. You just said that you had to hop off. You're
Bro,
running
you
away.
won't even answer
Caesar, thank you for the $100 over on PayPal. He says, Dean, you have the patience of a saint. I have no idea how you managed to stay calm talking to these disgusting
always
people.
rages out
It's
like
actually
this, guys.
really
He
hard. By the way, the donations really piss Ryan off.
Every time he loses the debate, he
Social
rages
love to
out.
Caesar double in the comment section. Thank
Always
Caesar for the
raging
$100.
out, bro.
Hey, good boy. Thank Caesar for the
Always
$100.
raging out on his
Thank Caesar for the
donations that are
$100.
fake.
Thank him for the $100.
Dean,
Say
them
thank you.
donations are
Oh,
fake, buddy.
they're fake? It's
They're
right fucking
fake.
here. It's right fucking here,
fake,
my
bud.
friend.
Your
You want to
donations
see
are
it?
fake.
You
No
want to
one's
see
donating
it?
to you, Dean.
Oh, you want to see
Yes,
the
show
donation?
us.
Okay,
Yeah, Dean.
bet. I got you.
Oh, bet. You're fake. You just run
Caesar,
bro.
$100. Can you
You
see
run
that?
and hide.
Can you see that $100
shit
from
on
Caesar?
there.
What do you read? What do you see?
Oh yeah, Parker sent you $100. Who cares, bud?
Wait, but that says Caesar.
Hey, Dean, listen.
Thank you for the
If your
$100,
girlfriend was
Caesar.
dating
Shut
Drake-
up while I'm thanking my
Yeah, he
donors.
doesn't
You're
care
so
about
impolite. Thank you for the $100. I'd also like to
He
thank
doesn't care
Caitlin for the
about his girlfriend at
$5
all.
over on
He
Venmo.
doesn't care
Thank you
if
so
his
much for the
girlfriend dates
$5 over on Venmo. Caesar. Barbara, thank you for the $1 over on
Bro, you
PayPal.
rage out
Amanda,
when
thank
you
you so
lose
much for
the
the
debate,
$5 over on PayPal. Caitlin, thank you for the
Why do you
$10
rage
on
when you
PayPal.
lose?
I'm not raging. I'm just very politely thanking my donors. Just stop and wait till I'm done thanking my donors. Denise, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Shandi with a 5. Lori, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Lori. And another Lori, thank you for the $10 that attached no message. Haley, thank you so much for the $31 over on PayPal. You said, honestly, watching your live says give me entertainment during the darkest part of my life. I'm really happy that the lives have been able to help me out. Thank you for the $31, Haley. Also, by the way, I know that I didn't lose the debate because the debate ended in me making a statement that you couldn't. No. The reason I know that I didn't lose the debate is because it ended in me making a statement that you couldn't refute. So then you basically accused me of reading off of my monitor, and then I corrected you. It's like, no, I'm not. But even if I were, that wouldn't dispute what I'm saying is true. You had no fucking response. You were gagged. You were cornered, and you got absolutely destroyed. And then you said, "Oh, Dean, I'm gonna run away because I'm a scaredy fucking beta incel maxing shud." And then, anyways,
Dean,
the
I
reason
got
why
time
I'm
to
muting
stay,
you is
bud.
because you're interrupting me thanking my donors. Catherine, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal.
Okay.
Talking about Brock. Show some love to Scott.
Dean, I decided
Catherine
to
down below in
stay.
that chat.
I decided to
Tori,
stay,
I'm
man.
still thanking my donors. Pipe down. You're such an immature little boy.
Well, we
Tori,
got
thank
time.
you
We
so
got
much for the $25 over on Venmo. Tori with the $25 says Happy New Year's to everyone except for Ryan's bitch ass. Appreciate you for the $25, Tori. Lori and Ivy. Thank you for the $50 over on Venmo, who says he was just doing as she was told by an authoritative figure. Why did she not fight back? Maybe because she doesn't want to wind up dead. Yup. Thank you for the $50, Ivy. Show some love to Ivy down below in that comment section.
Come on, man.
Caitlin, thank
Come
you
on,
so much
man.
for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. Devin with the $20 who says Ryan thinks that he's cooking, but all the ingredients are still at the store. Dead ass, thank you for the $20, Devin. Jessica, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo, who says a lot of women won't fight back because they want the opportunity to escape with their life.
Donations, we got
Thank you
all
for,
the intel.
Wait, the fake donations?
We got all the fake donation intel on you, bud.
Wait, but they're all right here in front of your face.
Okay, hey Dean.
Thank you for the 30. No, I'm still thanking my donors. Thank you for the
let's
$30, Jessica.
Hey,
thank you so
Dean.
much. And then Peter, thank you for the $100 over on Venmo, who says I utterly hate this person. No, I care because I'm thanking them. Chat, do you care about me thanking my donations? Let me know in that chat if you care. Thank you for the $100, Peter, who says I utterly. No, I want to thank them right now. I'm gonna thank them right now. Peter, thank you. 1 second. I'm still thanking my donors. Peter with $100 who says I utterly hate this person. I utterly hate this person. He's sick and evil beyond words. I'm terrified for any woman who comes across him. Fuck this MAGA loving POS. Yeah, Ryan's completely despicable, Peter. Thank you for the $100. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Let's also thank Shannon. Thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo, who says, as a survivor, I froze. It led me to blaming myself more than a decade. Yeah, and you don't need to blame yourself. You are not to blame, even though this guy says that you are. Thank you for the $15, Shannon. Ashton, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo.
You froze? Yeah,
the
you should have fought back. You should have fought back. Why'd you freeze?
1 second.
Why? Why did you freeze? You're an independent woman, right? You're so independent.
Shannon, I do apologize. That is one of the most disgusting things that a guest on my life has ever said. So we went ahead and removed him. Ashton, thank you for the $10 over. Wow. Wow. Let's dissect that. A donor shares the fact that they were raped and they froze while it was happening, and they victim blamed themselves for doing that for 15 years. And then he speaks up and he says, why did you freeze? I thought that you were a strong, independent woman. You should have fought back. So instead of condemning the rapist that raped this woman and made her spend the next 15 years of her life blaming herself, he says, no, I'm going to blame her too. I think that Ryan's a rapist. No, actually, I've never said that before in my life. I don't think I've ever said that before in my life. But I'm saying that now. I genuinely believe that Ryan has raped a woman. Yeah, no doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. He has raped a woman before. No doubt. Jessica, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. And Shannon, I'm so sorry that you had to hear that. Ashton, thank you for the $10 who says, the level of anger I have for this guest is unreal. Me too. Lindsay, thank you for the $10 who says, as a forensic nurse, this guest is infuriating. Freezing during sexual assault is a safety mechanism to prevent further harm. Emily, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Sorry, Emily, we had to remove him, but thank you for the $15. Shauna, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Says, I froze during my grape too. He knew I didn't want it and took it anyways. It was traumatic, and Ryan is disgusting for saying that. I actually believe that he is a rapist. Like, I don't think I've ever believed it with this much confidence about a guest. I confidently believe that Ryan has raped a woman. Vivian, thank you for the $20 who says, I was essayed by my boss and I didn't do anything for the longest time because I didn't want to be fired. Yeah, and I'm so sorry you had to live through that. Thank you for the $20, Vivian. Jessica, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Says, thank you for being a good man and for standing up for women. We love you, Dean. Honestly, I should have kicked him much sooner, but I appreciate you for the $20, Jessica. Casey, thank you for the $20, who says, fuck this Ryan dude. I walked into a room. I was raped. I didn't scream. I didn't scratch. I didn't call the cops. And I'm so sorry that happened to you, Casey. And I'm sorry that you had to listen to that. I don't even think that he's like the type to be the rapist. Obviously he is. But where I'm going with this is he's not just the type. He is. I confidently believe that he's raped someone. Chloe, thank you for the $25. I appreciate you, Chloe. Tori, thank you for the $25. Layla, thank you for the $1. Payne, thank you so much for the $10, guys. Oh my God. Just about every donation that we are receiving in right now starts by saying, please read this out loud. And then it's so many people sharing their testimony. Oh my God. Ashley, I read your I read your message. Oh my God. I don't think I can should I read all of these out loud? Yeah, well, okay. Meredith, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, who says, I was raped for 4 years by my brother, and I froze and then blocked it out for 20 years. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry you had to live through that. Ashley, thank you for the $10, who says, I froze too because he had a knife on him. It was for safety, unfortunately. Amy with a 10. Layla with a $1. Please read this out loud for the last person. Quote unquote, you froze, but you saved a life. You saved your life. It was the safest option that you could do in that moment. I did it too. Peyton with a 10. Saying the same thing. Please read this out loud. Peyton, I'm so sorry. It cut your message off. I'm gonna try to find it real quick on Venmo. Oh my God. Oh my God. My Venmo's not even loading. Because of how guys, my Venmo's not even loading. Because of how many are coming through right now. I can't I ditched the phone. Let's try to pull it up on the computer. The app, it wasn't even loading. Guys, okay. I'm going to read a couple of these off. I don't think that, like, I can read all of these off on air. I'm going to read a couple. Once it loads, it's still loading. It's not loading. There it goes. I'm only okay. Stacy with a 5 says, my sister was SA'd. She's living in hell every day and never reported it because she's ashamed. Because I'm in like Ryan, and I'm sorry about that. It shouldn't be the way that society operates. Caitlin with a $5 says, I was in a 4-year abusive relationship, really hard to get out of. I made it and blamed myself for years and went to therapy for years. This was the first year without therapy, and I could proudly say I'm actually okay now. Maria with a $1 says, please read this out loud. I said no, and when he didn't stop, all I could do is cry. No fighting or scratching. Guys, big trigger warning for every single one of these messages. Every single one. Salvador with a 3. If someone did that to my daughter, if someone said that to my daughter, they'd be paced on the sidewalk. Ooh, Salvador? Me fucking too, man. Haley with a 5. I was raped while blacked out by a guy I didn't know. My guy friend blamed me, and when I confronted the same guy, all he said was, quote unquote, I'm sorry. I never pressed charges. Honor with a 10. I tried to fight off my attacker and screamed, but he put his hand over my mouth. Lexi with a 5. I've been a victim of it, and freezing, not fighting back, is a form of shock, and I still blame myself to this day, even after a year. Either with a 1, I was gang raped and spent 40 years blaming myself. Fuck Ryan. Erica with a 10. You can read this out loud. I fought back and broke his nose and ran to the cops, but he got there first and told them I attacked him. Lisa with a 10. I willingly went to his house, but I did not consent. I was raped. It took me 7 years to stop blaming myself for being there. I was raped. I did nothing wrong. Meredith with a 5. I was raped for 4 years by my brother, and I froze, then blocked it out for 20. Amy with a 10. Thank you. Peyton with a 10. I couldn't fight back because I was drugged. I just come back out of a double surgery and was on opioids for pain relief. So no, I couldn't fight back. I was slipped under another dose by this person, and it could have unalived me. Eli with a 10. Women will be safer when that guy's behind bars permanently. It took me 10 years since the first time it happened for me to tell somebody, and I'm a man, believe women. Jessica with a $50. That's incredibly kind of you. I was 16. I didn't scream. I'm 45 now, and it doesn't go away. I didn't report. People like Ryan are exactly why. Thank you for protecting victims. Shauna with a 10. I froze during my grape too, and he knew I didn't want it and took it anyways. It was traumatic, and Ryan is disgusting for saying that. Thank you for sticking up for us. Vivian, thank you for the 20. Casey, thank you for the $20 as well. That's very kind of you. Fuck this Ryan, dude. I walked into a room. I was raped. I didn't scream. I didn't scratch. I didn't call the cops. And all of that will make no sense to him because he is the problem. He embodies the reason why my rapist did what he did. Chloe, thank you for the $25, who says, as a victim of brutal SA, as a 15-year-old who is now 29, who never got justice, this guest is so insanely upsetting. Victim blaming at its finest. And thank you for standing up for it, so I believe in women. Not enough people do. I can't read them fast enough to keep up with them. Guys, I'm sorry. I need to. Oh my God. Wow. I'm sorry, guys. There is over 100 people that have sent a message in the last 4 minutes. 3. And I mean, it's non-stop. I'm gonna I need to get off for the night now. I'm sorry. I don't think that it's gonna be something I'll be able to do to read off all of these individually. So I'm gonna ask you guys at this point in time to please stop donating. And I'm gonna just go ahead and read you all the names. Yeah, read you all the names. And I want you to know that alongside nearly every single one of these names is 1 to 2 paragraphs detailing how they were brutally raped. Nearly every single one. Shannon, how either they or somebody they knew were. Shannon. Jessica. Guys, oh my God. I'm like the messages. V. Anna. Rain. Anonymous. Jacqueline. Victoria. Darlene. Emily. Gracie. Amy. Lauren. Kyra. Megan. Jocelyn. Amy. Evelyn. Chelsea. Jasmine. R.A. Nikki. Carrie. Jessica. Jordan. Gabrielle. Alan. Katrina. Nicole. Elena. Anonymous. Lisa. Lori. Tess. Lily. Anonymous. Sammy. Faye. Anonymous. Sarah. Adriana. Gabriella. Nicole. Anonymous. Atlas. Adam. Aaron. Shondi. Anonymous. Ariana. Ellie. Taylor. Michelle. Kay. Barbara. Georgia. Kayla. Lacey. Cynthia. Insomnia. Kimber. Donovan. Joshua. And so many others. And that's not even, it's not even the super chats. For every, yeah. For the super chatters, I'm just gonna go ahead and say first and foremost, a big blanket thank you to all of those of you who just, sent a couple dollars in, as well as to everyone who shared their story. This is like the most I think one of these live streams has ever impacted me. So there is this is an issue that impacts and continue to impacts not just one woman or one person, but generations. I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the night. Happy New Year's Eve. I'll see you all tomorrow. Good night, peace, love, and goodbye.